Matchday Live, the buildup.
With Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Hello, people. So, welcome to NUFC Talk. I'm your host, Peter. I'm going to be with you up until 2 o'clock today, where I hand over to Jody Yam Yam Gary and Michael, who will talk you through all of the goings on with Newcastle United versus Everton today. So, like I say, we're live on YouTube and, of course, DAB radio these days. The Toffees are in tune today. It's a 3 o'clock kickoff at St James's Park. So before we get into it all, I better do the housework. So get yourselves subscribed to the channel, lads and lasses. Click the like button. It really helps support the stream. Get involved in the chat. I want to hear all of your thoughts. We've got big games coming up the next few weeks. Obviously, we've got Everton today, Barcelona coming up. We've got Man City in the FA Cup. So yeah, give us all your thoughts in the chat. We're going to get into it. And don't forget, we've got NTTV Plus membership. So you get all exclusive content all in one place if you sign up to be a member. So if you can, get involved. Good things on the horizon. And yeah, if you want to guarantee a chat today, guarantee me read out your comments, then throw us a super chat. And yeah, I'll get straight to it and we'll get into it. So I'm gonna get into the chat first of all. Let's see if I can bring that up here, because I know we've got a lot of people normally chomping at the bit to have their say. Like I said, it is a big game today, so I'm sure plenty of people will have their thoughts, what we should do, what they think is going to happen, all that jazz. So yeah, just bear with me. Like I say, we'll get your thoughts up on the screen in just a moment. I know that these will all be chipping away there. I can see Trolls in the building. Top man. Good to see you. So just while we're getting the comments sorted there, I just want to first of all get into, again, like I say, we've got Everton today. I want to get into that first of all, just a little bit. So yeah, 3 o'clock kickoff. It's going to be a toughie, I think. So Everton have been a bit of a tricky side to play the last few occasions at St James's Park. Yes, we beat them away this season, and that was comprehensive as well. Comprehensive victory. So you look at that and you think, yeah, do you know what? We should take heart from that. Playing them today, I think I would say we've probably got the better quality, better players in terms of quality when it comes to creating chances and scoring goals. But what I would say is Everton will probably be a bit of a wounded animal today, because I watched the Manchester United match at the Hill Dickinson Stadium, and I thought that Everton were pretty good second half, and they'll probably be kicking themselves that they lost that one, because yeah, they were piling on the pressure that second half. So yeah, they dig in. This is the thing about Everton, right? Is they do have spirit. I think they work hard, and they've got a bit of grit about them. So I think that's what pulled them through that first half, because I don't think they were too. Yeah, they weren't firing on all cylinders that first half against Man United. They looked poor at times, but they stayed in the game, and then second half they got the momentum. I think that spirit kind of got them through that tricky spell in the match. But yeah, they got hit on the counter, and I think basically what they are lacking is a killer instinct up front. So yeah, I guess not too dissimilar to Newcastle in a way, but yeah. So up front, Everton have got Barry, who was a summer signing, but he hasn't done all that great. He doesn't look that confident in front of goal. So yeah, I think the goals where they're going to come from for Everton. I think, to be fair, that they've got. Well, I like Dewsbury Hall, so he kind of plays in an advanced position. I would say he's not, he's not up front, but he normally tends to link with the striker and kind of play in that hole in between the midfield and the attack. So he's got a bit of a sweet left foot, and I think he's one to look out for today. I think maybe Joe Linton could come in handy for today's match if he can keep his cool. That is, just to have that bit of muscle and break up the play, like I say, in that midfield area. So another player I'm going to point to for Everton is Njai, and we talked about Njai a little bit last night. Sorry, on Thursday night on the late night show. So Njai is a very tricky customer, and he will have no qualms with running at Newcastle, at our full-backs, our defenders. He'll try and get them to commit. And he's got a lot of pace. He's got tricks and flicks, so he's very lively. And he's probably the I would say the main the main player to watch out for today for Everton. So hopefully we can keep him quiet. But to be fair, you look at our record this season. I can see chances at both ends for this match. But yeah, another thing I want to mention with Everton is I feel like they've got a couple of hotheads in the team. So Tarkowski he's a good player. He's a defender, centre half, and he's a um, bit of a beast, you could say, because he's a bit old fashioned in the way that he gets stuck in. He loves a tackle, but I feel like he does go a bit too far sometimes. So, and that can be his downfall. He's had the odd red card in his career, and I don't know what triggers it because it seems to come out the blue with him. It just, I mean, pardon the pun, but yeah, he's. I think the red mist, I don't know, just comes down now and again with him, and he just suddenly. I remember when he dragged down Tonali in the box last season at Goodison, and that was just totally out of the blue. Like it was like a wrestling match, He literally just because I don't think Tonali was really wrestling Tarkowski. It was just Tarkowski out of the blue, basically just picked him up almost and just chucked him to the ground. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. See if he gets involved in any kind of tussles today. Hopefully the ref is watching closely. But he is determined. He's got, like I say, he's got a bit of grit about him. So yeah, I think another player is Garner. I think he's a local lad, and he seems a bit spiky, and I feel like maybe he's one who can get wound up a bit quite easily. But we'll see, we'll see. But he's done well apparently. I mean, I haven't seen loads of Everton, but just I'm going off what I've seen this season, and obviously the last few seasons as well. So yeah, I would say them two players can maybe they've got a short fuse. I think I would say that's fair to say. Um, David Moyes has praised Newcastle. He said that you know we've done remarkable things the last kind of few seasons, and praised Eddie Howe on the job he's done. So yeah, I think he always speaks well, David Moyes of Newcastle, and obviously, yeah, I like him. I know he's managed Sunderland and he's got that on his CV, but I'm not bothered about that. I think David Moyes, he comes across well, and he's proved himself to be um, a very, I would say, I was going to say competent manager. I think maybe that's been a bit harsh because I think he's everywhere he's went, he's always tended to do a pretty good job, even though it might fall off in the end. I mean, it does with every manager, but yeah, it got a bit sour with West Ham at the end. But yeah, and with Everton, I think Everton are a bit at a crossroads. I think maybe some fans feel like they should go for someone who's gonna be a fresh voice, take them forward. to kick on. But I think some fans also feel like he's a safe pair of hands. He knows the club inside out, and like I say, he does tend to do a decent job wherever he goes. So yeah. Okay. So just want to mention as well here about Everton. So obviously we've got Pickford rocking up at St James's today, and for me, what I want to say about Pickford is I personally feel like he thrives off all of the stick that he gets and all of the attention that we give him. Being obviously a Sunderland fan, and I just feel like, you know what, today, why don't we just not give him that attention? Because I feel like it's maybe run its course a bit. I know he's a pantomime uh, villain, but yeah, I would like to see us maybe just not kind of jump on him in the way that we have done, and just obviously get. I know we will get behind the team. We'll get behind our team, no doubt about that. But yeah, I wonder if maybe that would put him off. He's going there to. He's expecting all of the stick these days. It's just yeah, it's what he expects, and now I wonder if that would maybe throw him off a little bit if we just ignore him. Really, you know, maybe he will want the attention, and it will make him come out of his box, you know, a bit more and do something a bit rash. I don't know, to make sure that to let the fans know, look, I'm still here. I'm doing my stuff. You know, look at me. Maybe, but yeah, he's a quality goalkeeper. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if what kind of match he has today. Um, okay, let me just see if I can get into the comments here. Yeah, we're still working on that, so yeah, we'll get to that when we can. So don't worry, we'll sort that out. Like I say, I can see Trolls is in the building. I can see that Ronald is in the building as well. It's good to see. Click the likes. Like I say, I will get to all of your comments in good time, and we'll get into it all. Yeah. So Voltemade, just wanna let's talk about Volts. I just wanna touch upon his form and what's been going on lately with him, where he's been playing. A lot of debate around that. Some people say, he's a striker. Some people like the fact that he's playing deeper. Here's what I think. I mean, I think that spin and that pass against Karabag, I'm going to take you back to that match because that moment when he gets the ball on the kind of edge of the box of the opposition, that time when he kind of played Murphy in and he span and just flicked it through like a knife through butter. How he done that, I don't know because he's looking down at the ball. I mean, obviously he's scanned the whole pictures and he's seen Murphy make the run, but by the time Murphy is where he is, Voltemader's kind of like I say, he's looking down and he's had to turn, and the pass was still absolute precision, and I loved it. So that is the kind of stuff that he can do when he's getting involved, a little bit deeper. Like I say, he's not in the box in that moment; he's on the edge of the box, and he's linking the play. And I think that is something which you can point to say, look, as a player who is going to be deeper and he's not going to be a striker, that is what you can potentially get. Um, and I agree. I think like even long term, okay, maybe if you're looking far ahead in the future, he could maybe be, as he gets older, he'll be, number nine. And I kind of likened him to the potential to be like Zlatan um, a few days ago. And I know that is very high praise, but I'm just thinking, far in the future, maybe when he has filled out a bit as well. I can see he's got that kind of potentially, anyway, that stature about him, where you'll get to the point where you just can't knock him off the ball, and he's got these silky skills where he can maybe just float past players. But he's not there yet. He's like I say, he's I think still learning his trade almost. And in the Premier League, especially, Eddie Howe again has alluded to this in the last press conference. The physicality is something he's also still adjusting to. But I still think that a deeper role is looking good for Voltemade right now. I think there is a debate whether that is going to be behind a striker or actually as part of the midfield. I can understand, to be fair, people who say, "Yeah, we want him deep," but not that deep because if you play him in the diamond or in a three, even if some people I think reckon it's maybe a flat three that he's playing in the centre mid, and then he's got license to get forward, and we've got the ball, obviously. But yeah, I understand that point of view of not wanting him to have those defensive responsibilities because I think at the minute he does have that. He's intercepting a lot of balls, a lot of passes from the opposition. I noticed that against Karabag and also against Villa. To be fair though, he was doing it quite well and he was reading the play quite well. And when he gets the ball, like I say, even if it is quite deep, even from those positions, halfway line, he's got the skills to kind of just play someone in or kind of get himself out of a tight spot because he's got options around him. So yeah, it will be a very interesting one to see where he plays today or whether he plays at all because there is a an idea floating about whether he will be dropped or whether he'll play. And I think Craig Hope in the journalism world has mentioned that he reckons possibly that it could be Willock, J7 and Tonali in the three in the midfield. So again, that would be interesting. I think, yeah, I was going to say whether that leaves Voltemade on the bench. It probably would, unless you put him up front. But I think we've seen lately Eddie is maybe resisting that for now, playing Voltemade as the nine until he's got more time maybe to work with him on that. Um, yeah. So yeah, I think we'll get the team news soon enough. We'll get into that, and that will be, yeah, like I say, interesting. What would I do? I think I'd be tempted to still play Voltemade. Um, yeah, I feel like Cowbag was a mixed. Again, I'm throwing out all the puns here. I was going to say it was a mixed bag. Big Nick, because I thought second half he tailed off and he wasn't as effective. He was losing the ball on a few occasions where it broke down and they were able to break. So yeah, um, yeah, I'm not sure. Would I play him as the three again? It's a tricky one. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I probably would. I probably would. I think J7 is going to be important today if he can keep his head. Like I say, it's so important that he keeps his head. I think it can really go two ways with him and with J7. And if you do play J7, I would obviously have Tonali. I think he's for me at the minute, he's someone who I would put in as a starter ahead of everyone at the moment in that three in the centre mid. So I would then obviously have J7 and Volambeda to make up that three. It would be harsh on Ramsey. It would be harsh. So whether he would come on as a kind of super sub, if you like. I mean, if he's on the bench, yeah, certainly he would be someone I'd be looking to change the game. So yeah, I'm just debating it as we speak. I'm thinking out loud here in my head. I'm thinking, do I play Ramsey? I really like Ramsey. I like what he's shown when he has played. And obviously, if you take out J7, you put Ramsey in, you do get, I think, a bit more creativity. You get more of a fluid um, sort of. You get those passing lanes, if you like. You get those patterns of play that is a bit more fluid. I think with Ramsey, he can move the ball a bit quicker. He can also drive forwards. really well. He got his goal against Spurs. But to be fair to J7, again, I'm trying to look at both sides here. I think J7 has improved going forwards as well. And that finish against Karabag, I mean, yeah, I know he was totally free. No one was marking him, but do you know what? That was quality to strike that on the volley emphatically like that. So yeah, I wish I could just kind of whether I would play him would depend on what he would say to me if I was manager, because I would just say to him, look, you need to keep it cool. I don't want any silly yellow cards. I don't want you slowing the game down, because I think that tends to happen when he gets too wound up. It works against us. The game then slows down. The ref gives a free kick. He potentially gets a booking. He's in the ref's ear all the time. Just look, you don't need that. You just use your physicality. You've already got the upper hand with your physicality, with the kind of intensity that he brings. I think he needs to just use his head a little bit. And I think if he can do that, it will be important today that he can have, bring that kind of muscle to the midfield. Because as I say, Everton will probably dig in and they'll show some grit today. So you can't get wound up with all that. So I can see the comments flooding in there. Trolls saying the refs are working against us though, Peter. Well, I mean, I have been absolutely appalled at some of the stuff I've seen this season, at the refs, the referees, and some of the decisions. But we can't. The players can't think like that. That's for sure. Do you know what I mean? The players can't go into the game with that in their heads, because it's just going to be you're exerting energy on something that isn't really in your control. So, but yeah, like I say, I get your point, because I mean, even in Europe, I've seen some decisions that I'm just shaking my head at. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've seen this, but some of the propositions that I've noticed, um, for for next season, um, the propositions that I've seen are kind of scary, really, for the game. I've read that what they want to do is they want, what is it? They want VAR to intervene for corners. Yeah, they wanna they want VAR to kind of have more say on second yellow cards, um, and they also want VAR to potentially come in for, whether the ball goes out, whether it's a corner or a goal kick. So that's gonna just slow the game down more. You're gonna get people, you know, video assistant referees in there who, again, I've been less than impressed, to say the least, with their judgment as well as the referee's judgment. So God knows what they're gonna be giving their giving them more power, giving them more of a say. Yeah. So whether it's corrupt, I don't know. I mean, just going back up there to Tracy in the comments, you're saying it's potentially there is a bit of some brown envelopes being potentially passed. You know, it's all allegedly. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just saying that's a theory. So yeah, whether that is the case, obviously we don't know. But I'm going to say this: if that was the case, it probably wouldn't surprise me. So yeah, so I'm going to go back up here to the comments. I'm going to go up to a bit earlier where I think, I missed a few comments there that were coming in earlier in the show. Obviously, trolls is one of the mainstays of this channel, so I can see you've got your opinions there. I'm gonna just go back to when you mentioned there about Everton. I think Everton is leading the red card stat. Yeah, that's when I was talking about Tarkowski, I think, and Garner. Yeah, I think if that is the case, then hopefully they'll get one today. But again, the refs have to be, on their game as well, because you can't always trust the ref to just do their job, basically. Um, so, yep, good to see you in the chat, Ronald. Like Ronald says there, hit the likes, lads and lasses. Does the stream the world of good. And like I say, we've got Gary, the Jody Yam Yam, coming up at 2 o'clock to take over with Michael, and they're gonna take you into the match and take you through all of the drama. Um, so yeah, stay tuned for that. Okay, so in the comments as well. I can see. I want to get into this. So, trolls, you said there, the opponents can chop our players down with no cards while we get a card for the same tackle just minutes later. Yeah, I mean, one thing I'll say, right, is did you notice that? And I mentioned this with Man City, the Man City match the other week. So the added time, I think, was 5 minutes. And then I've noticed in a lot of Premier League games this season, the referees tend to go way over the actual injury time. They tend to play on for about 1 or 2 minutes. Whether that is accurate and they should be doing that, I don't know. I'll have to, you'd have to tot up the actual amount of time that they are um, that they'd refer to as to why it goes over and whether that's accurate. But I noticed against Man City when we had the injury time, 30 seconds, um, we'd get the 95 minutes up, but then 30 seconds later, the referee blows. Now, I know you'll say, well, yeah, because the time's up, but I just found that frustrating because a lot of games I've seen, it goes way over 30 seconds. And I was kind of thinking we could have done with that extra minute or two because we were, piling the pressure on at that moment and getting a few corners and putting balls in the box. And I think City looks vulnerable. Right. So, yeah, I can see there you're saying, Connor, cheers for that, mate. Connor's put in the chat there that Ramsey is back today. So that is a boost, definitely. Like, as I've said, I'm a fan of Jacob Ramsey. I think the way he spins and the ball is excellent. He's got a real good pass on him, short pass, long pass. He's a good technician. That first time finish against Tottenham was excellent. Left foot as well. So it doesn't take long to think about what he's going to do. That's why I like. He progresses the play very quickly. He doesn't dilly dally, and he could be an important player for Newcastle. And I've said a fair few times that earlier in the season I would have liked to have seen Ramsey more often, probably in place of J7 in a few games earlier in this season. And I know Eddie really rates Joe Linton, and I can see why. Don't get me wrong, but this is what the dilemma is today because I'm thinking: do you put J7 in today or do you put Ramsey in? It's a tricky one. I mean, you could even put Ramsey, J7, and Tonali in the middle, and then obviously you'd have to. What do you do with Woltemade? He'd probably have to go to the bench, but I think to be fair, right, all those options are good. They're all good players, and they should be doing all right. I think it's all that those combinations in my mind should all kind of function. And I think the issue I've got maybe is that, and again, just this is not something new, but the problem we've had earlier in the season, and unfortunately, it seemed to raise its head again against Karabakh second half, is for some reason one of our downfalls this season is when we lose the ball in attack. It's unbelievable how open we are going the other way. So, and I think maybe the midfield. I mean, Tonali, do you tell him just to sit? I know it could be a bit of a waste of his talent if you do, but I just feel someone has to do that. And yeah, I'm feeling like we can't be in a situation today where we are on the attack. We lose the ball against Everton, and it's like on the edge of their box. They look up, and all they have to do is just play one ball forwards, and they're in on goal. I don't see why that. How can that happen? I don't see why that should be the case. It's a strange one. To be fair, it wasn't happening um, against Tottenham away, Villa away. I think City away as well. We were compact, and that was really good to see. I think we were balanced in how we set up and how we attacked. So let's hopefully see that again today. Um, but yeah, just Karabakh second half. I mean, Eddie Howe said it as well. It was like a basketball game, and we don't want that. It seems to be something that's came into football quite a bit. I think, to be fair, with a lot of teams, if you notice, a lot of teams now when they attack, it's just kamikaze. They lose most teams when they lose the ball now in the opposition's half. the opposition retain possession, and they just look up and there's gaps that they exploit straight away. It's one ball forward, and the other team are potentially in the box, in on goal. So yeah, let's hope it's not too kind of kamikaze today. But yeah, I've got to give them credit. It hasn't been like that. Minus Karabakh second half, which, albeit was a very tricky game, I think, to navigate. I think, in your head, you're thinking the game's done, the tie's won. I think maybe Karabakh caught us cold second half because they seemed to come alive a bit. So suddenly the Newcastle players maybe were a bit thrown off by that. But yeah, I think to be fair, like I say, we have been more compact lately, and it's been really good to see. Um, yeah. Right. So I've got a few more points here. I've just made a note of. So for today's show. So yeah, I think I want to touch on Idlanga and Murphy and just that right hand side in general. Um, so yeah, I think that's going to be interesting today. I think he'll play Murphy. I think Karabag was an interesting insight because Murphy played against Karabag, and before that match, my assumption was Ilanga was going to play, and he would bring Murphy back in today against Everton, and Karabag was more going to be kind of match for Ilanga to get into his stride and play in a match where there's no kind of expectations. No, I think he's low on confidence for some reason. I mean, he was doing all right, against Tottenham and then Villa, and I don't know. Since then, he's had a couple of games where it's all of a sudden he hasn't looked confident. Um, yeah, it's a strange one. It is a strange one. I feel like maybe he's struggled to adapt to a team that doesn't play in the same counter-attacking style as Nottingham Forest. That's part of it, I think. But yeah, because Alanga didn't play against Karabag and Murphy, Jacob Murphy played instead. I'm thinking, does that mean it's going to be Elanga today and Murphy on the bench, and he's rested Elanga to keep him fit for today? But yeah, my instinct, like I say last week, was that that wouldn't be the case. I mean, I think Murphy is someone you can hang your hat on a bit more, just at this moment in time. Not sure if I would trust Elanga today in today's match. It is a massive game. I mean, the games we've got coming up, it's just yeah, it's crazy. We've got obviously Everton today, Man United after that. I believe it's after that it's Man City in the FA Cup, Barcelona Champions League, then Chelsea in the league, then Barcelona again. I believe after that it's a Sunderland game, the Derby game. So every game basically is like, I mean, it's good. It's what you want. It's just like um, there's big things at stake. There's pressure on all of those games for different reasons. So, but I think pressure in a good way. To be fair, I think we can look at that in a negative from a negative point of view. But actually, you have to look at that and say, bring it on at that fixture list. It's exciting. It's what you want. This is why you want to be in Europe. And you want to be in these competitions because it means there's a chance to achieve. So yeah, I think that the league form, I mentioned this on Thursday, it's getting to the point where the league table will start to take shape at some point very soon. I think you will get certain teams will start to get cut off from that top six slot, top eight slot. It'll become a pattern will start to form. So that's where time is running out a little bit. But I think we've got to look at the fixtures and look at Everton and Man United and say, do you know what? It's actually good that we're playing these teams because Everton are kind of in and around. So I think are they eighth or ninth? The sort of mid-table. They're looking to push if they can for Europe. Man United, they're a bit higher there. They're looking for Champions League. To be fair to them. Carrick's turned it around. But again, I'm not convinced they will definitely be Champions League. I can certainly see them maybe dropping off, and it might end up that they will be fighting for Europa League come the end of the season. I think that's a distinct possibility. So again, we're looking for that. I mean, I think that's the most we can achieve now. To be fair, I can't see us getting top five, but Europa could be sixth and seventh potentially. So yeah, I would take seventh definitely. Um, yeah, but we've still got FA Cup, we've got Champions League. I'll say it again. I think we are a dark horse in Champions League. So it is all to play for. It's crazy. It's been such a up and down season, and there has been you know periods of runs of games where it all feels very negative, but actually it's still all to play for this season. Yeah, so Tracy, there you're saying that we're 12th, we went out with 12th apparently in the league table. So yeah, I think Fulham winning last week played a part in that against Sunderland. I mean, you'd rather it be Fulham than Sunderland. Let's be honest, jumping above us. So yeah, but it is tight in that league table in the sense that you can just jump up if you win, but games are running out. It's February. It'll be March tomorrow. So a few months left. Yeah, it will start to take shape very soon. But yeah, what I'm thinking, just going back to the right hand side. So I mentioned there about Elanga and Murphy. How about let us know in the chat, right, what you think of this? But what about um, Joe Willock for that right hand spot? Because I think Murphy is probably a fair bet for today, and I think that's probably what I would do. I'll play Murphy right wing because I think his crossing ability is still effective. Even when he's having an off day, he can still pull one out of the bag. And I really value the fact that we've got someone who plays in a sense like a traditional winger now and again. It's going out of the game. It's a dying art, and I feel like that's to the detriment of the game because a lot of players now they will. I'm going to go off on a tangent here, so I'm going to try and stop myself. I'll get into this soon about players. There's a lot of players who play right wing, left wing, who maybe aren't left wingers and right wingers, and it's we're starting to see a lot of players who cancel each other out. Let's put it that way. But I'll get into that in a minute. But yeah, just going back to the team selection. What do you think about Willock? Because I'll probably play, like I say, Murphy right wing. But just playing devil's advocate, would Willock be a decent bet for that right hand side? He's got the pace. He's got that long stride where I do think you can stretch teams. I mean, yeah, you'd be hard pressed to find someone who can catch him easily when he gets in his stride. And on his day, he's decent. He can pick players out. He can link up really well, and he's got an eye for goal. So I'd probably trust him as things stand more than Elanga on that right hand side. And I just sometimes feel like you got to strike while the iron's hot. And Willock in the last month or so has came into form a little bit. I think a lot of people ruled him out from being in the kind of first team setup almost. If you go back a few months, but I think he's played his way back into the picture. And a bit like Anthony Gordon, where you got to kind of use these players while you've got them. And I know people will, again, Gordon, he's not everyone's cup of tea, but whether he wants away, whether he doesn't, well, let's use that to our advantage if he does. If he's trying to put himself in the shop window, then, you know, okay, well, that should work for us because he's going to want to try and score. He's going to want to play well. So I think same with Willock. We can deal with all that in the summer, but for now, these players, they're not going anywhere for now. So yeah, if Willock is going to move on in the summer as well, he's going to want to put himself in the shop window. So yeah, um, I think that's an option potentially. Willock right wing. You've heard it here first, folks. So just in the chat there. So Yeah, Gavin Fuller. Yeah, I can see that you're saying not in a low block, not against a low block though. I assume you're talking about Willock there. So I can see your point because yeah, what Murphy does is he can, as I say, with that cross that he's got on him, and also he is very direct at times. Murphy, he can provide that incisive pass that cuts teams open, and he might be having a stinker, but you know what? Sometimes you'll just get given the ball on that right hand side. He'll look up and he'll ping in a 90s cross, as Shearer once said about Anthony Gordon's cross last season. So yeah, Murphy, he's got that ability, and that's why I'm not always too worried when he's not playing great. Yes, it's frustrating. Don't get me wrong. You're kind of pulling your hair out when it happens, but I'm always thinking of him in the back of my mind. Just give him a bit of space down that right. Give him yeah, a chance to cross it, and I always feel confident that we can maybe create something. And you don't get that with a lot of players, modern day players these days. Um, because what I was getting at earlier was that a lot of players now fit systems and are cogs in a machine. Whereas back in the day, a right winger was a right winger and they had that unique skill set to that position. A striker had a skill set that suited that position. Same with the centre mid. So, for example, Nobby Solano, you wouldn't have played Alberto Solano up front. Okay, you wouldn't have played Alan Shearer centre midfield. But now players are so interchangeable that the traits that players possess, it's almost like copy and paste. And I think that is going back to what I was touching on earlier, that it's to the detriment of the game because players then start to cancel each other out in terms of strengths of a team. And it just becomes one big, yeah, kind of mesh of tippy tappy. And yeah, so it's something I value with Jacob Murphy. I hope he can hit his stride today if he does play. And maybe we'll see this spring back round where players you do start to see maybe more mavericks in the game. And it's desperately needed, in my opinion. Um, yeah, because again, it comes down to like, what's your threat? What is your threat as a team? And I miss the days where you would say, okay, Alberto Solano is going to cross the ball. That's it. He's gonna shoot and outside of the foot, inside of the foot. It, he's gonna cut in and try that. But the perfect goal is the aim now for a lot of teams and a lot of players. You have to work your way into the box and create the perfect opening. Now, what that needs is a lot of options, a lot of players who are close to each other. And I wonder if that is what is causing this parting of the sea that I mentioned earlier, where, and again, this is not unique to Newcastle, but players, they kind of all bunch together because they all want to carve open the perfect opening in the box rather than having players having a set skill attribute for that position and trusting them to execute that and do that job and having a bit more of a solid setup. You've got players flooding the box to do this tippy tappy and then leaving themselves exposed as a team going either way. I just wonder if that is part of why, like I say, we're so open. But again, it's not unique to Newcastle. You will see that with a lot of teams. Um, so yeah, just going to go back to the comments there. So Quinny, there, you're saying I would play a front three of Gordon, Barnes, and Nick with Ramsey behind. Whoa, in an attacking role. That is attacking. So who would be the focal point? Let me know. In that setup, would Gordon still be the focal point in the center? Because then you kind of have Nick. You're playing Nick out wide, not out wide, but you know what I mean. He's kind of having to work that channel. I'll tell you what, right? This is something I've talked about with regards to formation that I would like to see. So I think it would be interesting. I'm not saying I want to see this today because I think to be fair to Eddie, he needs time when it comes to things like formations and finding who plays best in what position. I think he's got a very hectic schedule, and I can sympathise with how do you juggle that with experimenting as well. With again with Woltemade, he was struggling up front, in my opinion. He played with Wissa against Brentford second half, and it just didn't go well. And he's been knocked off the ball quite easily when he's played up front. That's not discounting all the good things he's done. He's got a really good goal record this season, and he's shown he's got the skills. He's got silky skills. He has got an eye for goal. I would like to see him be a bit more selfish, I have to admit, when he does get a chance. But I can totally see why Eddie is kind of brought him deeper for now, and he's maybe thinking to himself, up front is for the future. For now, he's better suited with that physicality side of things, with centre halves kind of not having the chance to jump on him and suffocate him. I understand why he's a bit deeper for that reason, and he's got more players around him as well. So yeah, but in terms of long term, do you know what I think could be potentially really good? If you want to free Voltemade of that defensive responsibility, you could have 4-3-1-2. So back four, and then you have three centre mids. So you could have Tonali, J7, and Ramsey. Obviously, Bruno's going to come back. So maybe you could have, yeah, whether it's that, whether it's Bruno, Tonali, and Ramsey, that's a debate for another day, I guess. But then you could have Voltemade in front of those three, and then two strikers up front. So Wissa and someone else, maybe Gordon, maybe we sign a new striker. And I think that then frees Voltemade of that the defensive duties. Not that he would just, not that he wouldn't ever put a tackle in. I think he could still drop in now and again. But you've got three centre mids behind him. You've got two strikers in front of him. Can you imagine the options then he would have to pick players out? I mean, I think he would be an absolute handful in that formation for the opposition. And obviously, you've got the back four. You've got the fullbacks who would have to provide width. But again, you've got three centre mids who would drift out wide as well when we're in possession. So that's something I would look to going forwards for long term. But cheers, Connor, and Trolls. There, I can see you're giving us the heads up for the lineup. So if you're listening on DAB, stay tuned. Going to get into it now. Let you know who's starting today against Everton. So straight away, I mean, no surprise really. I can see Gordon is starting, and Voltemade is starting. So interesting. Voltemade has not been benched as what was speculated. So Pope in goal. We've got Trippier and Hall, Lewis Hall as the fullbacks. I can see Chow and Byrne, two centre halves. Tonali, Ramsey's in, and J7. Okay, I like that. Yeah, so Ramsey, J7, and Tonali. Voltemade and Gordon. So no Barnes. Barnes on the bench? Yeah, so Barnes on the bench. Okay. I'm just racking my brains. I'm seeing this live and I'm trying to rack my brains as to what the formation is with that. It's interesting. Interesting lineup. Um, and as I say, I'm a big fan of Jacob Ramsey, so I'm kind of pleased he's playing today. So I'm wondering, is that you could easily have that be 4-4-2. You could have Gordon up front and then Voltemade as a number 10. You could easily do that. Um, let's have a look. So, but if it's Ramsey, yeah, Ramsey, Tonali, and in the middle with sorry, Elanga's playing. So okay, yeah, I'm just working this out here. So Elanga is playing ahead of Murphy. I didn't spot that. Wow. So maybe yeah, that's why he rested Elanga in midweek to keep him fresh for today. It's a lot of responsibility on Elanga, and maybe he will thrive off that. Maybe it's like you're saying, look, I trust you to do the business today. It's a massive game. Let's get the 3 points, move up that table, and you're the man to help us do that with your pace. Get behind Everton, and he has got a good cross on him when he's in his stride. He needs to produce that, and let's get behind him. I mean, I've said my piece on him, and I've got my opinion on Ilanga long term. I've got my doubts, but I want to be proved wrong. So, and I'm sure the fans will get behind him today. I love how they've been singing his name to try and lift him. And he needs to use that. We're all with him. We want him to do well. So the mighty there is in the chat there, giving his 2 cents. So mighty win in the comments reckons he hopes it's 4-1, 4-1 with Gordon up top leading the press. Yeah, I mean I love Gordon's movement up front, I have to admit. I really do. Um so I have to say it as it is. I mean, I wasn't a fan of Gordon up front for a lot of the time before the Liverpool match, and that's when I thought, you know what, he could maybe do something up there. That's when I kind of changed my mind on Gordon up front, and he'll want to score today, no doubt. Prove Everton that he's show them what he's got. Didn't end very very well with how he left at Everton. It was a bit of a sour exit. So yeah, cheers, Strasbourg, Steve in the chat, in the house. Cheers, mate. How are the lads? Yeah, yeah, I echo that sentiment entirely. How are the lads for today? Um, Niall Powell there saying Barnes is out of form. Do you know what he is? It is true. It is true. He's out of form. But, you know, again, playing devil's advocate, some people might say, well, he's not been out of form that long. Do you not give him a chance to find his form and stick with him? You know how incisive he can be. Um, when he gets in the box. He hasn't been lately. I'll give you that. So, but yeah, I think as a sub, maybe he's someone who can come on and cause Everton a bit of a problem. So I can see in the chat as well. So Quinny, you reckon we're playing the big man up front? I mean, honestly, I am still racking my brains. Maybe he is up front today. I'd be surprised though. I really would. I'd be surprised at that. I reckon Eddie's gonna still try and keep Voltemade in that deeper role for today. But I'm looking at the midfield. Joe Linton, Tonali. What doesn't help is when they release the, the team sheet. It's all out of kilter. You've got defenders and midfielders all mixed up in the lineup. So I'm gonna just write this out and make it a bit clearer. So we know J7 is back. We know Ilanga is in. So hopefully this is gonna help me figure out the formation. So we've got Ramsey in there as well. Obviously Tonali, the Italian stallion, is in there. And I think that's all the midfielders, is it? Yeah, so up front, we've got Gordon. I mean, technically, you could say Voltemade is a midfielder these days. So I'm going to put Voltemade there. So I wonder, I think this is probably what it's going to be. I think it's going to be Joe Linton, Tonali, and um, Bamsey in the middle. Yeah, I was gonna say Ramsey in the wing, but it'll be Bamsey in the middle, won't it? Yeah, I think the Yam and Michael are going to provide a bit of clarity on this one at 2 o'clock in 5 minutes because yeah, it's got me flummoxed in terms of formation. But you can see Connor there saying Ramsey, Tonali, and J7 in midfield. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But then does that mean Elanga? What I'm wondering is if that is the case, and that makes sense. But then who's on the wings? So does that mean Elanga is on the right wing and Gordon's on the left wing with Voltemade up front? That's the only kind of formation I can see that fits with this lineup. But I'd be surprised at that because I thought Voltemade would be kept in that deeper role today. Um, I don't know. We'll see. Be interesting. Yeah. because again, I think Gordon's movement up front, I've been impressed, and I think I would have thought we would need that up front today. But Eddie's the boss, and like, to be fair, we'll see how it pans out. And I'm always intrigued when if it doesn't if the formation and the lineup doesn't appear how you would like it. I'm always intrigued to see. Well, okay, let's it'll be better than what I thought it was going to be. I'm putting me faith in Eddie to know better. So yeah, and like Moyes has said, he has done a remarkable job. I mean, what I would say about Eddie Howe is that team spirit and the work ethic that I think that he has brought to this club is the foundation that he sets for any kind of success. And trust me, you do not get that at a lot of clubs. It's not to be taken for granted. So that's, I think, serves as the springboard for then the players for success. For the players to then show their quality and to win. To kind of click as a team in terms of quality going forwards and quality at the back. Um, it's all fragile if you haven't got that kind of togetherness. I think as a team, as a squad, and I think we've seen that with Tottenham because they've had a few transfer windows with players brought in under different managers, bad apples who they don't want to do it. I mean, they may stay up. Don't get me wrong. I think they should really, but it wouldn't surprise me if they don't because I've seen so many times now, not just this season, last season, Tottenham, their players, wow, are not a good example of professionalism and how to dig in. So I think, to be fair, we've shown in difficult times this season that I think we should have enough of that to achieve something this season, whether that's in the league or that's in, one of the cups, we'll see. So, we've got the Yam Yam in the house. He is taking over for
How you
the
doing?
later on. Gary, mate, welcome to the show.
Welcome, one and all. Yeah, it's an interesting lineup. It's a strong one,
Mm,
and like I say, you can make a multitude of guesses with this one and which
yeah.
one and who's going to play. I've been listening to you while I've been in the background, doing a little bit of work, a bit of deep dive, if you like.
Mm,
And to be fair, like I said, for me, I think it'll be Woltemade up top. I think it'll be Ramsey, Tonali, Joe Litton sitting, and you may start to see a little bit more with pace from both Elanga and Gordon. More instead of keeping the width when Woltemade drops in, you may see Elanga start to play a little bit narrow. And again, do we sit with three in the midfield? And I think that's been our downfall, if I'm honest with you. And again, you look at this midfield, they're all sitters. We know Ramsey can travel with the ball.
mm,
And I think, when I look at this, if we're going to get J7 and Ramsey sitting to free up Tonali, say, to then move into that half space, that to me would be great. I would love that. But I can't see it.
mm,
I seriously
mm,
can't see it. I think Eddie Howe, at home especially, seems to work more on don't concede goals, which then isolates Woltemade up top. So it's going to be an interesting one, mate. And like I say, I've been having a look, like I say, and I've scribbled one or two things down. I mean, yeah, you can throw Ramsey over to the Anthony Gordon side. You can play J7 and Tonali in the deeper role, if you like.
mm,
Does that suit both of them? No, it doesn't. Then you look at, does Joe Litton then go over to the left-hand side and Ramsey and Tonali sit in the sixes? Do you lose something down that width with J7 there? Well, yes, you do. So for me, if you're going to throw Anthony Gordon up top, where we know he's great on the press, I think you're gonna see a lot of isolation today with Woltemade. And like I say, we know Anthony Gordon likes to stay out there. Elanga's the same. I just don't see anybody in that midfield that can work alongside Woltemade unless you're starting to free up players. Like I say, drop two in and free either Jacob Ramsey in there, or for me, I'd like to see J7 playing that right side of that midfield. as we've seen, yes, against Karabag, they're a lesser opposition, but he looked free. He looked able to, progress the ball nicely up that right-hand side. And now we haven't got Bruno in the side. For me, that's what you want to see. You want to start seeing players play with a little bit of freedom. And like I say, for me, he looked really comfortable on that right-hand side. And we know Jacob Ramsey's comfortable on the left-hand side. So if I was going to do anything today and I wanted some commitments on the inside left and inside right position, I'd swap them two midfielders over. And that would allow Gordon and Langer to stay wide, to spread their defence a little bit. And it also, again, it stops their midfield from coming forward, because by creating that space, the fullbacks have to go, and one of those 2 6s in the Everton side will then have to make a decision which one of us is staying, or do we both stay if we go on the press? Because, like I said, it's all about being comfortable. And I haven't seen J7 play that comfortably on a constant basis. So, like I said, if he can carry on that form, that little bit of confidence that he obviously picked up against Karabag, I think that would be an interesting one for me. Michael is in the building, so here we go. Sorry, mate, I've been waiting. Yeah, I could see you in the background, and I'm thinking any minute now he's going to do it himself, but he hasn't. So I've done it for you. Mate, it's been an interesting one, and apologies, because like I say, I've had to take a trip down to London this morning, and you can imagine the stress it's given me thinking about getting back. And I could see Chris changing, and apologies, mate, because I haven't been able to text either of you because I've been driving, and we know you're not allowed to anywhere near your phones at all. So I've watched all these conversations going on in the background, and I'm like, oh God, I need to get back to give War Peter a hand. And like I managed to get in the house for 20-2. So there you go. We are literally biting the nails situation for me. But you've done a canny job, mate. You've done a great job. I've had you on.
We've got all these listeners on DAB relying on you as well, Gary. So,
well, like I say, it's a pleasure for me to do this. Not only supporting the team that I've supported literally since I was a bairn. Like I say, my first game with my granddad was 1971. That seems a hell of a long time ago now. So, like I say, yeah, it's I've seen lots of things, and like I say, this is an honour, if I'm honest with you. Actually commentating on the team that you love so much and so dearly, and trying to give an honest opinion, and I think that is all you can do. Yes, I am a Geordie biased to a degree, but I try and come across as being as middle grounded as I possibly can, without throwing that. And to be fair, I know you're very much the same, and Michael, my colleague through the commentary, is also the same. So for me, it's balanced. Like I say, when there's a mistake happen, we try and highlight that mistake, whether it's for us or whether it's for the opposition. It's all about trying to bring as much joy and pleasure to the community as we can during the commentary, and yet we have a little bit of a laugh going through it, especially when the lads try and hit the kebab shop or put the ball into the tyne. Are you obviously watching the game at home? I hope, like I say, everybody else that's watching it on TV this morning, the Mackhams at the minute are drawing 1 each. They've just been pegged back by Bournemouth, so like I say, dropping points again. And again, these are the games for me where Newcastle have got to start making a bit of ground, and that's why I like the look of the team. And it'd be nice to get Michael's perspective of this team, of this setup. I know he was listening to me doing my verb, but like I say, what's your opinion, mate, on this?
Yeah, I think it's very much going to be a 4-3-3, back to Woltemade in the 9. I think the only difference is I think Howe's hopefully learned the lesson of we need players a lot closer to Woltemade when he does get the ball. None of this Elanga and Gordon going back beyond the halfway line while Woltemade sat there 10 yards from the box just going, is anyone there?
Yeah.
Can't have that. And
can't have it.
Ramsey and Joe Linton are going to be, two that can get forward with a bit of pace as well. But this is a game I expect to have a bit more of the ball. So I think it's probably one that suits Woltemade in that number 9 slot. But as Howe said in the presser yesterday, prefers him in between the lines. That's where he does his best work. So wouldn't be surprised to see maybe it's a 4-4-2 at the same time, possibly. Maybe out of possession with Gordon staying up with Woltemade and Alanga, and then either Ramsey or Joe Linton just playing a bit more on the left side. But we'll soon see, I guess.
Yeah, we certainly will. I mean, it's like I said. I just hope we don't go negative. I want us to have that, home advantage and take it to Everton. Everton look comfortable when they have time on the ball, and I think the way Newcastle have started the last few games. I mean, Premiership League form hasn't been fantastic. We know that. European football, cup competitions, Newcastle seem to be a cup side this season, and that's to the detriment of the Premier League. And we need to change that. That mentality has to shift now. We've done the hard work. We've done the hard slog. We know what we've got to face going forward in the Champions League and the FA Cup. It's no easy situation to face. But the lads now have to think about what they're going to be doing. That mental shift has to start, and that has to start today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you look at that Everton side, the one thing that's glaringly obvious to me is a lack of pace throughout. I think Ndai is the only one that could really hurt us for pace outside of that team. And Everton do have a really good away record. But a lot of that is because they do sit back and they do allow teams to hit them and then try and counter-attack against them. Now, what Newcastle need to avoid doing is overcommitting players forward and leaving, let's say, a combination of Trippier and Burn as your back two, because, let's be honest, that would be disastrous. But if you leave a back two of, let's say, a Burn and a Chow, which, two centre-backs, it's what you theoretically think, but it's not what you often see, that would make a lot more sense. And I think the running capabilities that Joe Linton, Tonali and Ramsey allow us should allow us, when Everton are hitting us on that counter-attack, we should have more than enough going back, getting back quite quickly, particularly with their midfield, because, let's be honest, as I say, it's not the quickest. We can afford to leave a couple of players forward alongside Woltemade, and again, as long as there's someone giving them a bit of help, and he's not isolated like I'm expecting Beto to be for large portions of the day on the other side. It's going to be a bit of a captivating game, and I'm going to be really interested to see how we set up, because we know how Everton are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, they're 4-2-3-1. The only player that really has given us any trouble historically is Kieran Dewsbury Hall, coming out of that 10 slot. I know Beto scored, but I mean, it's been his movement. He's the one that gambles, and Moyes allows him to gamble and stay high. And again, that's something that Newcastle haven't been doing, gambling enough for me, especially at home. Even though, I was corrected quite rightly so by Ian about how home form's been very good this season, and we've only lost to the bigger sides, if you like, where we've probably shown a little bit too much respect. But you see, for me now, because of how our away form has been this season, I think there's a lot more pressure comes on these home performances against the teams in and around us, because, all of a sudden they become 6-pointers because of your current position. It's not something where you can relax on and just rely on that home advantage anymore. The lads have got to start working that system, if you like, that pressing style, that hard work. They've got to come together. And that's what I said. When I looked at our side, to me, I don't see enough runners from midfield. I see too many holders. If they play Joe Linton on the left-hand side, inside left, and Ramsey inside right, whenever I've seen Ramsey and Tonali play that formation, they seem a little bit more negative rather than offensive. So, like I say, you're absolutely right. I just want to see, if Woltemade drops in, I want to see the pace of Alanga and Gordon on the diagonals, trying to get in and behind the spaces. And Michael, absolutely spot on. The pace in the Everton side isn't there. So are we going to come and face a low block again? Have we got enough in this side to beat a low block? And that's why freeing up the likes of Tonali to start hitting those balls from in and around 25 yards, again, gives you that advantage because it draws players out. They know how dangerous Tonali is going to be, and they will throw as much as they possibly can towards him to nullify that space that he'll need.
You see, with Woltemade, if he's playing up front, right, and he likes to drop deep, we know that, don't we? We know he likes to get on the ball and link up. And I'm just worried that we'll see how it pans out, but if he's going to drop deep, like you've all said, like someone obviously players then have to then get forwards, be in that advanced position ahead of Woltemade then, so he can pick players out. I just wonder, I hope it doesn't become a bit of a struggle where you get into a situation, Woltemade's dropping deep, he's getting on the ball, he's looking up, and there's no one in the box because he's not playing as a number 9. I kind of don't blame him for that because he wants to get on the ball, he wants to link up. Yeah, it's going to put a lot of pressure now on the likes of Ilanga and Gordon to get into the box, get in front of Woltemade and give him some options going forwards. I just wonder, would it not have been better served to just keep Gordon up there as the striker and then Woltemade as the deep line player? I think I would have expected Eddie Howe to have done that, but like you just all said, it looks like Woltemade is the main man now again up front. I wonder what's made him make that change, because would you think it was the second half against Karabag where it did tail off a bit? He looked a bit out of sorts in that second half. I mean, everyone did, I thought. So do you think that's what's caused Eddie to put him back up front?
I mean, if I'm honest, sorry for butting in, Michael. I think again we've got to start looking at where Woltemade is best at. And again, for me, the link-up play with Woltemade, both me and Michael said some of the stuff that you can see him do in and around the box is tremendous. What he hasn't got is the make-up pace. And again, we criticised him the other day. Anthony Gordon blasted down that right-hand side, and Woltemade was jogging. So for me, there's an element of, if he can't do it from that deep position, then somebody else has to make that choice. If Woltemade is going to be that link-up play to try and allow the lads on the wing to get in and beyond the defenders, somebody else has to make up that ground. And that's what I said. For me, I look at this midfield and there isn't anybody that gives me that element. Willock would have done that for me. He would have been the one that sits in that hole because we know the type of player he is. But again, he's limited. And I think that is this playing Woltemade the way we do at the moment isolates him because of his lack of pace. His ability is there. He's a fantastic player, but the Newcastle system just doesn't suit him as an out-and-out 9. Even though for me he's a typical hybrid. He's one of those players that you can literally play 10 and 9 and you'll get the same type of game off him. Where he becomes a problem for Newcastle is when he comes and plays an 8. That is then it destroys his front line because we have nobody else that runs past him with pace to exploit the space that he's created.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing for Woltemade is, I think in any other of the top 5-6 leagues, he probably is a dream centre forward because he can't, as you say, he's a hybrid. He can do anything. But in the league, in the Premier League, where it's so overly reliant on power and pace now, and it's getting more and more like that every single year, I think it's probably the only league that doesn't suit him as an out-and-out 9. And it's up to Eddie Howe and Newcastle to find ways to rectify that. Whether we do or not, that's something we're going to find out in the next 2-3 weeks because they're very, very important games. And if they go wrong, then some people will be saying the season's effectively over. But I think one of the things that J7 brings when he comes into the side is, how many times do you see J7 in the box? When he gets forward, he bursts forward so often, and let's be honest, he's final finish, his end ball isn't It's not good, to put it nicely. But what he does offer is he offers that extra man in there, that physicality, and he's someone that can take a Tarkowski or a Branthwaite away from Woltemade so they don't double up on him. And then when Voltemade's got that one-on-one, or needs to pull a full back in to double up on him instead, that's where Newcastle can find the space. And I like Ramsey, but he doesn't do that enough. I don't mind Willock, but he doesn't do it enough. J7's the one that does that the most effectively for me. So I'm really glad he's back in.
And to be fair,
Yeah,
right, I think he's.
Go on, mate.
Sorry, Gary. Just on J7, I think he's gotten better with the attacking side of the game, whether it's finishing, getting a chance, putting it in the back of the net, or setting up players around him, keeping the ball. His close control, I think, has improved over the last couple of years. And like I say, that finish against Karabag, it was quality. So yeah, I think that's a part of his game that has gotten better. He's got a few goals this season, hasn't he? So against Leeds, he got one, didn't he? So yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean,
He does seem like a bit of a weapon you can hang your hat on when he's charging forward like that.
but this is how he plays for the German sides, isn't it? Like I said, Gav's put here, like he can break lines. That's the beauty of having Voltemade in the box. The problem is he can't do both. He can't be the one who breaks lines and also get on the ball. So Michael is absolutely right. J7 is the one for me that can be the one out of them three, if you like, move that ball forward. The problem is Eddie Howe likes triangles. Eddie Howe's tactical setup works on triangles from the left back to the centre pin of that midfield, which is usually Tonali, out to J7 if he's playing on the left-hand side, or out to Anthony Gordon, Louis Hall. So everything works in triangles from the centre pin, which is usually Tonali. For me, I think what you'll find with Tonali today, you could have the likes of Kieran Dewsbury Hall being the one that man marks him, try and gets him isolated to a degree where the ball gets bypassed from him. And then it's that to me is then when you start to see how good a player is with that mental approach. Because if he can still find space with a man marker, that will nullify the effect that J7 and Ramsey can have. And that's where I think what you want then is somebody then to go and play a little bit higher, because that will then make them change that man marking. If we go flat in the three, Tonali will be at the game. Because what you get then is one player then virtually marks two players because it's 5-yard runs between the two of them. So we need movement from the outside players of Tonali today. And like I said, for me, I'd love to see J7 go and create that confidence, go and create that finish, like you said, absolutely sublime finish against Karabag. And people say, yeah, but it's only Karabag. That would have beaten any keeper in the Premier League, the way he contacted that ball. And that's what I said. He looks naturally comfortable on the inside right position. On the left-hand side, sometimes he looks totally uncomfortable. He looks totally out of position at times. But I hope that, seeing the way he was upset coming off that win against Karabag, he wanted to carry on playing because he was enjoying himself. So I want to see that again. Like I said, I think the biggest problem with Eddie Howe, and again, we talk about this effect that it has on the team, right? He wants to see, in his presser, he always goes, when he was talking about Woltemade, he wants what's best for the team. Now, I think sometimes what's best for the team is also what's best individually. And if you can get an extra 5% from players by just moving them 10, 15 yards, still playing in the same position, but instead of getting that 95% out of them, you're getting 100% out of them all the time because you are enjoying that workspace. We have heard Anthony Gordon say he doesn't want to play on the right-hand side because he doesn't enjoy it. Are you going to get 95% out of him? And that's what I said. If you can do it for one player, then think about what he's going to be doing for others, because I think you will get a lot better out of J7 if he plays that way against this type of opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I think I said just in the player ratings as well, the only reason I could see Eddie Howe bringing off Joe Linton at that time in the game was if he planned for him to start against Everton, and he is. So for me, bringing him off was the right call. I know I wouldn't have liked to have been in the dressing room afterwards when Joe Linton's probably kicking bottles about in an anger, but he'll understand. He needed to bring him back, and he needed to to get him fit for this game, because this is the kind of game where he can really impact it. And, Everton have some really good players. They can sit deep and they can cause us some issues. But when you look at that back line, I mean, I mentioned before Karabag, I think that's the slowest back four I've ever seen. Everton's right now is very, very close to that.
Similar.
So
Yeah.
you almost want them to have the ball a little bit so we can get Gordon and Alanga behind a little bit more. I'm actually surprised Alanga's starting, because I think on the ball, I know Murphy hasn't been in good form, but he suits playing this Everton side a little bit better than Alanga does, in my opinion. But if they are going to just sit deep, you probably need players who, can create a little bit of madness and magic. I've combined there. I don't mind that, actually. And Alanga is capable of that. We haven't seen it much, but he is capable.
Choppy's asked a question just before you disappear, Pete, and I think this should be interesting to you. For the panel and everyone in comments, does anyone think that the opposing side should get 2 points for an away scoring draw? Well, only if the home team only get a point. I think, to mix it up a little bit, I think that would be, I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I think what you would find there is probably games that have become a little bit more open. I think a point these days is as good as a loss, if I'm honest with you, when you think how many, we spoke about this last season, didn't we? Where teams go out there and you seem to lose a lot of ground when you become a draw specialist.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I think we'd start to see 10 men behind the ball every away game. So while I appreciate it's something different, for me, I can just imagine how the likes of Sunderland would play every single week. They're already bad. Could you imagine if they were getting 2 points for drawing with Bournemouth away or something like that? I like the concept of something a little bit different, but I think it would need to be tweaked a little bit for me. But that's the only issue I have with it, to be fair.
What's your thoughts, mate?
Yeah, I don't think I would be in favour of that. To be fair. But what I would say, right, is I think they should bring back the away goals rule in the European competitions.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that makes it more exciting. It creates more jeopardy, and you get away teams. Then the onus is on them to try and get the goal. So it becomes a more of an entertaining spectacle that way. So I would definitely bring back the away goals rule.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't give up the whole point scoring for the Premier League. I can't sign off on that. Unfortunately,
no. Well, like I said, I think sometimes we've changed too much, and I think the game has just got confusing. The handball rule. Nobody seems to know what the blooming handball rule is these days. And like I say, if they all work off the same authority, this IFAB situation, then why is European referees look at handballs totally different to Premier League referees? And apparently it's the fact that they have what they call in-house rules. So each league will govern the handball rule the way they see it. And again, I think that's caused controversy in itself. And it's the same with the offside rule, with this 5 centimetre rule that should give the advantage to the attacker. It doesn't seem to happen. It just doesn't seem to happen unless your name's Liverpool, Manchester City. Then it seems to happen far too regular. But I think, like I say, you're right. I think keep it as is. Don't make it more confusing for the watchers, and hopefully, the game in its own ability should. And I think that is the thing now. I mean, there's so much money being thrown around, even at the lesser clubs, as we used to call it. We used to call the Premier League the Yo-Yo League. Well, it ain't anymore. If you've got good backing, it seems as though with the right boy, with the right transfers that you bring into your side. Look at Leeds. You can make a go of it. And look at these sides like the Bournemouths that don't get a massive following, but they seem to have steadied the ship now. The Brentfords, these are all teams at one time used to be up and down the leagues all the time. Not anymore. Them days have well gone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we still do see a few yo-yos in Burnley and stuff there, but the old days where it was Norwich, Palace, etc. You know, it used to be every other season. Sunderland as well, they'd go down, then they come up, then they go down, then they come up, and it was you had 3 points guaranteed pretty much every season unless you were Newcastle against these kind of teams, which was incredibly infuriating growing up to that. But yeah, I like the fact that we see new names in there. There's a lot of clubs who growing up were Premier League, you know, mainstays for me that I would love to see back. But there is something quite nice about having a team come up like a Luton Town. I know they've come up, they've gone back down, and then back down again. They did a Sunderland.
Yeah, they did a
But
Sunderland, yeah.
it was, you know, it's nice having a new team in there. And for those doing the away day, and Kenilworth Road's one of the more unique stadiums people will ever get to visit. So it's nice
walking
having
through them washing lines, mate. That is hilarious.
Yeah,
Absolutely
Grant's hanging up a washing while you're getting to the football. It's brilliant.
Absolutely fabulous. I mean, back in the day, Watford was always a ground that I used to enjoy visiting. When you walked around the back of their allotment, it was like, oh god, it's all changed now. But it used to be a horrible place to go because you know when you think you're a homie. And all the home fans used to congregate in one part of and the police was taking you down this very narrow lane right around the back of the allotment. Not nice at all back in the 80s, but like I say, I'm glad it's all changed now. So let's have a quick look at the way FOTMob have lined us up before you disappear. We have, like I say, they've gone with this very famous 4-3-3 of Eddie Howe's, Popey, Trippier, Chow, Byrne, Hall across the back, which is exactly what we expected to be. Botman obviously back on the bench after his stiffness. Ramsey, Tonali and Joe Litton, but again, they've gone with the Ramsey right-hand side and Joe Litton left-hand side, which is, again, I would like that swapped around a little bit to see if we can get a little bit more continuity out of the likes of J7. Elanga right-hand side, Anthony Gordon left-hand side, and Woltemade middle of the three. Again, it's a standard 4-3-3, and Pickford in goal for them. O'Brien right back, Tarkovsky, Braithwaite, and Mikolenko left back for them. 2 sixes, Gay and Garner, who seem to be heavily linked at one point for the Newcastle move, to be fair. That seems to have run a little bit quiet these days. Undai, Dewsbury Hall and McNeil across the high line at the attacking midfield with young Beto up front. And like I say, out of Beto and Barry, there doesn't seem to be a good one amongst them, if I'm honest with you, for the Everton forward line. And like I said, Michael, you banged on before when you said, you know, we shouldn't be really scared of their forward line because there isn't a lot there. But what we can't afford to do is give them the respect that sometimes we do give when we sat right back.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's be honest, and I remember the 1-0 at the end of last season where we all thought everything was going to pop before Manchester United and Villa sort of handed us Champions League qualification in the end. But it was Ndai on that day who, for me, he stood out as one of the best players on the pitch, and he'll be one that, you know, gets linked with Man United for a £60 million move. I know he already is, to be fair, but in the summer there'll be the whole shebang about him moving somewhere else, and he is a real danger. He is, for me, the Everton player, if Grealish isn't playing, who is going to create, and I'm very happy he's up against Lewis Hall, because Hall does tend to have good games against good players. You know, Salah struggled against him, Saka struggled against him, so for me, I'm quietly quite confident, and I don't like feeling that way, I'll be honest.
No, at times, confidence has been our problem. If I'm honest with you, we have sometimes struggled somewhat against teams when we feel as though it's ours to win. We have got the mighty win coming now with a conversation. Let's have a listen to what the mighty's saying. Hopefully, I've got the sound on, and let me just check down there. I have. Here we go.
Win didn't turn the sound on.
No sound.
You can't hear it?
No.
Well, that's weird because I have got everything switched here. I don't, like I say, I don't know what it is with the Mighties. Whenever he says, I can hear it in my headphones,
Right.
but I can't hear it.
Very strange.
That is weird because, like I say, I've unchecked everything, so I don't know.
I'm sure he's going to thank you for that
I know
still.
what I haven't done. No, I know what I haven't done. I'll come back to it in a second. Bear with me a second. I know what I haven't done. I've been a bit of an idiot.
Right, well.
So,
like I say,
so you can't blame the Fosters then.
No, I can't. Well, to be fair, I'm on Desperado today because I didn't have time to go to my local for a brown ale, and that's all my missus.
I'm thinking about Win. He's had a few Fosters, no doubt, and maybe he had it on mute when he recorded, but
Yeah,
we can't hear that then.
he likes to say it's the old Empire Lager, doesn't he? But it's always a Foster's. But yeah, just a confirmation for those. Bournemouth 1, Sunderland 1 is a full-time score.
That's a good result for Sunderland because, yeah, Bournemouth, quality team under Ariola.
So I just thought I'd come on pre-match prediction and comment on the we're back in the sunshine, lovely. On the lineups and seeing it go. There's a lot of discussion. Is it 4-3-3? Is it 4-2-4? Is it? I want to see 4-1-4-1. Back four picks itself, obviously. I want to see Tonali in the middle. And then the next four, surprise, surprise, I want to see Woltemade in that four. Woltemade, J7 in the middle, Ramsey on the left, Elanga on the right. And I want to see, despite everything I've said the rest of the season, Gordon up front. Because Gordon is the one trigger for our press. That lovely trigger word that Gary likes to use. Because if we go with Woltemade up top, I'm just fearful that the press will disappear completely. Woltemade is not that type of footballer. And in complete contradiction, who would have thought it, to what our mighty leader said on the website and on the chat this week when commenting on the Barcelona draw. I think we have to go against Barcelona with exactly this formation. I am excited by 4-1-4-1 with Gordon up top doing whatever he wants to do. And the poor kid, in the words of the animals, he's just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let him be misunderstood. Because I think Anthony Gordon's intentions are all for the Toon, despite what numerous people are saying, that he's had his head turned and he gives up and he does this. I don't believe that for 1 second. But time will tell, time will tell. I am very hopeful for this afternoon now after seeing the lineup. Have a great show, lads, and away the lads.
And there you go. The boy has done us proud, I suppose. You could say that. That's the thoughts of mighty Win all over Anthony Gordon. He loves Anthony Gordon. I mean, I must admit, he gives us a little bit of bite when he plays up top. But again, what I've noticed from Eddie Howe, we talk about triangles, and I'm not against the press whatsoever. But I do like the way Eddie Howe has set up the press now, where instead of going man for man really high, he goes three, but he goes three pacey players. And without Willock as that third pacey player now, is it easy for teams to move the ball away from their defence if they want to play out with Pickford? Because that was the thing. That's always been the thing with me. When you've got the likes of Woltemade, when you've got the likes of Ramsey and J7, they're not the quickest in the world to get on as that third player. So is it easier for teams to play against us when we play three as the pressers?
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt.
You got an echo?
Yeah.
Have we got an echo? I can't hear it.
Yeah, Gary, I think it's on your side when you switch the audio.
Ah, right. Okay. There you go. Has it gone now?
Let's see and find out. Yeah, that's better.
All
Lovely
good.
stuff.
Hey, there you go.
All
There
good.
you go. There you
Lovely
go.
stuff. I just need to remember the question now. No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, let's be honest, when Voltemade is in that nine, we are going to struggle a little bit more with that press, particularly on Pickford. He is a good goalkeeper when it comes out to playing against the press. But what I think we'll probably find today is that the press begins 5-10 yards a little bit deeper. And whether that's a good thing or not, I'm not 100% sure. But what I think it will do is it'll allow us to, pick the ball up in front of the likes of Gay and Garner and Drewsbury Hall instead of nabbing it directly off Tarkowski and Branthwaite. Voltemade still can press. When we were playing that high press, he was the one that was sort of helping intercept things in midfield. He was moving about close to where the ball was, cutting down the passing lanes. Is he going to be as effective as Anthony Gordon was? No, absolutely not. He hasn't got that pace. But what we will find is Voltemade can press. Whether it's not great, but he can do it. And against the likes of Tarkowski and Branthwaite, who aren't great playing out from the back, if we just drop it 5 yards a little bit deeper, force Everton to play it in midfield, those passing lanes cut out, I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, we've got Battle Axe here saying that Gordon will be so isolated in this 4-1-4-1, which seems to be this fluid 4-3-3 that Eddie Howe likes. It does sometimes show itself as a 4-1-4-1. And that sometimes has isolated Tonali, hasn't it? Just want to show this from the man himself, the American mag. He's obviously on his journey, so on his travel. So I hope you've had a safe journey. We're knackered. Cheers, lads. Good job. Thanks, Christopher. Like I say, I hope you have I think he's off to Nashville. Excuse me. So have a lovely day in Nashville. It doesn't sound exotic when you say things like that. Nashville. I'd love to go to Nashville just to listen to the music.
Sounds more exotic than Blythe, I'll give you that.
Well, I'm going to say, sounds a lot more exotic than rugby, if I'm honest with you. Rugby, yeah. You see, I live in the world where they ran with the ball, obviously, back in the day, Mr. Elliot Webb, or Webb Ellis, I should say. So, listen, we are going to be getting into the nitty-gritty of the game. Is there a weakness in the lineup that you see for Newcastle? I'm going to come to you first then, Pete. Is there an area of concern? I'm not going to say weakness because that just throws a bit of doubt. But is there an area of concern on the team? Yeah, there's been lots of question marks about the minutes that Trippier's made. The commitment obviously has been there. For me, his recovery gives, and I'm going to say this in my mentality, like I say, approach to the game. It's what I witnessed the other day. What I've noticed with Kieran Trippier, when he's beaten for pace, he chooses another option. So he'll go then and try and cut the ball out, which sometimes leaves a gap wide open. It's what me and Michael noticed the last time he went out there to commit himself to the ball when we were on the defensive, facing our own goal. We were all backtracking. It had beaten Kieran Trippier. And what he decided to do then was try and get to the ball because it was closer to him than him chasing the man. It just leaves that left-hand space, that inside left position of the penalty area wide open. With Kieran Trippier now being obviously of an age where he hasn't got that recovery leg, do we rely now on our midfielders to cover that situation?
I think we probably do a little bit, but I have to say, Trippier really proved me wrong from the Tottenham game onwards, really. When we all thought he needed a rest, he needed to come out of the team at that point, and he found energy from somewhere. Because since Tottenham, he galvanized the team. I think they had that meeting as well behind the scenes with the likes of Trippier and the senior players got together, and I think Trippier led that, and it shows how important his leadership is. So since then, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't think he's 35 and he's played a lot of games this season, but I've got to give him credit. I think he's looked as energetic as I think as what you can expect him to be. You know, like he's really, I think, last few games, yeah, he's raised his levels to try and compensate a little bit from what was happening earlier in the season before the Tottenham match. So I don't know. I mean, we've got Shahar there, but yeah, I think today you would trust Trippier to find that the energy levels again from somewhere with it being such a big game. I think my concern for that lineup, I guess, for today is just again going back to the attack is you've got Tarkowski on. If Voltemade is playing up front, Tarkowski is a very aggressive, no nonsense defender, and he's going to get tight and he's going to try and suffocate Voltemade, and physically he may well do that. Um, so that's a bit of a concern. Again, I'm a bit surprised that Eddie's kind of moved Voltemade further forward if that is how it pans out. And also, like you talked about the press before, it means then there's emphasis now on Elanga to be part of that press from the front. So I've mentioned this before. I would like to see more aggression from Elanga, and I think the press is only going to work if he shows that aggression and ups his game that way. Because yeah, it's not just on the ball where we want to see him do better. And as I said earlier, we all want him to do well. We're behind him, but I think even off the ball, when he's closing down, he's going to have to show a bit more aggression and a bit more kind of will to get that ball back and to shut down the opposition, because I think he tiptoes about a bit too much for my liking, and he kind of accepts if things don't go his way. He seems to accept it too easily. So yeah, there's pressure on him today to do that, and that's why I thought Murphy might have played today. But we'll see. It's an interesting lineup, you know. As I say, Eddie's the gaffer, and he's how many things has he got right under his tenure? He's got most things right. So I'm questioning it. I'm looking at it. I'm thinking, well, maybe I would do this differently, that differently. But we'll see how it pans out. You know, it might be the perfect selection. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned many a time, you know, he chooses a style and a tactic for each opposition, and to some, and like I say, some will say that's a detriment to keeping continuity because players are having to shift their mental approach to the game for each. It's like a different shift every time you go on. Um, and to a degree, I understand that. You know, where you see a lot of other teams, they'll make a slight adjustment to the tactic, but they won't make a major adjustment to a tactic.
Mhm.
Michael, do you feel Eddie Howe's approach to these individual matches where he'll throw a different slant to it? Do you think that's been one of Newcastle's Achilles' heels this season? Shouldn't have changed from any other season under his tenure, but we seem to have suffered a lot more this season. Is that coincidence with new players coming into the side too?
I think it's a coincidence of those players not settling perhaps as well as what they could have, whether that's on the players or the atmosphere at Newcastle when they've come in. Let's be honest. You can only blame the summer for so much, but people were saying a couple of months ago the summer was a calamity, and they were completely right. You know, we brought in players, even if those players are going to now hit the ground running, they weren't given the right standing to do that when they first come in. You know, there was an immediate cloud over the Alexander Isak saga, how terrible we were in pre-season. So I think every player that's come in, you know, they've been. It's like starting a game of Monopoly, 20 sets back, well, 500 quid down for these players. And it's, for me, I think we will start to see the best of them. We will start to see them come good. And they've shown glimpses of it. Ramsey's a bit more consistent than the other two. Voltemade started well, but a bit of an unknown commodity, let's be honest. I remember Wolves had a striker about the same height, Kazaziklic or something like that. He came in, played one game, scored in his first game, got injured, never to be seen again. And it's one of those where I think those first opening games, you can really overplay, and because teams aren't quite used to how you're going to line up. And I think we saw that a bit with Voltemade. He's still a great player. Alanga has took a while to block in. Summer's hit us a little bit, but I don't think it's the changes that have been the reason for that. I think they've been a necessity, but I think sometimes, you know, hindsight is a lovely, lovely thing. Sometimes we've been guilty of approaching games wrong, and particularly when we've gone 1-0 up. West Ham and Brentford are going to stay in people's minds for years because of how poor those two were when we went 1-0 up. But both games, we started okay. So I think in-game management, and people have mentioned it so many times in the chat. It's one of Eddie Howe's biggest criticisms against him, and rightfully so. Every manager has their flaws. That's his. If he can improve that, which he has done a bit more over the last 5 or 6 games, there's still some issues for me, but he's the manager. I'm not. He sees them every day. I don't. So I can see why he does things. Doesn't mean I have to agree with all of them, though.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, like I say, your sentiments are absolutely spot on. And like I say, we've all got opinions. And like I say, literally every home game, we see there's 52,000 managers at St James's Park,
Yeah.
all
Exactly.
with an individual, opinion, if you like, of what Eddie Howe could do better.
Well, Gary,
like I
I'm
say,
going to let you.
go on,
I'm
mate.
going to let you two
Yeah, you
lads
crack
crack
on, mate. Yeah.
Just everyone listening on. If you're listening on DAB, stay tuned. You're going to get all full match commentary from Gary and Michael. So enjoy. And cheers to everyone, all the legends in the chat as well. Been great today. So yeah. But however, lads, and let's hope we can do it. So
Cheers,
see you
dude.
later.
It's been lovely having you. Thank you ever so much for starting us off, as always.
No worries. Cheers.
Take care, mate. Right, there you go. There's Peter. We are literally 14 minutes from kickoff. So we will get right into the information that we have right after this short break.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio.
the voice of the Toon Army, live daily on the website, on YouTube,
on DAB,
and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
Right then, Newcastle return to the Premier League action this afternoon with the Toffees head to Tyneside for a non-televised 3 p.m. kickoff. So like I say, we will be doing kick-by-kick commentary all the way through to give you a heads up. Following a 4-1 win at the Hill Dickinson Stadium in November, the Magpies are bidding for their second Premier League double of the season. Burnley was the other one. Less pleasingly, following losses to Aston Villa, Brentford are seeking to avoid 3 successive Premier League home defeats for the first time since February 21, when Steve Bruce was in charge and the games were behind closed doors. Team, obviously, we know some of the injuries, Bruno Guimaraes, Fabian Schär, Tino Livramento, and now, obviously, Louis Hall being a long-term injury problem. Newcastle will be, obviously, without them for the foreseeable future. It seems as though Lewis Miley's couple of weeks is going to be a couple of months before we see him. Malik Chow is available again following, and he's straight back into the side, which is great to see because he does give us that extra pace and dimension at the back. Jacob Ramsey obviously missed the Karabag, and again, he's back from this slight hamstring issue, but passed his fitness test yesterday with flying colours. Sandro Tonali is 1 game away from completing a century of appearances for Newcastle in all competitions. And I must admit, from the time when we saw Tonali's head and form, that looked like it was being turned. Last few games, I've seen a different Tonali, and I hope that continues in today. Obviously, Everton have got Jack Grealish, who seems to have been their cherry, if I'm honest with you, because they are a little bit lost without that creation from Jack Grealish. And obviously, Charlie Alcaraz is also doubtful and not made the team today. Although they have routinely struggled on their own pitch, Everton arrive at St James's Park unbeaten in their last 5 Premier League away games, drawing at Burnley, winning at Forest, winning at Villa, drawing at Brighton, and winning at Fulham. That came after a 2-0 loss at Chelsea and was preceded by another 3 games unbeaten away sequence, drawing at the Mackems, winning at Manchester United, and winning at Bournemouth. Today, in the middle, we see a Stuart Atwell, game number 3 this season for the Warwickshire Whistler, following on from the 1-3 loss at Brentford and the 2-1 home victory over Burnley. In VAR, we have Nick Hopton. And like I say, I hope to pray, if I'm honest with you, that those two we don't mention very often during the live commentary, because over the last few weeks, it has been all about VAR. It's always been a man in the middle with a whistle. And like I say, with this Stuart Atwell, we haven't had great results. So it's going to be an interesting one to see whether he allows the game to play out or whether he obviously wants to enjoy that whistle to mouth. That's a little bit of information about obviously the teams coming to St James's Park. Like I say, there doesn't seem to be any issues. There's a couple of problems in and around the stadium. Barrack Road will be closed, obviously, as we know, to traffic post-match between Stanhope Street and St James's Boulevard, beginning at the final whistle or earlier and continuing up until 45 minutes after full time or when crowds have dispersed. Buses due to the closure of Barrack Road go northeast. The X50 football services to the Metro Centre will depart from St James's Boulevard outside the City Gate building. So there you go. That's all of your up-to-date. There doesn't seem to be any issues regarding the Metro or the rail services. It does make a change. Yeah, it does make a change. And just a quick note on the under-21s. They got a score draw 2 apiece with 2 goals from Sean Neve against Brighton on Friday. There you go. That is it. That is your all up-to-date news. Like I say, we are 9 minutes from the start of the game. And like I say, we will do our best to make sure that we're all synced because we have had 1 or 2 technical issues over the week or so. And like I say, with our mate Chris, who works tirelessly in the background, to be fair, that usually pulls all the punches, we're hoping the stream is perfect. So then, mate, we've just, like I say, for me, their kingpin has been, like I say, the one that's given Everton a very good platform to build this season under Moyes. Is Grealish, again, a player that was, I would say, linked to Newcastle, because, like I say, I think the world and his brother seems to be linked to Newcastle at some point or another. Big loss for them. Yeah,
absolutely. He's an absolutely fantastic player. The only issue you could potentially find was his attitude. He was always in the press for one reason or another. But one thing that Everton have managed to do in his absence is, remain unbeaten away from home. They've beat Fulham. They drew with Brighton, beat Villa. They're on a decent run. I think they're in the best form of any side away from home, unbeaten in the last 6. So for me, you know exactly what they're going to do. Teams have struggled to combat them against it. But one thing that I have seen is that Everton are the biggest. I'll say this at the start. In fact, before I go through it, I'll go through that super chat that's just been put in there. From Benjamin. Yeah, good morning from sunny Pittsburgh. We're going up the table today, boys. I feel it. Best company duo, you lot. I'm feeling a big Nick brace. How are the lads? Thank you very much,
Ben.
Benjamin.
I hope Levi's doing well as well in his football. He's like I say, he seems to be. Well, you're certainly ripping it up in the prediction league, you and Levi. So give him all our best here at NUFC Talk, buddy. It's lovely to have you along as always. And I wish I was there with you, if I'm honest with you, if it's sunny, because to be fair, all it is here is grey.
The sun's come out in Newcastle. It's a sign.
Mate, it was. we travelled into London expecting it to be a couple of degrees warmer, and it was howling wind this morning. Well, I say London. I was on the outskirts of London, and it was cold. I went down in my Crocs as well with no socks. I'm not a socks and Crocs guy, and my missy says we took the little puppy down with us to give it a bit of a run in the car to get her used to journeys. And she says, come on, we'll go through here. And as I turned, I put my foot directly into a deep puddle. And when you've got water in between your toes and you're squelching a little bit. Yeah, it's not nice. It wasn't nice.
Lovely visual weird. For our DAB listeners.
Yeah. Absolutely. It was like a scratch and sniff type of situation.
Oh, delightful. Just one thing I was going to just quickly say before the super chat came in. And obviously that takes priority over me, as it bloody should.
Absolutely.
But Everton are overperforming, and what I was going to say is there's 3 overperformers this season. In regards to XG, Aston Villa, Everton, and Sunderland. We've seen Aston Villa start to drop. We've seen Sunderland start to drop. Everton haven't yet, but away from home, they're the biggest overachievers, and Newcastle are one of the biggest underachievers at home. So, what I am saying is that Everton can put the ball in the net and be clinical. Newcastle can't, which maybe I'm predicting a 1-0 for Everton now, but their luck has got to run out at some point, and I genuinely think today is that day. Newcastle, 4 out of 5 the last Premier League games we've lost. That changes. We're still scoring goals. We're still doing all right. It's just about time we were clinical and we put the ball in the back of the net. And the last time I remember us being really, really clinical was that 4-1 against Everton.
Against Everton, absolutely. And I think that speaks volumes, mate. This is the first 3 p.m. kickoff since the 4th of January. That just seems to be, it's crazy, isn't it? 4th of January. And if we win today, we jump up to 8th in the Premier League. And again, for me, that's where we need to start looking. The lads I can see are in the tunnel, ready to don St James's Park. I know that's why I said this is where the Geordie boys comes, because every time I see war flags, I do get a little bit of butterflies in my tummy. And like I say, I've given up a lot this season because, like I say, I haven't gone to one game for the love of doing this for all our listeners out there. And like I say, this is where I'd love to be, but you can't beat going there. It just gives you a different feeling altogether. So like I say, you can see my commitment to you guys out there in viewerland and listenerland. I love you guys so much that I'm missing the live games. Well, I'm not missing it because I'm watching it, but I mean, you know what I mean? The atmosphere just isn't the same. But it's doing my very weak legs these days, the world of good, climbing them stairs. I must admit.
Also, from being having a season ticket to working on the bars, there's nothing better than seeing families in there at St James's Park. And being a bit older now, going to have a family of my own soon. That is something that I really do appreciate, and there's nothing better than something we just saw there on the screen. Young lads with either his granddad or his dad, just pointing up the screen. You're on the screen, and just the happiness of the two of them together. There's nothing like it, and it's lovely to see those smiling faces in the crowd again.
You're absolutely right. I mean, it is just fantastic. Like I said, the atmosphere at St James's Park, I don't care where or who you play, it always seems to be a fab thing. And I listen, it has been quiet recently compared to how it was, because our form has been very up and down. But like I say, the results have been fantastic.
They're just showing the lineup here on the stream, by the way, and it's showing Woltemade at left wing. Which is an interesting one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is. There's so many different ways this could be, mate, to be fair. And like I say, I don't think Woltemade would suit Wissa on that left-hand side, if I'm honest with you. I think they've got that a little bit wrong. That probably would though, I think that would be, though, if you were looking at that as a combination, maybe you've got Elanga and Anthony Gordon being the two front men and Woltemade just sitting in the hole. That would be some test for Everton.
Yeah, absolutely. You've seen it's a bit like what PSG have done at times, where last season in the Champions League you saw Dembele come a little bit deeper, or whether it was Doué or Barcola or Kvaratskhelia, one of them would come deeper and the other two would just sort of have free roles in front to do what they want. And because PSG was so fluid, they got away with it and looked incredible. I mean, don't be wrong, we're not at those levels yet. But if that's something he wants to try, I can see Woltemade working in that role really well. Gordon potentially as well. Still need to be convinced on Anthony Elanga.
Yeah, you're right, mate. Like I say, Newcastle are, like I say, out having the photographs taken with a lot of mascots. I hope they don't leave them in the centre circle today. we need that sorted. But all smiles. And like I say, I didn't realise Tarkovsky was that tall, I must admit. Or is it the fact that Kieran Trippier is that small?
It's a combination of the two, I think. Tarkovsky, a bit of a giant. War Trips, 5'8", 5'9", something like that.
Yeah, something like that, isn't it?
I just love seeing him next to Dan Burn, personally. What a contrast.
Yeah, 6 changes from the team today. Again, 7 against Karabakh. So again, a lot of change with Eddie Howe's team today. So again, a lot of fresh legs out there as well. So again, we should expect a bit better of that press. So it's going to be very interesting. Just looking at Moyles, just giving some instructions to McNeil, and obviously trying to explain to him that Kieran Trippier is on sticks. So get at him.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. Even the Dwight McNeil, who's not the paciest, probably does have a bit of a pace advantage on Kieran Trippier, and that's no slight against Trippier. That's just sort of the way it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. Just waiting for Stuart Atwell to get Everton again, kicking left to right as we look across at the East Stand.
It looks like they've got lined up for a unique kickoff here.
Yeah, Woltemade is, as you can see, across the three at the back with Anthony Gordon up top. So he is definitely playing on that left-hand side of a three, maybe not as a six, but obviously as an eight. So it is going to be an interesting one. We are off and away with Lewis Hall, drops it back to Dan Burn, gets deflected. And again, Everton managed to get the throw in because, unfortunately, we didn't get it away from the Newcastle half. And again,
early sign of intent there from Beto, wasn't it? Closing Dan Burn down as soon as he got on the ball. I wonder if the Everton have already decided when Dan Burn gets on that ball, that's when we press. Because
long throw in, and Dan Burn gets his head to it. Back to O'Brien though, and again it's out for another launcher. I would imagine it seems to be the new thing these days. Throw-ins seem to be new corners as they look to aim at that near post.
That'll all change. I think that'll change next season. I think they're bringing in that low 5 seconds, longest for a throw-in, I believe. So if that is what they end up doing, long throws are going to go, and I couldn't be happier.
No, it does seem to change. There's a ball down the line here for Ramsey to pick up. And Elanga then makes a run on the inside right. Ramsey still keeping hold of that ball down that right-hand side. Again, going to the byline. And he does it well to get the ball into the box, but couldn't really get any purchase on it. And Everton are able to clear it away down that left-hand side up towards Beto, who gets it down on his knee. He does really well there, to be fair, under a lot of pressure from Chow. And again, Everton just taking it back for Pickford to get an early touch. The Mackham gets his usual boos from the St. James's Park.
Yeah, he'll be loving it, won't he?
Oh, absolutely. And I think sometimes he revels on stuff like that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a personality, let's be honest. If he wasn't a Mackham, I think most Newcastle fans would actually quite like him as a goalkeeper. I know I probably would. Of course, I can't like him given his status as a Mackham, but he's a good keeper, isn't he? Begrudgingly.
Yeah, absolutely. Up to Beto there from Gay. Back to Gay from Dewsbury Hall. Again, Newcastle happy to sit off Everton as we speak at St. James's Park, allowing Everton just to have a few early touches. Again, they're going nowhere, to be fair, apart from backwards. But it is definitely Anthony Gordon playing as the out-and-out striker, with Woltemade just sitting in. So a little bit of a change in what we all thought today.
Yeah, when we actually got that attack up, the first attack from us in the game, Jacob Ramsey getting to the byline, Woltemade was nowhere to be seen. And for me, that is the worry. But as you say, he is pretty much playing as a 10, it looks like now. Joe Linton's just lost out and Everton can break. But
yeah, that's where I said, J7 looks sometimes really uncomfortable in this left centre of the field. Well done with Anthony Gordon there, getting the ball out of his feet, but again, deflected back to McNeil for Everton. Better. Back to McNeil down this right-hand side. Again, Everton having a little bit of time on the ball here at St. James's Park. O'Brien again. Garner. Back to O'Brien on this right-hand side. Inside to Beto. Again, Byrne just gets a toe to it and Woltemade plays it up to Gordon. And again, Newcastle take a little bit of positions.
Not a lot of urgency getting forward there when we won the ball back. But we are only 3 minutes in, so it'd be a case of just getting a foot on the ball, trying to compose ourselves, get the passing movements correct. Joe Linton's out on the left-hand side, actually, looking at it now.
Yeah, he is. And again, like I say, this is what I said. I think the problem I find where Eddie Howe makes, he makes decisions for the team can have a massive impact on individuals. We've seen it with Woltemade, but that's good play from Ramsey with Trippier and down the line for Elanga, but just couldn't get in front of Branthwaite there, who goes all the way back to Pickford. Again, Trippier heads it forward, but that's only come to McNeil, and Louis Saul does really well
soft.
there. And yeah, we've just lost the stream a little bit, so bear with us. We'll try and
a
get
little
back.
bit of a soft foul. Lewis Hall goes in, wins the ball on Dwight McNeil. We'll see the replay here. He might catch him. He does actually catch McNeil on the side of his leg. It is a foul, but it's one of those. McNeil was always going down looking for it. Everton have took it a bit quickly. Mikalenko on the left-hand side tries a cross, goes no end. Everton will recycle their attack with Idrissa Gueye.
Well done. Thanks for stepping in, mate. We've got out on the left-hand side now for Everton with Mikalenko. Again, with a guy comes in, and again, as a ball goes back because of the press from Newcastle. Again, not allowing Everton any further forward than halfway into the Newcastle half. Again, just going back from Ndai there. Again, Newcastle allowing Everton on the halfway line. No real press from Newcastle. Ramsey definitely playing right centre of Tonali. Pickford now picking the ball up just outside his box. Tchaikovsky, again, comfortable on the ball. Dewsbury Hall dropping deep to pick that ball up. And again, back to Pickford, who again gets a boo from the Newcastle lot. Ball over the top, trying to get in and behind J7, and J7 does well to find Trippier. Who Popey shows a little bit too much, and Beto slides in on Popey there. And the referee's having a word with Beto as he comes back.
Yeah, well within his rights to slide in to make the challenge. We haven't actually seen how much contact there was because the camera moved away, but let's see here. Heavy touch by Nick Pope.
Doesn't touch him.
Nah, there's nothing in that. Beto will. He actually does catch him a little bit. Does bring him down with the arm as well at the end, but not a lot in it.
Nah. I mean, like I say, I think there was more contact with the ball, if I'm honest with you, than there was with Nick Pope. But anyway, it was a free kick to Newcastle, and Byrne, Hall on the halfway line now, gives it back to Dan Byrne, again gets it out of his feet and looks for that diagonal ball for Trippier. Great ball, to be fair. First time inside for Ramsey from Trippier. Elanga back to Ramsey. Again, got a bit of space now for Ramsey to look for a player. And again, there's problems with movement for Newcastle at times. Woltemade now picks the ball up, gives it to Byrne. Byrne on the outside now to Louis Saul, who gives it to Tonali. And again, movement outside for J7. J7 asking Woltemade to go down the line to free up space. Louis Saul again playing that inside line. Gives it back to Tonali. Louis Saul, Tonali. Again, looking for options, Newcastle. But Everton have dropped really deep. And again, Newcastle just want to start playing the ball 5 and 10 yards on these little give and goes. Ramsey now goes square into the centre circle with Dan Byrne. Dan Byrne out to J7. J7's first touch was really awful, to be fair, allowing Everton to try and whip that ball in and behind. But Popey sees the danger and he gets that out for a throw into Everton. It seems as though that's a tactic of Everton's, mate, doesn't it? Just allow us to come forward. Heavy touch from J7 and then just try and release Beto over the top.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hospital pass from Byrne as well. Far too much on it, really. I know you can zip players about, and a high quality professional, centre midfielder should be able to control it still. But as soon as they got the ball in behind, it's pretty much what we expected most of the game to be like. But Everton have had a lot more of the ball than I expected.
Yeah, Everton doing really well. And die with a shot. Ooh, it's just high and wide of Pope's right-hand corner. Like I say, but again, that's what Everton do. They did really well to get a little bit of space inside for Everton there. And nobody of a black and white shirt with 5 yards of him, to be fair, getting that shot off. But it's, like I say, he didn't really test Popey from that distance.
No, not at all. But it'll be Moisey that's happier with the first 10 minutes than Eddie Howe will be, absolutely. I think Everton have come here and they've got the foot on the ball a lot more than anyone expected. They've had the first shot of the game there with Ndiaye. Newcastle have got to improve in the next 10, 15 minutes, I would say.
I have indeed. Dan Byrne gets his head to that. But again, the 50-50 seem to be falling to a blue shirt at this present moment in time. Again, trying to get through the middle to Mbeto from Ndiaye to try and break those lines, but it's gone straight the way through. Anthony Gordon seems to have gone down onto his knees.
A little 50-50 in the air, went up, landed awkwardly on his back by the looks of it. But he's moving okay now.
Yeah, I think he was looking for some support, which he didn't get from the Everton lot, which you would expect. Like
he's not getting any support off these, is he?
Oh, Malik Chow's just fired it directly at Beto there. So simple. Ball, which wasn't done. And again, Ndiaye now, again, driving towards the Newcastle box. And again, Ramsey doing really well, just getting a toe to that. But Garner getting himself out to McNeil over on that, Ndiaye over on that left-hand side. Everton have started the better of the two teams, mate.
Yeah, we've been far too negative, sitting back, and Everton are just going to take a few pots. Well, they've just tried to take another one there with McNeil, and it's gone over the bar. Terrible effort from Dwight McNeil, but we're just allowing Everton space on the ball, and the issue is, you do that at Goodison Park, should I say? You can get away with it. You can say, you're just trying to stem the momentum, but to sit off them at St James's Park when you're supposed to be the aggressor in these kind of games, I think we expected Newcastle to have 60-65% possession in the early stages and Everton to be holding on. It's been nothing like that at all, and Newcastle, real danger of Everton haven't created much, but if you don't step up and start creating chances and doing better on the ball, we've just gave it away again there with Woltemade within like 2 or 3 touches, then you're going to be in real trouble.
Yeah, we've started lots of Premier games, if I'm honest with you, but we've got Woltemade in a little bit of space at the minute. He comes inside to Ramsey. Ramsey outside to J7. Hall goes on the outside. Hall gets it now from J7 into the box. But it's headed clear, but it's only come back to J7 on this left-hand side of the box. J7 whips it in, trying to get Elanga, but again, I think that's poor from Elanga, but it's come through to Trippier. Trippier gives it back to Elanga. Gives it to Tonali.
The attempt to control from Elanga there was really poor. It was almost as bad as the cross itself. From
Yeah,
Jason.
you're absolutely right. But I mean, we know the qualities of J7's left-hand side. It isn't brilliant. But again, I would see more of the Can girls do a type of legs up than the J7 did there, and Elanga, to be fair. J7 again with the ball on this left-hand side, plays the ball inside. Anthony Gordon drops into the hole. Hall again plays the ball to Anthony Gordon, who feeds it across to Malik Chow, who is, again, Everton drop off. He feeds the ball in heavy to Woltemade, back to Gordon. Gordon, J7! Oh! Couldn't get his hip over the ball. Leading a bit back, fires the ball, trying to find that top corner, but it's over the bar from J7.
Yeah, I think the bit I like the most in that intent is you can watch here. As soon as the ball went into Woltemade, Elanga and Gordon both went, right, now I've got to run. It gets into Gordon, knocks it to J7, and it's a J7 finish, isn't it? High, wide, and not very handsome, but
indeed
better from Newcastle.
Yeah, that's when you want Ivy Bones, if I'm honest with you, mate. A bit of a strange one, though, isn't it? Playing J7 out there rather than Harvey Barnes.
Yeah, it's a strange one, but I think it gives us a bit more versatility in the system that we set up. I imagine, a little bit of a there on the side. Beto with Dan Byrne, a little bit of a tussle, but Beto came out the victorious. Luckily, Kieran Trippier there to help out. Newcastle have won the ball back. Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one, isn't it?
So that's what sometimes you don't want. You just want them to pass the ball, and they're trying to do too much at times, Newcastle, and they're giving the ball straight back to a blue shirt, if I'm honest with you. But again, Everton do the same, trying to win a throw in there, play the ball straight to Hall. Malik Chow now gives the ball square. Halfway in the Newcastle half to Byrne, who goes out to Trippier. Trippier looks to get Elanga away down that right-hand side. Mikalenko watches that go out of play now for a Newcastle throw-in, taking no chances against the pace of Elanga. Not really been involved in the game much, Elanga, if I'm honest with you.
No, I can say that for a few of Newcastle's players, but Elanga's been the biggest culprit, absolutely. We're not trying to get it down that right-hand side too often. Trippier's going to launch in a long throw here. Dan Burn coming up. But you want to see... Oh, no, he's not. He's going to play it short, and it's an absolute waste and a turnover.
Waste. Absolutely. And now we've got a... here we go. We have got Ndai now making a great run. The ball into Dewsbury Hall, who would run on that left-hand side. And Tonali's done really well. Shows a little bit too much of that, but in the end, it was offside for Everton anyway. A little bit annoying this, because obviously you could get hurt. You know, look at that. Tonali stayed down. And that's what annoys me. When a player goes offside, there's a ball gets played to him, they should just stop it. Because like Tonali doesn't see the offside given. So he's still committed to the tackle. He does really well to recover. Takes a bit of a heavy touch, which allows then Dewsbury Hall to make a challenge on him. He's gone over now, and it's given back to Newcastle. But again, an injury, potential injury, that didn't need to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Although what I would like to see even more is what actually happened on that right-hand side. Definitely. We see it so many times where you were saying with the offside not being called quick enough. What we didn't see, and the camera didn't move quick enough, was what actually happened, because it seemed like it went to the feet of Trippier and just it bounced off him. But I don't know who it was. It just seemed to happen so quickly, and Everton had a 2v2 from within 5 seconds of Newcastle throwing the ball onto the pitch.
Yeah, but again, we've committed bodies forward. They've got to be. That's what I said. They've got to be more concise when they're doing that. They're committing bodies forward, and again, that right hand side, it seems vulnerable. And Moisey's obviously isolating that area for Everton to try and, get bodies into that area. And that to me is a concern. Dan Burn holding his ribs. We know what's happened with Dan Burn's ribs already this season. So you have to be watching of that one.
Showing the percentage stat there, 50-50. Doesn't feel that way, I'll tell you.
No, it doesn't, does it? 2 attempts to 1 regarding... Oh, well... I thought that wasn't going to go anywhere. Elanga did well, but Ramsey did better, if I'm honest with you. Ramsey, again, just taking control of the ball and slowing the game down, the tempo. Ball over the top, trying to get for Joe Linton, who does well, but nobody following in behind him, to be fair, to benefit from that.
Isolated completely, and it's although I think I remember a goal against Tottenham where he controls it with his chest and then has it under contrle, but... very difficult to rely on J7 to do that time and time again. Lewis Hall's done well intercepting, but it's a little bit of a kerfuffle. But Woltemade did well to head it on to Gordon, who he's up there on his own, still lost out. But
somebody in the chat said that Gordon's going to be isolated, and to be fair, he has been isolated, if I'm honest with you, because we are sitting in a little bit too deep at times. And like I say, when we've got the ball in, because movement from J7 was good there, then obviously because of Gordon's movement coming inside, there's still nobody within touching distance of J7. So again, whoever makes those late runs into the box find themselves isolated because of the want of the ball from players not involved in the game. It seems to be Achilles heel for Newcastle this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it happens specifically more so when we tend to go 5 yards further back on the press. And Everton are breaking here. They've got McNeil on the left-hand side, crossed in, but cleared by Malik Chow. Yeah, absolutely. I think it is one of those where every single time Newcastle seem to get forward, it is that midfielder on the edge of the box, in the box, whether you're counting Woltemade as a midfielder. But every single player who's up there seems to be isolated. And I know we've probably got a little bit of a rotation of, who we want to go forward, but it's not been good enough at all so far.
No, I mean, just the build-up of that corner kick again for Everton. I've just been watching the replay of that. And unfortunately, again, it's so easy through that midfield for Everton to break. And again, they're reliant on bodies overloading that left-hand side, Kieran Trippier's side. And they're getting straight into the box and creating so many problems. Ball comes in now to that near post, and it's in. Yeah, blooming hell. Braithwaite has got a flick on that header, and it's coming off the post, to be fair. It's beaten everybody. A really good free corner kick. Aimed at that near post, and it's just a little glancing header from Everton. It's gone in off the back post. It's Everton 1-0 at Newcastle. It's a poor start. Need to switch on now, mate.
Yeah, you can't say it's undeserved. Everton been the better side this opening 20 minutes. Newcastle far too slow, bit too lethargic. Everton, every time they've tried to go forward, they've been direct, they've been pacey, and they've benefited from a well-taken corner routine. Yeah, you had McNeil coming short. Nobody fell for it. We knew it wasn't going to go there, but Joe Linton takes a step back, and it's Branthwaite running ahead, gets a flick on it, and Tonali just couldn't track him well. He pushes him in the back, but it is a brilliant header, it must be said, from Branthwaite. With the pressure of Tonali on the back, Newcastle defending could have been a little bit better from Joe Linton and Tonali, but Everton deserve the lead.
Yeah, really, really poor first 20 minutes here at St James's Park for Newcastle United. 1-0 down to a Branthwaite header. Like you say, he kept his eye on the ball, under pressure from Tonali. Don't do enough for me, if I'm honest with you. If I'm absolutely 100%, you've got to be better with your runners. Allows him to get in front of you. And once you get in front, it's really difficult. Again, Anthony Gordon manages to get away with a heavy touch there. Again, deep in the Everton half, trying to find some space and get some momentum going for Newcastle. Plays the ball out to Elanga. But again, Elanga's first touch is absolutely awful. And it's allowed Everton to win that ball back. But again, there's a heavy touch. And Ramsey's actually questioning the referee's decision there because Ramsey had won the ball really well. But I think that's in Idrissa Ghana, that is down holding the outside of his ankle. I don't know what happened there. It didn't look as though it was much, if I'm honest with you.
Comes as soft as it comes. He gets the slightest touch from Ramsey and he stays down from 20-30 seconds. It's annoying, really. I'm more annoyed at Newcastle, though, let's be honest. But you see that so often where Everton lost the ball and the referee just immediately looked at Gay and went, okay, I'll give it. Terrible.
Yeah, we are, like I say, we are in this moment on the back foot. And like I say, look all over the place with several players looking lost. And again, we talk about position playing players, and that's exactly what it looks like. But that's a good ball from Ramsey, who's probably been the highlight of this half for Newcastle so far. Elanga running through Elanga. 2 or 3 challenges. Got the ball outside to Anthony Gordon. Gordon, what are you doing, lad? That's a really poor cross. It's cleared, but it's only come to Trippier, who's tried to play it down the line. And again, Mikalenko, deep in his own half, plays it off Anthony Gordon. And that's behind for a throw into Newcastle. What was Anthony Gordon doing there? He saw the ball going back against a lot of black and white shirts that really goes into the 6-yard box. And he plays it along the 18-yard box to nobody. Really poor decision for me.
Yeah, baffling one. It's usually where we see Bruno Guimaraes pop up on the edge of the box, and he usually plays that kind of ball as well, but no one there in that instance. And to be honest, it was a terrible, terrible pass. Even if there was someone there, I don't think they were getting it.
No, that ball out on that right-hand side. Again, Trippier and Elanga with 3 blue shirts around them. Again, Ramsey trying to get... that's again a poor decision for me from the referee. Ramsey, again, not really doing a lot. Everton player goes over, and it's a free kick again. Referee likes his highlights.
Yeah, he's stopping the game far too much for my liking. It's gonna even, it is mainly for Everton decisions, but it's a bit embarrassing, to be honest. Every time someone goes down, he's blowing his whistle.
Liverpool go 2-0 up against West Ham as I speak. Ball goes long to that left-hand side with Trippier again heading it forward. Ball gets headed forward again, but it's fallen to a blue shirt this time. Undai picks the ball up. Again, Newcastle do look 6s and 7s at the moment. Undai again picking that ball up. Played it in. Again, trying to come inside of Newcastle, but falls over and allows Tonali to play the ball back. You want to do that one, buddy?
Yeah, it's let's be honest. Random Access is gifted one membership, and it is gone to the Prez 2109, and hopefully that's a catalyst, and we can start to see something. Not anything directly to the game, but it's made our day better, hasn't it?
Well, that's the most positive thing that we've seen in this first half, if I'm honest with you. Thank you so much, Random. And the Prez, if you could do Random a massive favour and give him a thumbs up for gifting you that membership. And if you could do us a massive favour by continuing your membership here on in, that'll be great. Ball comes out from Pope to Malik Chow now, who's on the halfway line. Again, nobody in a blue shirt near him. Plays the ball simple to Tonali, who again just plays the ball out to Ramsey as a gimme. Elanga now gets it out of his feet, trying to get to the byline. And Mikalenko then just comes out, and Branthwaite comes and just clears the lines for a Newcastle throw-in. High now into the Everton half. Can Newcastle develop an opening off this one? It seems as if we are struggling from set pieces at the minute, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, set pieces seem like the only way we're going to score, because we haven't created anything from open play at all, and Everton are sat so deep.
Ball comes to Anthony Gordon again onto his right foot, trying to dick it in, but again to nobody in particular, and it's Everton who try and clear the ball. And again, Beto has got a chance to get the ball forward here. Dewsbury Hall was clear there if that ball had come from Everton into the centre. But again, there's a tackle on that left-hand side from Anthony Gordon. And it's panic, mate, for Newcastle at the minute at St James's Park. 25 minutes gone, Newcastle 0, Everton 1.
Yeah, Everton look the much superior team, I'm afraid to say. And even though they've got their system, they're setting up exactly how we expected them to, Newcastle haven't got an answer for it. And that's always the question. You play your system, you're going to master it, but can the team you're playing against find a way to play against it? And we certainly haven't. Sure, there's been a few poor refereeing decisions. Sure, you're unlucky from the goal. It's a great header. Absolutely fantastic finish. But you can't play the way Newcastle have and expect anything else, to be honest.
Yeah, Brentford have just gone 2-0 up as well against Burnley. Igor, again, gets on the score sheet. Another target for January for Newcastle. Thiago seems to be doing well down at Brentford there. Seems to be a find for them. Bit of a difference from our finds, if I'm honest with you, up top.
Yeah, definitely. The signing from, I think it was Club Brugge over the time. Actually, they showed a replay here of the goal. To be fair, there is a shout for offside with Tarkowski and Nita Pope, but Pope doesn't move, which means he's getting nowhere near it regardless. And I think they were asking the question of whether it was offside, but for me, it's 100% a goal. What did you think?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was a great finish, if I'm honest with you. I just didn't think there was enough to stop it, if I'm honest with you. The lad kept his eye on the ball all the way through, and it was just the perfect contact. And like I say, you can say it's luck to get it in off the post, but he got something on it, and that's all you can ask for. Again, Everton seemed the more composed with the ball at feet at St James's Park, and Newcastle at the minute, literally all over the place. Great tackle from Malik Chow there, winning that ball back. But again, Elanga really not doing a lot with the ball. The ball does come through to Woltemade, who again delays play, and Dewsbury Hall through the middle. Lewis Hall managed to get something on the ball and kicks it out to that left-hand side. And it's Trippier now picking that ball up, running towards the halfway line, fires the ball into Elanga. Elanga into Ramsey on the inside. Elanga trying to feed into Anthony Gordon, but again plays it into an Everton shirt, who again clear to the halfway line, and Newcastle throwing.
Yeah, it's let's be honest, the pass from Elanga to Ramsey is poor. Ramsey to Gordon isn't great, but Ramsey can't really, he's going to have to do really well to get that pass through to Gordon if he doesn't take it first time, which he doesn't. It's better from Newcastle, but it's still nowhere near good enough.
Well, the only player that's catching my eye, mate, is Ramsey at this present moment in time. He's the one that's trying to do so much in that middle. Kieran Trippier looks lost. J7 looks lost on this left-hand side. And Elanga, again, what can I say about Elanga apart from what is he doing? Yeah, he's got the ball. He's got to the byline. And I don't know. He has got a deflection on that, to be fair, from Mikalenko, which is a corner for Newcastle. Fingers crossed we can get something from this.
You'd hope so as well. There's another super chat in there. Was a Yami, you're on the Desperados. The writing is on the wall.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I couldn't get a dog today. The lucky dog. So Desperados was in the fridge. And I need a drink. So there you go. That's all it is. But you're right, mate. Desperate times for Newcastle. Can we do something here? We've gone short. Was that the right choice? Tonali into the box towards. Oh, get into the box. Oh! The two getting each other's way there. Malik Chow and Alanga getting in each other's way. The ball does come to J7, who gets a little header towards goal, but it was never going to cause Pickford any trouble, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely not. Let's be honest. It's not a great header. But the first one, Malik Chow almost pushes Alanga out the way, doesn't it? And that's never what you want to see, but it's good to see someone taking authority in the box.
Yeah, I mean, Alanga's just a statue, mate, isn't he? He doesn't even attempt, but he doesn't get out of the way either. That's the problem. He's, like I say, it's very statuesque. And the only thing I can honestly say, Newcastle have tried the ball down the line for Alanga to run onto, and Mikalenko has stepped 5 yards off him every time. And again, the ball over the top there to nobody in particular. Why are we doing it? We just pass into nobody behind the lines at the moment. Anthony Gordon's now come on the outside left-hand side. It does look like there's been a positional change from Newcastle to try and get a little bit more balance with Anthony Gordon on the left-hand side and J7 playing more inside left position. Tonali picking the ball up now again, driving the ball out to Alanga. We've got an overload if we use it. Alanga takes the shot on, and you got Kieran Trippier free on that right-hand side on the edge of the penalty area. Probably the wrong choice, to be fair. But you know what? It's a shot at goal.
Yeah, look, if Alanga kills it in the corner, we're saying it's brilliant. But you know, if you choose to take a shot in that position, you've got to do better than that. It can't be straight at Jordan Pickford. And I appreciate the effort, I appreciate the confidence, but the execution has to be better.
Yeah, Undai there for Everton, just getting himself caught offside. But again, it's a case of Newcastle making a change during the first half. Obviously, Eddie Howe after the first 25 minutes has seen enough. Hopefully, we can get something from this change.
Louis.
Well done, Louis Hall on the turn there. Plays the ball inside to, again, J7, trying to get on the outside. He's got lots of blue shirts around him. Plays it back to Tonali. Tonali inside to Ramsey. Ramsey gets the ball out of his feet. Get in! Ramsey gets the goal. He needed a change. Eddie Howe made the change. And straight away, Newcastle get on the equaliser. Slight deflection from the shot from Ramsey. But it don't matter. Newcastle won. Everton won. Get in!
It doesn't matter at all. And that's what we've been saying. We've said all season long, take shots, take a chance, and you'll get the look from it. We've started doing it a bit more over the last few games. Jacob Ramsey does it there. It's a great bit of play from Hall and Joe Linton. And I think Tonali, who plays the final pass. Tonali, who plays the final pass into Ramsey. Brilliant touch, gets it out of his feet, takes a shot. It doesn't look like it's great, but it doesn't matter because it's good enough to beat the T-Rex in goal. Get in!
Yeah, little arms couldn't reach that one. It was a great pass, and like you say, it was a good first touch out of his feet. And it's the first time Newcastle have found space on the D of the penalty box. And like I say, all it needed then was a little bit of luck. I don't think the first shot was going to beat him, to be fair, but that slight deflection with Pickford on his knees. T-Rex is never going to reach that one. Ball again from J7, aimed towards Tonali. Dan Burn here trying to get something down this line. Beto slides in. He does manage to get it to Pope. Pope fires it out towards Anthony Gordon. And again, it's headed back towards the Newcastle penalty area with Beto. The ball again with Garner, who feeds the ball back to the halfway line. Branthwaite fires it to Guy. Guy now into Tchaikovsky on the halfway line, firing it up to McNeil, who beats Hall there from Neil. Up to Beto. Beto back to Neil. Again, looking to shape one in. Oh, Popey slip. Oh, no. What are you doing, Popey? Popey goes down to his right-hand side, spills the ball inside, and it's a free run for Beto to run onto the ball. And it's an open goal. What the chuff is going on? We need to update the score, buddy, on the screen.
We do. Yeah, we do.
What is going on with Newcastle and that bloody Pope? Instead of pushing it wide of the post, he tries to get both hands on it to control the ball. And all he does is play the ball centrally for Beto to get on the end of it and just poke it into an empty net. That's scandalous, that is.
Yeah, it's absolutely atrocious from Nick Pope. It's a decent shot, no better than any that he has saved. Beto's well onside. It's almost like he tries to catch it and doesn't, and it's soft enough for him to do that. The shot, Beto lays it off. McNeil curls it in. It's a very standard save, and he has somehow tapped it straight into Beto's path, and Newcastle are 2-1 down.
I'm sorry, mate, but that comes off his arms. It doesn't even come off his hands. That's how poor that was. It actually dove past the ball. It comes off his forearms, right in the path of Beto. Literally 2 yards out. Even my nan would have buried that one. And bless her, she's been in the ground for 22 years. It's shocking. Absolutely shocking. Newcastle have got it all to do again. Let's see what happens. J7, get out of it, referee. That is never a frill. What is going on? J7 just muscles out wide there. Get out of it. That is shocking.
It's
again,
typical though, isn't it? Newcastle a bit of luck going our way, and then with the architects of our own downfall with a stupid mistake like that. And we've seen it so many times this season. Goalkeepers letting Newcastle down, and it's just another time.
Yeah, absolutely. J7 gets a bit of a telling off there, but he was absolutely right in that discussion with the referee, because it was a terrible decision against Newcastle. Again, we are, like I say, again against 12 men, not playing well, doesn't serve well for the rest of the game. We've got to show a little bit of commitment to the cause. Malik Chow now gives the ball back to Pope, who hoofs it clear. Again, probably his confidence a little bit low after that clanger. Ball headed back towards the Newcastle half, who again gets it forward to Nolly now with a ball forward to Alanga, who's come central. Alanga now moving on the diagonal to this left-hand side, going to the byline, gets it in towards the 6-yard box, and again it's hoofed clear by Tarkowski, out for a throw-in to Newcastle. A little bit more intent from Newcastle. This is better. Paul, yeah. J7 goes square. Go on, mate. Sorry.
It was a bit better before the goal as well, wasn't it? Malik Chow's pulling it out now. There's just a lot
Malik Chow, Ramsey into the 6-yard box. Cleared by Branthwaite for the corner. That's better. I'll tell you something there. Ramsey, for me, has been the by far the best player in a black and white shirt.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's not even close, to be honest. The architect of the goal, whether it's a bit, there is definitely a bit of luck in it, but he's also been better than almost everyone on the pitch in general play as well. Probably there without the goal.
Yeah, ball comes in from Trippier. It goes out from Beto. Trippier again gives it to Alanga. Alanga gets it out of his feet into the 6-yard box again. Headed clear. Dan Burn on the edge of the box. Chow. Oh, J7 swung at it. Took off his toe. Ball down to Anthony Gordon from this left-hand side now. Again, Gordon comes inside. Takes it to the back stick. Oh, there's a little bit. Oh, God. I think Malik Chow took his eyes off it. The ball bounces in the 6-yard box into the hands of T-Rex. Oh, a little toe onto that, It could have been a goal from Malik Chow.
Yeah,
he loses it in the air, doesn't it?
Yeah, they just lost sight of it at the wrong time. Woltemade and Chow both there. Looks like one gets the header. Both lose sight of the ball, and it falls beautifully for the Everton goalkeeper, unfortunately. And Tarkowski's down now with a bit of a knock.
Yeah. Again, J7 highlighted there by a little bit of a light challenge on Tarkowski. Again, the referee has a word with him as he walks past him. This is J7 all over, though. It's all or nothing with J7. J7 was late. I mean, crikey. We think the Metros are running late. If I can ask you guys, we are literally 39 minutes in and we've only got 44 likes. What's going on out there in the stream? I like this better than you do at the minute.
I don't like this at all. You thought about the stream, sorry, not the match.
Yeah, exactly. Can you do me a favour, because the game itself isn't going our way? Please hit them like buttons if you enjoy the commentary. it certainly puts a smile on my face. Elanga inside again to Ramsey. Ramsey inside to J7. J7, Gordon. Hall into the box. Hall down to the byline again. Gets stopped. Plays the ball back to Gordon, who again relieves a bit of pressure from Anthony Gordon and Everton. Plays the ball back down the line to Hall. Hall back to Gordon again, looking to go one-on-one against Branthwaite. Ball again with Gordon on the feet. Down the line to Hall. Hall whips it into the box. It's a great cross, but nobody really on the end of that one. Again, Beto can't deal with that clearance. Halfway line now with Chow. Chow outside to Kieran Trippier. Trippier now got time to play the ball to anybody on the park. Gives it to Ramsey 5 yards from him instead. Again, gets the ball back to the halfway line with Malik Chow. Square now to Byrne. Byrne out to Hall on this left-hand side. Again, Newcastle looking to draw Everton out, but Everton having none of it now. Sitting deep, all the bodies behind the ball. Ramsey, Chow. Chow goes diagonal, looking for space. Anthony Gordon now chests it down. Again, trying to commit players from the Everton. O'Brien goes inside of O'Brien, but again, O'Brien does enough to stop him. It's a poor clearance, though, from O'Brien. Hall into the box. It's deflected, and it's out for a corner from Garner.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure on from Newcastle. Not doing great with it. We're not really creating anything, but getting the set piece. It's a good chance to create something. We are dangerous from these kind of situations, typically. But again, just that final ball, as soon as it gets into the final third, it just doesn't seem to be good enough for Newcastle at the minute.
Yeah, here we go. We're just looking... there you get a little bit of a tug from T-Rex on Ramsey. Tonali now into the near post. Wow. It's not a great one. And again, it's cleared for Everton out for a throw-in. Tonali takes quickly. Trippier plays the ball, a bit of a loop towards that back stick, and Dan Byrne. And again, it's cleared by Brathwaite, who's just gone out for another corner. Didn't need to do that. He was under no pressure, to be fair.
No, a few mistakes going in there, even on the Everton side, but it's one of those games. It feels like the only way Newcastle are getting back into this for me is from an Everton mistake. And yeah, we're only 40 minutes in, but it's been Everton who have been the better side by a distance, in my opinion.
Oh, that's a terrible ball by Trippier. He couldn't beat the first man on the corner. Now he's passed to Elanga, has allowed Everton to get back into the Newcastle half. And again, Idrissa Gueye trying to find Ndiaye, but Louis Saul does really well to watch that one. Again, now it does because there's no advantage to Newcastle. It was offside originally, so they've gone back. That linesman looks like that dodgy linesman we had the other week, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, he's just aged a little bit, let his facial hair grow maybe a little. Somehow got back on. But yeah, two poor linesmen, two poor officials, but we can't blame that for where we are.
It's Newcastle at the minute that are poor. Elanga now on that right-hand side gives it back to Trippier. Trippier square to Tonali. Tonali again looking for options, gives it to Trippier. Trippier back to the halfway line and Chow. Chow inside to Ramsey, who's central now. Again, faced up with a lot of blue shirts. J7 in his normal position on the inside left-hand side. Again, gets lost. Hesitated with that ball again, as we see J7 do a lot of the time. Dewsbury Hall having a great run through the middle of the park, trying to find Beto, but Chow sees the danger, plays it up to Trippier. Now J7 out to Hall. Gordon on the outside. Gordon gets the ball now from Hall. Hall continues his run on the inside position. Gordon plays inside. Again, waiting for movement. Gives it to Ramsey. Again, who's just trying to create a little bit of an overload on this left-hand side. But again, it's at walking pace for Newcastle, allowing Everton to get all the way back, mate.
Yeah, I feel like Ramsey's picked up a little bit of a knock there when he tried to challenge on the counter. Just really slow getting back and struggling to when we're going forward as well. Newcastle have a corner, though, won by Elanga, given away by Mykolenko, should we say.
Yeah, well, Mykolenko falls on the ball. I mean, I don't think there was anything wrong with that, to be fair. He goes over, he rolls on top of the ball, trying to get win a free kick, rather, shall I say. Let's get it. It's delivery. these deliveries, to be fair, have been awful from set
Right.
pieces from Newcastle. Alanga now having a go with this one. Gets the ball into the box. Again, it's not beating the front post at all. And it's headed clear for another throw into Newcastle. And I think that's been a free kick to Everton, to be fair. So it's, again, Dan Burn with his arms against Nguy. But that's 3 corners now, Eddie Howe. And Newcastle just can't beat the first man. Awful delivery from these set pieces. We are literally into we're coming into the 45th minute. 2 minutes going to be of injury time after this. I think Eddie Howe needs to discuss some failures in a black and white shirt in this first 45 minutes, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not just players, but I don't think I think there's a bit in the work rate, but certainly in the quality. For some reason, every pass is going 15 yards ahead of where it needs to be when we're going forward. Just play it to feet and take a risk in the final third. You don't need to take the risk so early on because we're just turning the ball over at every opportunity, and there's 2 minutes that are going to be added on for stoppages.
Yeah, we are literally into 2 minutes now, and Eddie Howe comes to the edge of his dugout to have a discussion. Hall now, again, looking to go forward, but delaying it and going back to Dan Burn. Dan Burn now goes square to Toon Army, who's dropped in between the 2 centre-halves. Malik Chow now with a bit of space to run into. Again, plays the ball into Alanga. Alanga to Ramsey. Ramsey trying to get to Trippier. But again, there's a little bit of a late challenge with Ndiaye on Alanga. So lucky Newcastle there because it was a poor ball from Ramsey, to be fair, for Trippier down that right-hand side.
Didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But we've got the ball, like I say, in line with the centre circle, the exterior circumference of the centre circle inside the Everton half. Tonali now with the ball. Hopefully he beats the first man. Ball towards that back stick. Again, it's headed clear, but it's only come to Lewis Hall, who strikes the ball, but again, can't keep it down, and it's wide and high. Great first touch, but not great on the shot, mate.
No, it's a poor effort, but I don't mind it. It's taking a risk in that sort of area. There's so many players in the box. Takes a shot. It's, again, what's the worst that happens? It goes out of play. What's the best that happens? Exactly what happened with Newcastle's first goal. But Eddie Howe's got the writing pad out there, and he's probably wrote useless next to a few names.
Yeah, exactly.
That's being generous for a few of them in that first half.
Yeah, good header forward by Dan Burn, but again, too far forward. Again, we haven't really seen Woltemade have a touch of this ball since he's gone back up top, if I'm honest with you. Long clearance down to Trippier. It's like I say, there's far too many shadows on this park, and it's like I say, allowing Everton an easy out all the time because the players that have moved around just haven't been involved. That's it. The end of the first half. It's Newcastle 1, Everton 2 at St James's Park. Not good enough, mate. I am going to take a quick break if that's okay. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, absolutely. And just run through some of the games that are going on in the Premier League at the minute. It's half time and all of the 3 o'clock kickoffs. Burnley, probably as expected, losing to Brentford, but Brentford are 3-0 up with goals from Damsgaard, Igor Thiago, and Kevin Schade. The Scousers in Liverpool having a rare good day at the moment. 3-0 up against West Ham, obviously looking to battle relegation. 3 points that they wouldn't have been expecting West Ham, or even a point that they wouldn't have been expecting, but they would have certainly wanted a better result than what we're seeing there. And then Everton, obviously, 2-1 up against Newcastle. Let me know in the chat what are your thoughts on the first half so far. For me, it's been really poor from Newcastle on the ball. I don't think we're doing well enough in that final third of getting the ball to Woltemade, getting the ball to Gordon, whether it's into feet or in behind. And to be honest, there's failings all over the pitch, if we're being brutally honest. The stats sort of say that Newcastle and Everton are even. Everton have got the higher XG, but that goal from Beto, I'd be giving that a 0.99 XG every time because it's very rare a striker misses those kind of opportunities. Stats are actually saying that Newcastle are the better side. I'm not seeing that at all. With jogging, sprinting, bit more than Everton there, walking more, 52 kilometres covered. But the big point of that second half is how does Everton score? Well, how does Nick Pope, should I say, gift that second goal to Everton, because it is so amateur. And whether it's Voltemade being isolated, like a few you were saying in the chat, what can he do if they take the easy sideways ball there, Gavin? I do completely agree. We're playing the easy pass sometimes. We're taking a risk, for me, a bit too early. It's a first time ball in behind to Alanga when he's got two players on him. That's never going to work. You work it forward a little bit more and then try and play that killer pass through the middle potentially. But again, the movement just hasn't been there for me, for Newcastle off the ball. How do Newcastle fix this is the question I'm going to ask the chat. Obviously, if you knew, you'd be in Eddie Howe's shoes. If I knew, I would be as well. But I genuinely don't see how we're improving on this, because even with Jacob Ramsey's goal, pure luck. Sure, you could say the same for Everton's second, but Everton deserve to be ahead. And if I'm looking at the bench, we've got Harvey Barnes, Jacob Murphy, Willis Sula, Johan Wissa, and, well, Joe Willock as the attacking options. None of them really strike me with any confidence, and hopefully Harvey Barnes can come on and change that form. He's got a bit of the super sub mentality about him. But what do you think, Gary? What do Newcastle need to do to get back in this game? Because there's no one on the bench that really stands out, in my opinion.
No, and I think that is the problem, isn't it? Where do you go, and who do you look at that can create something different? And there isn't. Again, I questioned, why, if you're playing Anthony Gordon up top, why aren't we doing something more than J7 down the left-hand side? And again, we spoke at the start of the game. We've got to stop playing players where the position plays the player rather than the player plays the position. It's happening too often for me, if I'm honest with you, where, yes, I understand, Eddie Howe's looking at the team, but if you're not getting your 100% out of the players because of where you're playing them, then you've got to ask the question, where is it going wrong? Why are you being as poor as you are? And I mean, I'm just having a quick look at some of the half-time figures, and I'm sure your player ratings are going to be great for this one. Nick Pope at the minute. Yeah, Nick Pope at the minute has got 4 according to the Chronicle. Kieran Trippier 5, Malik Chow 5, Dan Burn 4, Lewis Hall 6, Jacob Ramsey 7, Sandro Tonali 6, Nick Voltemade 5. I would have given him a 4.
I don't know, I would have given him.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe Litton, another at 5. I would have given him a 4. Anthony Alanga a 4. I'll probably give him a 3. And Anthony Gordon a 4. Again, I think that is probably just about right, if I'm honest with you. So, again, everybody's seen this game of football exactly how we are, mate. It's been criminal. It really has. And like I said, this to me isn't a team that's been put together over seasons. It seems to me as if he's gone down the park, seen a number of players kicking a ball around, with putting the counts down as goals and say, come on, lads, I've got a game at 3. Do you fancy playing?
Yeah, there's no cohesion there whatsoever. But there is cohesion between this chat and us, because the chat has been absolutely fantastic and mirrored a lot of what we said. And we've got a super chat in there as well from Geordie Dan. Pope off. He can't use his feet, and now he can't save a shot. You're absolutely right. What is he doing if he can't make those saves? Because it's so easy to make. And for me, the big issue is in that final third, as we mentioned, Voltemade. I love the guy. I think he's going to be brilliant for one club out there one day. Not for us right now, it seems like, because we just can't get him in the game. Whether that's Howe's fault, the player's fault, or Voltemade's fault, everyone's going to have different opinions. Alanga, I mean, I'm looking at some of the player ratings, and some of them are actually giving Alanga decent marks. I don't think so myself. I don't think any. I've got a 6.9 here on FootMob, believe it or not. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, I genuinely can't remember more than 2 or 3 decent things he's done in the game, and I think I'm being generous. So I'm almost wondering, do we need to just throw Voltemade up top, scrap this number 10 thing, Gordon on the left, Alanga on the right, and just push high up the pitch as much as what we can and get Woltemade in his proper role, because we've seen when he gets the ball in and around that 6-yard box, he can put it in the back of the net. And that's one thing Newcastle haven't looked like doing at all in that first half.
Yeah, you're right, mate. And again, we talk about doing what's right for the team. And I must admit, I haven't seen, the movement of Woltemade, J7 and Ramsey. I would say Ramsey out of position. That's harsh, if I'm honest with you. Because for me, Ramsey has played well. But is that just to fit Anthony Gordon up top? If you're having to make that many moves, and again, I wanted to see, if you're going to do that, go narrow, or go with two up top, because the only way that Alanga is going to hurt you, I must admit, I think Mykolenko has done a great job against Alanga's pace, because instead of going tight to him where he can turn him, he's actually played 5 yards off him. So for me, why aren't you getting the ball to feet, Ilanga? You know why? Because you haven't got the first touch. You've seen his first touch today. It literally is criminal the way he controls a ball at times. The lad is reliant solely on pace. And when the player plays off you, you should have the skill set to be able to control a ball to feet when you're not under pressure. And I think, like I say, for me, Mykolenko has done an absolute fabulous job on completely nullifying Ilanga and his pace. So for me, you make a change. You say to Ilanga, you say to Anthony Gordon, don't play through the middle. Just go. Well, I'd play him through the middle. I'd go the first 10 minutes, just go and play man-to-man with Branthwaite and Tarkovsky and see what happens. Yeah? See what happens then. Go. I mean, you can say you can go forward in the middle if you want to. I'd probably push Lewis Hall up. There's no point in Kieran Trippier travelling all up the field of play if your crossing isn't beating the first defender. You might as well stay back, keep your legs, and play as a three at the back. Or come into the 6 when the lads are pressing from midfield and hold the midfield position. He, at this present moment in time, has been, from the first kick of this ball, being our most vulnerable player in defence, because his movement going forward doesn't get him getting back. And we've seen just Lewis Hall has had to move from left back to right back to make a challenge against a break of Everton. That, to me, can't happen. And like I say, when you've got Ramsey playing on that inside right position, pushing further forward to try and break lines, great. But you've got to have cover. So if he goes, Tonali's got to sit between the two and allow Malik Chow to mop up those things. That loses Tonali out the midfield. So there's got to be a change. We have to make a change in the formation of this team to get anything from Everton.
Yeah, absolutely. And was this supposed super chat in the A team? You've never mentioned Woltemade, and to be honest, he's absolutely right. I feel like I've mentioned him potentially once in that first half. Had more touches than what I thought he'd had. He's had 13 touches apparently. I'm going to assume I was either looking at a scoreboard or a score update from elsewhere while those 13 were happening. But you're completely right. Ramsey in between the lines, it does work at times, but not when you've got basically your slow back four and Tonali as cover. Tonali's actually had a decent game for me, I think, but there's only so much one man can do there. And it's really, really disappointing. I'd seen someone say bring on Harvey Barnes and have him closer to Woltemade. I think that generally is going to be what we'll have to do, because whether it's Joelinton or Ramsey, I think you're going to have to have one of those two sit and say to that front four, just wreak as much havoc as you possibly can and play in and amongst each other. You mentioned playing a bit narrower there. If you can do that, play a little bit narrower. I think to do that, you've probably got to take Alanga off for me. And maybe have Jacob Murphy on as well. But again, I don't really like playing Jacob Murphy in these kind of situations. But you've just got to have a bit more quality on the ball, and I don't think Alanga offers that very often. But you could argue that against every single player in our attack, the way we've been playing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's criminal to think that you've got, these lads have got to the last 16 of Champions League. These guys have got to the semi-finals of the Carabao Cup, and like I say, they can play. What is the difference in a cup competition compared to a Premier League competition? Is the pressure that much difference where you're losing that momentum a little bit because the pressure of the Premier League has become that big now because of your current position? You're not able to play because of that? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, to be fair. Because like I say, for me, I'm looking at 11 blokes who don't seem as though they've played 10 minutes together. Never mind. Three and a half seasons, some of them together. And that goes for the lads that have been with us from the start. J7, normal position for him. Yeah, he played out on the left-hand side. But even when he tucked inside, didn't really do a great deal with the ball. He looks uncomfortable getting the ball out of his feet at times when he's pressed or under pressure. There's just got to be a better first touch from professional players, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the moments I can think of that have Newcastle played their best in the game has come from quite a strong pass twice from Toon Army in between the lines. The one into Ramsey that creates the goal is, there was one like that 5 minutes earlier that unfortunately didn't work out. Those two playing those kind of passes, play a little bit longer, but play with a bit of fire, play with pace and intent. Don't mind you being a bit more direct. If it's got a bit of power to it, don't be slow and lethargic like we've seen so many times. And we can still get back into the game. It's only 2-1. It hasn't been a very good first half, but we know that if there's a goal early enough in that second, at 2-2, 30 minutes to play, anything can happen. And I would fancy us in that scenario, but at the minute, it crosses into the box, and you've got three players who are 6'4" plus, and O'Brien, Tarkowski, and Branthwaite just mopping it up. And Garner and Gay are the first players there to pick up those loose balls. So Newcastle have got to change something. We won't see a change at half time, I don't think. I think you'll give them 5-10 minutes to put right the wrongs that we've seen. Whether that's the right thing to do or not, I don't know. But we've got to stop just pointlessly crossing balls into the box. Doesn't matter who we play. But when you've got that back three of Branthwaite, Tarkowski, and O'Brien at times, you've got no chance of winning those headers.
Yeah, you're right. And there's a couple of people in the chat saying I love donkeys. Well, I do, but they're on the beach. I don't like to see donkeys on the football field. And there's people in social media who's gone like, Woltemade is not a midfielder. Joe Linton is not a winger. Anthony Gordon is not a striker. And Pope, he's just not a footballer. Listen, you can look at this both ways. Sometimes your reliance is so much on not making mistakes in vulnerable positions. And when you get a goalkeeper who actually throws the ball back into his penalty area because he's dived too far, that to me sometimes, like I say, you make mistakes in vulnerable positions, you're going to concede. But when you're playing not great, you're reliant on your keeper to do a job for you. He could have put that anywhere else to his right-hand side, anywhere, and it would still be 1-1, having played so poorly. So the game is still there for you. Now they're up against it. It doesn't look good when you're playing poorly, and there's the 11 players. Well, that's an injustice. There's 9 players because I think Lewis Hall's doing okay, and I think, like I say, Ramsey's doing very well. I think we do need to get sorted with this. And listen, like I said, we just need. It looks very much as though there's no changes at the minute. From I can see the lads entering back on the field of play, so it is going to be interesting to see where Eddie Howe and Newcastle go in this second half. But it just needs to be better, mate. That's all I'm saying. It just needs to be a lot better.
Yeah, and it's how we do that, I'm not quite sure, but something has to change. Whether it's the mentality or some changes on the pitch, something needs to change in the second half. And we haven't got very long because, let's be honest, in a short space of time, we'll be a while away.
Dan Byrne, he's questioning something to the referee. He's pointing towards the tunnel. I don't know what he's doing here. He's having a word with the referee, and the referee now is... Yeah, the referee now is coming over, Stuart Atwell, to have a look at what's going on onto this sideline. Ramsey doesn't look well. Oh, he's been sick.
Been sick.
Yeah, he's been sick.
Oh, lovely. That'll be, to be fair, that'll explain
Yeah.
what I was saying at the end of the second half when it looked like he had no movement on a Everton breakaway. He just seemed to be like dazed and not moving. And I said, "Oh, I think he's picked up a knock. He's actually going to come off for Joe Willock."
Yeah. I'm gonna say there's a nasty bug going around at the moment with sickness bug going around. There's a lot of people, and that's a shame to me because, like I say, he's been one of the highlights for me of that first half, and there ain't been many, to be fair.
Yeah, very much so. Good first half from Ramsey, but not going to continue in the second, and that's a shame, as you say. He looks in a bad way, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. He's retching completely all the way down the tunnel there, and luckily for us, we didn't blow the whistle for the start of the second half, I should say, because that is a gimme. That change. So we've got Willock on for Ramsey, JJ, who, like I say, was vomiting all the way down the tunnel. Bless him. Hopefully he ain't frightened to cough. Ball goes long into the Everton half, and it's Dan Burn onto the halfway line for Lewis Hall. Now, fingers crossed Newcastle can get some momentum in this second half.
Another super chat in there from Wazza. Keep it simple. Put the round thing in the goal. If it was that simple, we'd all be in a job.
Yeah,
But I
again,
like it.
Elanga losing the ball high up the field there on this right-hand side from a passer. Again, just a little bit behind him, to be fair. Oh, J7 again, making and committing the foul. Again, the referee just having a look at him. That's... I think it's only a matter of time, to be fair.
The worrying thing is how did Ramsey get back on the pitch? Was it that that must have been the first time he's actually been sick?
Yeah, I mean, you'd think he'd been feeling unwell unless he's had little snapshot there from McNeil down to Pope's left-hand side. I don't know if he's feeling a little bit nauseous. He could have taken some cyclozine or something like that from the club doctor, but doesn't work straight away, unfortunately. It does take a good 20 minutes to get on board. But like I said, these things happen. Sometimes it can just be the fact that, you've not been feeling too grand. Then all of a sudden, that wave comes on you. You know what it's like when you're feeling unwell. It's just not nice when you can't keep it down. Ball down the line, Lewis Hall to Gordon. But again, Tarkowski just
put some effort in, man.
God's truth, Gordon.
He's got about 5-6 yards to go. The ball's going really slowly. Tarkowski's just gone, okay, I'm just going to let it go out of play, Gordon. I'm just going to keep moving. Not going to try, not going to make an effort. And Eddie Howe's there. He's got his arms out. I think it's about Pickford wasting time, but should be about his own player as well.
Yeah, Pickford now getting the ball short, plays it into Gate. Again, goes back to Pickford and goes long from Joe Willock's press. Good ball from Dan Burn up towards Kieran Trippier, who then goes towards Elanga. Elanga just takes out Mikalenko, who stays to the ground, to be fair.
It's very silly. Is it a silly free kick? Yeah, it's not really a free kick. But Everton buying those free kicks early in the second half probably gives us an insight on how things are going to go for the next 40 minutes or so, unless Newcastle get a goal early on.
Yeah, it looks like Burnley are having a bit of a comeback against Brentford. Second goal for them now, losing 3-2 against Brentford, but making a go of it. And obviously,
looked.
Yeah, exactly. It's 3-2 now, and we've literally just started. So a ball back with Branthwaite, who goes all the way back to Pickford, gets it out of his feet under a bit of a press from Willock.
Poor Dan.
Dan Burn just heads the ball to Beto, and
Great
Beto going into the hall, and Lewis Hall goes down. And again, I don't know whether he fell over Lewis Hall's feet there, for the time being. Looks like he's got a corner out of it, to be fair, but that he was outside the box. Falls inside the box.
Yeah, the thing for me there is if that's the other way around, by the way, and and Lewis Hall puts Dan Burn in danger. Dan Burn's there screaming at him. Lewis Hall just got up and stayed on. Uh, they're still trying to say it's a pen, to be honest. There's no contact in the box.
There's no contact in the box. It's well out the box. But again, it was a poor header. A pass from Dan Burn initially towards Louis Hall that allows Beto to get in behind. But that's that seems to be Newcastle today, doesn't it? We just don't seem to be. I mean, that's never outside the penalty. That's never a penalty. Nowhere near a penalty. Get on with it.
This is insane. Nothing but a corner, as expected. But more.
Why are you checking that?
Wasted.
Yeah, why are you checking that? That is, I mean, again, discussions with VAR again. It's like, why are you checking that? You can see that on normal TV. It was well outside the box.
And another super chat in there from Wazza. These donkeys are getting right on my goat. And I know he's talking about the players, but there's some more donkeys in the VAR room that I can sympathise with there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Ball again, waiting to be delivered into the box. It's a good ball into the box. Pop gets a fist to it, onto the diagonal. And again, Branthwaite gets himself, again, Tonali. Oh, dear. Here we go. Branthwaite, it was Garner, actually, not Branthwaite. It was Garner who gets thrown to the ground by Tonali. All the blue shirts are asking questions of Tonali here.
Yeah, I mean, he's off the pitch. I didn't see too much in it from the first look, but we can see again whether or not they've just clapped hands. They're happy now. Whether the VAR will probably look at this as well now, knowing this.
Yeah, here we go. Mr. Atwell. No, Mr. Atwell having a go. And it's just a way of, you're going to get this hosiery from Everton now. Like I say, they will try and do as much as they can to spoil it. Momentum, every time they have a chance to stop the game, there was the first initial push, which it takes him to his knees. And you could say that was, them trying to win another foul deep in the Newcastle half. But again, when it goes off the field of play, it's just tenacity from Tonali to try and win the ball back. He just wants to get on with the game. Branthwaite not Branthwaite. I keep saying Branthwaite. Garner just wants to make a bit of a meal of it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because we are playing right into their hands at the minute, and for me, we've got to just stop playing their game and start playing ours.
Yeah, Anthony Gordon with the ball down this left-hand side. Again, Lewis Hall in front of him. Ball does get deflected back to Gordon, now to Willock. Willock now plays it to Tonali. Tonali gets it out of his feet. And again, the referee, yeah, that's it, Dewsbury Hall there. And it's a first yellow card. It was a heavy touch, to be fair, from Tonali out of his feet. And then he allowed Dewsbury Hall to go for that ball. He goes down, he's not in control of the slide. Tonali goes over the feet. That was always going to be a yellow card, mate.
Yeah, I thought Dewsbury Hall got the ball at first. It turns out I need to go to Specsavers. If they'd like to sponsor it, I can pretend I've got good eyesight later. Yeah, it's a terrible tackle. Tonali gets there first. He does well to get there. Dewsbury Hall slides in. And, the first thing he does is turns around and gives that was my first foul to the referee. And the referee just goes, right, okay, yellow card. What you'd expect, really, but whether Newcastle can do anything from this set-piece situation remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's lashing down at the northeast now. Those little bright sunshine he was telling me about is gone. It is torrential at St James's Park. It's a great position here. It looks like Trippier has put the ball down. Lewis Hall and Trippier now. Who would you give this to?
It feels like Louis Hall for me, but
I'd square it for Tonali, if I'm honest with you.
It's not a bad shout. Alanga's in a good position, but I wouldn't put it there.
No. Trippier over. Oh, it's nowhere near. Like I said, it was never happening. There was not enough shape on that ball.
someone in the box is complaining. I think it might have been Woltemade and Trippier's gone, it was that far away. It was more like that far away, miles off.
The kebab shop was more at on there than it was the goal. Anyway, the ball has gone long. Trippier again shoulders Mikalenko out, and it's a throw into Newcastle. Chow now gets the ball, and it goes to Pope, who collects that first time. Again, doesn't get much distance on it. And again, Dan Burn gets it into Hall. Hall goes square to Malik Chow. Malik Chow gets it out of his feet. Again, doesn't look comfortable there from Malik Chow. Very flat from Newcastle at the minute. Ball up to Willock, who shows himself through the lines well. Goes on the diagonal, but it's a crap ball from Willock. And it's easy for Everton just to get it out of the feet. And Hall, again, when the ball is coming straight back to Newcastle, commits the foul on Garner. And again, goes down far too easy for me. And it's a free kick to Everton.
Yeah, it's a bit of a baffling one, to be honest. Newcastle, so many fouls given in these early stages. Harvey Barnes and Jacob Murphy look like they're going to be coming on for Newcastle soon. Barnes stripped. Murphy's still got his bib on, but probably coming on at the same time. Is that the right subs for you? I imagine it'll be Elanga and maybe Woltemade coming off.
Well, again, you know, for me, you've got to ask the question, what are these two? Yeah, these two people have done in the 10 minutes that we've started. He's not really been involved in the game at all. Woltemade the same, Elanga the same, you know, done nothing, shown nothing. And Woltemade are the same. Again, you've got to ask the question, is this the way forward for Newcastle with these two players to start this game? I don't think it is. I think we need to change it up from the start. I mean, I can understand Eddie Howe probably seeing something in training, but I've seen nothing to warrant them starting the next game.
No, absolutely not. This was one of those that was pretty much a must-win, and we've looked nothing like doing it with those two up front. Whether or not that continues in the second half remains to be seen, but that's 3 substitutions now for Newcastle, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that he's taken the chance early. You know, you can't allow to go 65 to 70 minutes with them actually being shadows and statues. Let's see what happens now. Trippier. Oh, that's a poor ball from Trippier again. Well, and again, he comes through the back of Mikalenko because it's he's just playing poorly. You know, get your hair on. You can't tell me a young kid can do any worse than this lad's done today.
No, it's been really, really poor from Trippier at times, and you know he's had some moments where he's done the basics okay, but in situations like that where it's a simple pass, it's cut out. The last thing you want to do when someone's got basically facing the sideline is slide in the back, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, it's easy now for Everton to clear the lines. Pickford goes long, again looking for Ndiaye. Ndiaye just goes straight through Trippier, to be fair. And again, the ball has bounced to a blue shirt. Dwight McNeil tries from distance, but it's blocked by Hall. And again, that second ball isn't won by a black and white shirt. Mikalenko's header, then Ndiaye, out to inside to Gueye. Ndiaye. Gueye down the line now it's just all Everton at the moment from Newcastle. Garner plays the ball into the box. Is this going to fall to a blue shirt? No, it's not. Hall trying to get the ball with quick feet, but it goes to Pope. Now it's Byrne, who's got some grass to run into. Down the line now to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes again comes inside, plays it to J7. J7 again just looking for options. Tonali catches up with play. Got a chance of a shot. He shoots, but it's blocked by Tchaikovsky. Hall heads the ball back towards... come on. You've got to do better than that. The ball has fallen to Dewsbury Hall. 30 yards in, and Everton now get that ball back. Well done. I was going to say, well done Trippier for reading that one, but he couldn't keep it in play. Throw into Everton.
Yeah, he does well to spot the interception. That's what the experience does for him. He can spot those interceptions, just hasn't really got the legs on him to execute it very well, unfortunately.
Referee! Again, there was nothing in that one.
Really struggling against Beto and his physicality, aren't we? It's one of those we're looking at it, and he's not a good player by any stretch of the imagination, but we just really seem to be struggling. But Newcastle have won it back straight from the set piece of Everton. Joe Linton on the ball now.
J7 now picking the ball up again, trying to feed in Lewis Hall. Gets it into the box, but it's headed clear, and it's Branthwaite who heads it for a corner for Newcastle. Under pressure from Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, it's a good chance for us. We've got something to work on. Obviously, we've had a few set pieces already, and they've not really done anything. But a little bit better from Newcastle. We've seen it in the lead up to the goal we had the first time, where we were pushing on and we were starting to sort of get in some decent positions, but not create something. Hopefully, it's saying that we're going to create something here.
Yeah, and just to say, the goals and the gods seem to be coming for us because Burnley have equalised. Ball comes in to the box, but it's another black and white shirt. It's out towards Lewis Hall, who gives it back to Tonali. Tonali feeds the ball back to Lewis Hall. Hall into the box. It's headed clear. It's come to Anthony Gordon. Onto his left foot. Shoots! If Pickford score! I thought Malik Chow was going to get on the end of it. Lewis Hall tried to get it under control. It's picked him from Guy. Oh, Lewis Hall does really well to win the ball back. Driving towards the penalty area. The ball gets deflected again, and it's cleared for the throw into Newcastle. The roar of St James's Park is there. The ball's thrown in early. Trippier back to Tonali now. Down the line to J7. J7 looking to get the ball into the box. It's there. Fired towards the penalty spot. Headed cleared again. But again, Beto does well. Leading that line again. Willock pulls back on. Again, you could see it. Willock got beaten on the bounce of the ball. Dewsbury Hall picks that ball up and again was leading the line. And Beto, as you said before, not a great player, but his strength, his positioning, he's led that line for Everton really well. And he's caused us so much trouble. Again, we look so vulnerable to somebody who runs the line well. But again, why couldn't Malik Chow just get a towel to that? He's got two blue shirts around him, and he just gets kicked away from him in the 6-yard box.
Yeah, it was close, wasn't it? And then off the attack after that, so stupid in my opinion. Just crossing the ball into Anthony Gordon when there's, as we say, Tarkovsky, Branthwaite, Jake O'Brien. He probably was out there with Joe Linton, I think he was. But even then, those two in the box, and you're crossing the ball to Anthony Gordon. What's the point? You're asking for the ball to be turned over. And that's the reason Joe Willock's got that yellow card, from stupidity in attack.
Yeah, you're right. And again, a bit strange in that left-hand side. And Dye just trying to, again, waste a little bit of time for Newcastle to get back into this game. Pope goes long again, but it wasn't a great kick, but luckily goes to J7. Byrne now fires the ball out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes now coming inside. Again, doing well, keeps the ball, finds the ball to Murphy, steps over it. Trippier back inside to Murphy. Again, lots of blue shirts around him. Murphy gets it out of his feet. Tries to get a shot off, but again, it's going to get blocked by Mikalenko. Ball goes to Hall. Gives it to J7. J7 now, again, got time. Feeds it to Hall. But he plays it to his wrong foot. Again, it comes back to Tonali. J7 J7 comes inside, gets the ball now from Hall. Willock. Murphy now trying to find Gordon. Again, not a great ball from Murphy, but it does come back to Willock. Willock now down this right-hand side. Got Trippier on the outside. Nobody breaking lines into the box. Comes to Trippier eventually. And again, it's static on the 18-yard line. You've got to make movement, lads. You've got to give Everton something to think about when you're breaking lines. And at the minute, it's far too static for me, mate.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, we're playing it out. Everton have one player really trying to press. The rest are sitting in there, and we're just giving them such easy targets. Is that Dan Burns, the one with the most movement at the minute? That's how it tells you how bad it is. And he's battling really well on the left here, actually, against Garner and a few other players. He has done really well, kept it in. But again, there was no one near him and no one expecting him to come out with the ball.
Now, Dan Burn there, for me, showed exactly what the effort that everybody else should be doing. Dan Burns took a bit of a knock himself by doing that. Again, it's a poor ball in by Hall. Tarkowski gets it clear, but again, Trippier tries to make something of it, but it hasn't a great header. Now there's a ball out for Beto to chase. Oh no, don't do that, Malik Chow. Malik Chow, Beto now got a free hit against, he's got it, it's off the bar. How has he missed that, to be fair? Malik Chow commits sin on the ball, on the half line, just inside the Newcastle half, trying to keep that ball in. He goes to ground, trying to stop Beto. Beto then keeps it in play. Beto is going straight towards goal. Again, it looked out to me. Oh, he hasn't got the composure to finish, luckily for Newcastle. The ball is in the other end. This time, to the back stick, and Andy Gordon. Oh, he misses it. And again, the ball gets cleared by Everton. Malik Chow and Beto again. Malik Chow this time gets it back to Popey. This is extraordinary, mate. This 5 minutes that has just passed. I think that ball was out. The linesman didn't see it go, and they allowed the ball to continue. It could have been 3-1 to Everton. What's going on, dude?
It should have been 3-1. Malik Chow with another individual error. And we are seeing them more and more now. You know, I still think he's a fantastic defender, but he's got to cut those kind of situations out of his game. And then Newcastle getting the ball, back stick. Looks like Gordon can get on the end of it. In the end, anywhere near. But it's a bit more exciting. There's something going on at least. So maybe, just maybe, a bit more pressure. Everton will crumble.
Yeah, we've got Murphy now heading that ball again, trying to feed the lines through to J7, but it was easy again for Everton to see that pass, and Gay picked this ball up now just inside the Everton half. Again, Newcastle trying to retreat, and Dye plays the ball on the diagonal. Malik Chow sees that one really well. Joe Litton takes over, a ball into Anthony Gordon. Gordon out to Murphy. Murphy now got the opportunity to take a ball forward, comes inside into J7, but again, J7 not doing enough for me. On the edge of the 18-yard box, gives the ball away to Everton when there was a simple pass. Really frustrating, guy.
It's just really not good enough. It's, for me, it's a bit of Murphy as well, just falling to the floor as soon as there's the slightest bit of contact. The ball's definitely out from that Beto situation, by the way. I won't hear otherwise. Malik Chow would have gotten away with it if it had gone in the back of the net. But again, individual error, not good enough. And Tonali, I think Tonali gets a foot on it, from what I can see. Either that or he connects with Beto a little bit. But his foot was definitely there. So credit the
his recovery was phenomenal, mate, to be fair. Absolutely recovery.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from him. And it's more of what we need. We're seeing a bit of effort from Dan Burns, seeing a bit from Sandro Tonali, maybe a bit from Gordon
running
here.
through the middle now, and again gets taken down there by Garner. I think that's going to be a yellow card. It is for Garner. Again, he's taken one for the team there for me, Garner, because Anthony Gordon did well. He beats 2 or 3 players.
It's having to, though. That's the issue. But if we're going to do anything, it seems like it's going to be individual brilliance or an Everton mistake. And it really wouldn't surprise you if this goes out for just a goal kick from across or something like that. A lack of quality in these situations has been really, really poor. And that's been the difference between the two for me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And just to confirm, it has been confirmed now that Burnley has come 3 goals behind to now equalise at home. It's 3-3 now in the 60th minute for them. So again, the scores around us are doing us a favour. We're just doing ourselves a favour, mate.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say Burnley took a 4-3 lead there. And I was I'd be really annoyed. Not the more than I already am, because, as you say, other teams doing us a favour.
Yeah, they hadn't confirmed the actual goal, and I just thought I'd better check, because obviously we were under a bit of press at the time. Ball comes in from Tonali. Again, it's fallen to Hall from outside the box. It comes back from Tonali because he couldn't get it under control. Hall, Trippier, out to Murphy. Murphy now picking the ball up, plays the ball into... come on. First touch does get there. Trippier now. Ball into the box from Trippier. He's stretched. Barnes gets the ball. Oh, what are you doing, Harvey Barnes? The ball goes directly over the bar because Harvey Barnes is just trying to get the sandwich out and throw it out to the back of the stick there. It's a really poor finish, if I'm honest with you. He's just got to hit the target, mate.
Yeah, it's a really poor finish. It's a good cross from Trippier, it will be said. Into no one, really. If Pickford stays on his line, I don't think anyone heads it in. Barnes tries to chip it in at the back post. Realistically, there's 4 players in front of him, so I can see why he's tried it. But the execution is absolutely terrible. Better from Newcastle, but as I've said, better, but not good enough.
No, you're absolutely right. Here at St James's Park, we are 70th minute now, and it's still Newcastle 1, Everton 2. Tonali now out to this right-hand side with Trippier. Again, you know, it's an obvious ball. Trippier tries to play to Tonali. Tonali's work rate, mate, is phenomenal. I've got to give him that. He has been absolutely outstanding in that midfield for what he's trying to do. Commitment to the cause. Ball gets thrown into J7, who, again, for me, has been really poor. Ball goes square to Hall. Hall now sees Harvey Barnes on that left-hand side. Hall goes on the inside. Barnes comes inside. Hall now plays the ball back to Barnes. Tried to square it, but it's cleared. Deflected out, but it's come back to Hall. Hall now back to Barnes down that left-hand side. Barnes trying to get something into the box. Deflection again by O'Brien. Back to Joe Willock. Joe Willock with a chance of a shot. Oh, but it's nowhere near goal, to be fair.
No, it's not good enough. Let's be honest. The shooting from long range has been pretty poor. You know, he does well to make the space for himself and create the effort. To be honest, it's actually not as bad as what I originally thought. It is somewhat near the goal. But that's what Newcastle are having to resort to. Shots from outside the box. Everton getting forward in maybe 1s or 2s. It's going to be, can Newcastle break down that 9 or 10 behind the ball? And the answer is almost always no. So I'm not hopeful going into the last 20 minutes.
No, you're right. And it's, again, Newcastle trying to play it down the line with Murphy. Deflected out by Mikalenko for a throw-in on the halfway line to Newcastle. Trippier to take this throw-in. Again, throws the ball over towards J7. J7 inside now to Tonali, who gives it to Dan Burn. Dan Burn on the halfway line. Lewis Hall now. Barnes. Hall goes past Barnes down that wing. Gives it to Hall. 5 yards back to Barnes. Barnes back to Tonali. Tonali now picks that ball up again, looking for options. Goes square to Malik Chow. Lots of talks now from... all I can hear is Everton doing the lots of talking, to be fair. Ball from Willock. Again, over the head of Barnes. Again, it's just really poor play from Newcastle. Doesn't need to do that. There's lots of options. Looks like Barry's going to come on for Everton because Beto has run his course, to be fair. And I think he's run that line really well, if it is Beto going off.
Yeah, absolutely. He's played well. We mentioned beforehand, you know, he hasn't exactly got the quality a team like Everton probably won from their striker, but what he does give you is that physicality and that effort, and that's been enough to cause Newcastle problems today. It's certainly more than what we've seen from our strikers for a little while, most of the time, to be honest. So credit to him.
Yeah, we've got, bless him, Kenny in the chat who's had enough. He's turned it off, he said. He's turned it off. I hope you haven't turned us off, buddy, because we love you. And we can't do anything about that. We'll try and make it as exciting as we can. Great play from Ndai there. Trying to do himself no favours down that line, but O'Brien can't keep it in play. And the ball has again come back to Newcastle. Tonali to Trippier. Tonali again taking the onus of Newcastle. I did say onus, by the way. And his ball now with Murphy on the halfway line goes to Burn. Burn now gets it out of his feet. Again, the two centre halves to me, mate, have looked really difficult with the ball at the feet. They're not comfortable, Newcastle. Again, it looks like it's very tentative. Lots of pressure on them when they have the ball. Hall now picks that ball up. Again, got options. Ball into Willock. Oh, plays the ball square, but there's nobody willing to break a leg and get into that 6-yard box. Murphy steps over the ball, gives it to Tonali, gets it back from Tonali, goes square. Dan Burn gives it short to Willock. Willock again. Where can you go? He goes squared again to Chow. Newcastle not really getting into the box where we need to cause danger. They're all on the edge of the box. Trippier plays the ball in between the lines for Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon goes back towards the penalty spot. But again, Everton are getting it clear for a throw into Newcastle. The pressure adds, and there's going to be a change.
Yeah, would you bring Wissa on at this point? Because it feels like we're getting the ball in the box so much. There's a chance, even if he stands still, a little fall to him, and you need a striker in there for me. You're not going to get many chances now. You might get one or two, and you need a finisher on there. And he looks terrible, but he is our best finisher by the looks of it.
Well, I'd rather have Wissa than Asula from what I saw in midweek, and that's a shame, to be fair, because I did see or wanted to see something from him. But when, the likes of Asula comes on, Wissa is definitely coming on.
For Trippier.
And for Trippier. So they are gambling now with 3 at the back. 15 minutes to go.
Look, if there's ever a time to put the doubters behind you, this is where you start. Even if he scores a hat-trick, I still, I'm not happy with what I've seen, but it's a good start if he can get something, and he needs it. 55 million, his return, not been good enough.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see Newcastle gambling. You're not just sticking the same. Keeping 2 up top, hopefully, anyway. I mean, like I say, Willock is running up that line as well now. So, again, are we going 3-4-3 now? Let's see. It's going to be interesting, these last 15 minutes. Murphy now picking that ball up down the right-hand side. It looks like Murphy may have dropped down to the right-back position from what I can see at the moment. So it looks like Anthony Gordon now has come over to this right-hand side. You know what? There's far too many changes for me when it comes to Newcastle trying to get something out of a game. Gamble, go 2 up the top, see what you can get out of it. I'd rather just lose 3-1 and have a go than stay and make a change where we're still stagnant because players are having to get used to different positions.
Yeah, it's a strange, wasn't it? We've said in the past that Eddie Howe doesn't make enough changes of players in positions. It seems like there's far too many now, and it seems relatively simple when you look at it. But Gordon now out on the right, Barnes on the left, and I like the fact that we're rotating them, but we need to do something a little bit more. Make more of a gamble.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Newcastle have been one of them performers that have scored 19 goals this season from the last 15 minutes. They need that to come back. But to be fair, mate, we've looked void of any ideas when it comes to the final third in this game. I must admit, we've not looked like scoring in the first 75 minutes. I don't know what the final 15 is going to give us.
Yeah, we haven't created anything really, have we? I mean, the goals come from a slice of luck. Everton have got their slice of luck as well, but we anticipated a poor game. It has been really poor, hasn't it?
It really has. Harvey Barnes now picking this ball up on that left-hand side, fronted by O'Brien, who's just, again, stopping us going forward, stopping that momentum. Lewis Hall picking the ball up again. Tonali going past him, wanting that ball down that left-hand side. Lots of movement from Tonali, again, moving players all over the place. But there's too stagnant for me in the midfield. J7 again fires the ball up to Gordon. Gordon plays the ball back to Malik Chow. Murphy on the right-hand side. Gordon inside. Gordon gets the ball back. Gordon goes square to Tonali. Tonali gets a great first touch. Great ball out to Lewis Hall. But again, Lewis Hall comes back rather than trying to get it onto his good foot. Plays it back to Barnes on the corner of that penalty area. Tries to get a ball in, but again, it's blocked by McNeil again. Ball back from Tonali to Chow, back to Tonali. Tonali on the diagonal. Gordon's got Murphy on the outside. Murphy, first time ball into the box to the back stick. Harvey Barnes tries to play it back to J7, but Garner sees the danger and clears the lines and again stops running because all they want to do now, Everton, is defend this lead. And they're doing it really well, mate.
They are. You can't blame them for wanting to do that either. Newcastle don't look very creative in these kind of situations at all. So who can blame them for putting 10 men behind the ball? Until we find a way to be creative enough to break down these low blocks, teams are just going to keep doing it again and again and again, and you can't blame them.
Yeah, and Anthony Gordon again trying to shoot from distance with his left foot. Gets a block on it. The crowd shout for a handball. Barnes with a shot! Again, it's blocked by Tarkovsky on the 6-yard line. The ball is cleared. Everton hanging on here. It's all Newcastle, buddy.
Yeah, it's all Newcastle, but it's all Newcastle by Everton's design as well. They want us to be like this for the later stages. Bring on Barry. All it takes is a mistake in our back line and a little bit of pace, and they can get in behind and get the third. They'll be happy no matter what happens at this point.
Yeah, Harvey Barnes again driving into the box. Ball to the back stick. Nobody gambling in a black and white shirt. and that's fallen all the way out. And as you predicted, my friend, Burnley 4, Brentford 3.
For sake. Everyone doing us favours, and we can't do a single thing right in the Premier League. It is almost embarrassing. Credit to Burnley for that comeback. But Burnley can score 4, and we haven't even created a chance in this game. It just makes it even more embarrassing for me.
It certainly does. They are fighting for their lives in Burnley, and the crowd must be on their feet, screaming for this one. Harvey Barnes now again driving to the byline. Good ball into the box. Headed clear by Tarkowski again. It's come out to Louis Hall. Barnes picks the ball up, gives it back to Louis Hall. Now Tonali. Tonali again looking for options. Go wide, Louis Hall. Gives it to Louis Hall on that left-hand side. Back to Tonali. Again, Newcastle seeing a blue wall in front of them. Barnes now playing on the inside left position. Again, looking for options. It's static. Get it going, lads. Tonali now into the box. Whistle goes up. It's off his head. And it looks like he's going to be out for a goal kick.
Yep, goal kick, Everton. Looked like one of those where you couldn't really tell if it went either way. Branthwaite left it. I think it was. Might have been Tarkowski. Either one. One of the centre-backs leaves it. And because of that, the referee's always going to go. Yeah, it does come up. It's headed on to
It's headed on to Wister's head. Yeah, exactly. It's. I thought it was Threpney Bithead there, but it wasn't. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. And again, Everton slowing the game down in the 81st minute. Armstrong with his coming on. And again, McNeil is the one who's going.
It's a decent change, one for them. I think bringing on someone quite young. McNeil looks like his race is run. All they'll say to that youngster is just get yourself, think he plays more centrally in midfield, get yourself in there and just put a tackle in and help us seal out this win better than McNeil would. And I think, to be honest, probably not a bad option to do that.
Yeah, I think McNeil has been a weak omen for them, to be fair, though. He's allowed Louis Hall to roam down that left-hand side. J7 doing well there, to be fair. Fighting off the Armstrong challenge there. Ball now with Harvey Barnes given to him by Louis Hall. Louis Hall carries on his run, but Barnes decides to come inside. Gives it 3 yards to Tonali. Tonali takes over and goes down the line now to Louis Hall, which is where they could have gone in the first place. Tonali again with this ball. Score correction, by the way. Burnley's goal was given away. It's 3-3. Murphy with a dagger! Murphy with a strike from the edge of the box! Get in! The score correction for Newcastle 2-2! Here at St James's Park! We've done it again! 20 goals in the last 19 minutes! Get in!
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of good fortune in that one as well. A little bit of a block on it, a little bit of a deflection. But Newcastle United have their equaliser. Whether it's deserved or not, I'm not entirely sure, but that's what you get when you sit in. Even in games where you've been the better team, you sit in and you try and defend. That can happen. And to credit to Joe Linton, he picks out Murphy brilliantly, if I'm completely honest. Murphy's volley from the edge of the box. And it looks like it deflects off. Yeah, it deflects off a couple of people. But T-Rex arms...
It looks like Barry, doesn't it? It deflects off Barry or Guy, I think. But it's a great strike, to be fair, from Murphy. Great pick out from J7, who's not done enough for me. But it's a shame. But like you say, T-Rex struggled with that one. Oh, no. Here we go again. There's a chance straight away. And it's Dewsbury Hall squares into goal straight away from Barry, from Everton. What are we doing? What are we doing here? We're committing the blooming sin of all sins at home at Newcastle. As soon as we score, we switch it off. What is hell is going on?
How does that happen twice in a game? That's absolute insanity. You can forgive switching off once. Twice in the same game. What is happening?
Again, I think it's Anthony Gordon who loses the ball in midfield. If I'm honest with you, Anthony Gall loses the ball and then Ndai feeds the ball in. It's a great run from Dewsbury Hall, who goes square. Lewis Hall fells Barry in the 6-yard box, but Barry falls down, and I think it comes off Lewis Hall. I think it's an own goal by Lewis Hall, but that's shocking. No, it's not. It is Barry's. It's Barry's backside that puts the ball into the back of the net. It's shocking. It really is shocking. You can't blame Eddie Howe for that one. You've got to blame Anthony Gordon.
To be honest, I could blame any of them. It's absolutely amateur stuff at the back. Gordon holds onto it too late, but by no means should one player lose the ball on a halfway line off a kickoff and Everton end up 3v2 at the back. Absolutely tragic, absolute joke, and that is diabolical. All to do once again.
Yeah, here we go again. It's Chow now on the halfway line. Ball up the line to Murphy, who loses out. And it looks like Gay gets the better of him. And again, there's a spark and a step in Everton's stance. But again, Murphy has been gifted a foul towards Everton there, who went down really easy there, Garner Gay. And again, he's just taken his legs away by the looks of it, if I'm honest with you. And it just gives time to Everton to hang on to this 3-2 lead at St James's Park. And again, what are Newcastle doing switching off though, mate? It's criminal. You know, you fought really hard to get back into the game and you've just given them a way back in. It's just really poor, mate.
It's amateur stuff, and the fact is, let's be honest, Everton haven't been great. But it seems like every time Newcastle actually tell Everton, you've got to go forward now, they score. Everton, let's be honest, Newcastle defensively have been so poor. And it's not just, I know Anthony Gordon lost the ball there, but this is absolutely diabolical. Any time we could give away a goal, we have. And Gordon's now coming off for Osula. And to be honest, that's what people are going to remember from this game, giving the ball away that late on. I'm almost speechless about how terrible this has been.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you've got to go 4-2-4 now, mate, if you're going to get anything back in the next 4 to 5 minutes. A ball, again, is given away by Newcastle on the edge of the box. And again, the ball up to Wissa. Wissa now, again, loses the ball, but it does come to Willock, who stays high. He's got Asula in front of him. There's 4 or 5 players back now. Asula. Willock goes out to Barnes on the corner of the penalty area. The ball coming back to Hall on the edge of the box. Hall now gives it back to Barnes on that left-hand side. Back to Hall. Hall now has got J7 inside him. He goes back out to Barnes. Barnes now again faced up by Everton and blue shirts. Hall, J7 inside. Again, looking for runners. J7 gets it onto his right foot. Again, it's a 50-50 ball by J7. And now it's 3-on-2 against Everton. Barry outside again to Dewsbury Hall, who again doesn't want to run. He just wants to hold the ball up. And again, J7 just throws him to the ground. It's a a throw-in to Newcastle. And Dewsbury Hall has stayed to the ground. Burner's got over there. He's grabbed him by the shirt. Get on your feet, says the man from Blythe. He's not having it.
He's not, but let's be honest, he hasn't had a great game himself. So I think that anger is probably a bit more in his own direction. And seeing Dewsbury Hall down, let's be honest, there's nothing wrong with him. You can tell. But this happens every game. And Burns got himself a yellow card there as well. And yeah,
absolutely.
You'd see it coming, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, and you know what, I'm going to go into Tyson 8769 there. It's a great shout, to be fair. Eddie trains them, selects team and formation, tactics and in-game management based on what he sees. But no accountability, ? These are the same issues that he does not fix. Time to change. Now, we said before, making adjustments to suit the opposition that you're playing every game comes with problems. And that problems you've seen today. We look at a complete lost team today because we've played 2 or 3 players that unfortunately the position has played them rather than they've played the position. So you're absolutely right. There has to be accountability. And it does look like now Keane has come on to really shore up the back line for Everton, taking an attacking player off with Dewsbury Hall and throwing a defender on. They're going 5 at the back, but they're still in the Newcastle half. So let's see what happens. The ball's kept into play. That was in. I mean, how stupid is that? Betthouse was called in, it went out. That was in, and they've called it out. Wow. These lot are, I tell you, talk about going to Specsavers. Here, take these.
Yeah, it's laughable, isn't it? But here's the thing: if it was a performance like the Villa one, where I thought we played quite well in the first half and we weren't getting things, I'd be angry. But I can't be angry at anything. And I said angry there for sake. I can't be angry at anything but the players and the management here. And what are you doing, Joe Willock?
Oh, Willock there lost his way. The ball now with Idrissa Gueye. A ball now with Undai, who looks still dangerous going forward, to be fair. Still plenty of running in them legs. And again, Jace Evans got to go in the book, I think. He's chopped him down from behind. And again, 6 minutes, I think, going to be coming. And we're into the 90th minute. So if Newcastle are going to do something, they better do it quick.
Yeah, I'll wait for the confirmation. But it does seem like it's going to be not enough for Newcastle, no matter how much they give. They could give 60, and, well, the fact is we haven't created a clear-cut chance for me in this game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And again, it's something we've got to tuck. Yeah, there you go. There's 6 minutes now, according to my clock. And the referee has confirmed there's 6 minutes to be added on. And like I say, it wouldn't matter if there was 66 minutes. Newcastle seem way off this one. Barry with a little lob up the top. Oh! Malik Chow just manages to get enough on it. Tonali, again, drastic, gets the ball forward, trying to look for Wister, who I don't think has really got involved in this game since he come on, apart from deflecting that head out for a goal kick. Wister this time gets it ball back to Hall. Again, Newcastle playing with 4 up top now. Ball comes square to Tonali. Tonali gives it to Willock. Willock gets it out of his feet, but again, it's a poor first touch. He gets it took off him. He's got a trailing leg. And you know they're going to go over. Mikalenko goes straight to ground. It's an easy out for Everton.
Yeah, played into the hands once again. Stupid. Well, it's not. It's a stupid to put the foot in, but it's just poor quality from the first touch. Gets away from him, and there's nothing he can really do except bring the player down in case he's going to pull him away. But it's you're on a yellow card as well, and you do that. It's just every decision seems to be the wrong one right now.
Yeah, ball down the line here again for Ndai to get under the control beautifully. Shouldn't have had time to do that, to be fair. Oh, he shows a beautiful squill. Idrissa Gueye gets it into the box, but Dan Burns scoops it clear. Again, Mikalenko trying to play in Ndai down this line. And this time it's gone out to the applause. I mean, he is fantastic, I must admit. Some beautiful skill there from Ndai. He just left Murphy standing like a statue, to be fair.
Yeah, he does well. He's, as I was saying in the build-up, he's the player that stands out, doesn't he? But it's another one of those. Someone playing out of position, isn't it? Murphy, not a right back, gets schooled against a quality left winger.
Barnes now taking the ball on the outside. Ashley. I'm just reading, it stays like Mike Astley in the chat. And you're right, it feels like it. Dan Burn comes out to Chow. Chow now, again with a little bit of grass. Plays the ball inside. Murphy plays it into the box again. It gets blocked by Everton and Mikalenko. Ball comes back out to Hall. Headers it back to Dan Burn. And he goes all the way back to Pope. We've got 3 minutes left, man. Get it forward. Tonali picks the ball up. Chow back to Tonali, who's made that run. Ball out to Murphy on this right-hand side. Murphy into the box, but that's going to be straight into Pickford's hands, who goes down to make a couple of more seconds go by. 3 minutes of the 6 gone. It looks hopeless for Newcastle, mate.
Yeah, literally playing in Everton's hands. Just long balls, long hopeful balls forward. And let's be honest, when we've got a front line whose combined height is still probably under 17 foot, when you put them on top of each other, that's pretty much going to tell you that they're not going to have a single chance of getting anything in the air against this defence.
Yeah, there's no point throwing anything long to anybody who's sponsored by Teflon because nothing sticks, mate. Nothing sticks. Ball comes from Malik Chow to J7. J7 again goes well, keeps that strength on that inside right again. Brings the ball back, plays it into the box. Oh, it's headed clear. There's a draw! What a shot that hammers off the bar. Is that a save from Pickford? What a save that is from Jordan Pickford. I must admit, I am going to bend my head to that one. That is some save. But what a strike from Toon Army.
That's save of the season right there. 100%. Falls to Toon Army. I mean, it is quite central, actually. I maybe exaggerate with save of the season, but it comes to Pickford so quick. Just a great reflexes to get out there. Too central to be a save of the season, I will say. I did exaggerate, but tips it onto the bar. Great save.
Ball into the box now, and as it drops, again, it looks like handball there. The referee says no, wave on. The ball has come out to Toon Army, but he couldn't control it. There's a penalty check going on with VAR. Oh, here we go. There's a foul here. And Barry again just trying to take time, and Barry's going to go into the book for that one. Harvey Barnes now has got involved. All the blue shirts are running towards Harvey Barnes again to try and make it go a little bit further. Barry gets a yellow card for kicking the ball away.
Yeah, right.
Tarkovsky. Yeah, Tarkovsky's checking his chest, but the referee now is, I don't know whether he's had a chance to check with VAR what's going on.
Let's see what happens here. We've got the replay. No.
Deemed accidental. He doesn't move his arms out, so the ball is into his chest. So, like I say, it's accidental. The ball he doesn't move his arm to wall, so that won't be given as a penalty. We are literally in the dying seconds now of the final whistle at St James's Park. This is the last little bit. Newcastle throwing everything forward here at the minute. Toon Army dinks the ball into the box. Again, it's headed clear. It's coming back to Barry. Undai. And again, Undai does really well just to fire it at Murphy. It's a goal kick to Everton. And that's it, I think.
Won't quite be, but there could be chance for one more. I think we've had, a minute or two missing from the second, from the added on time. But the fans are leaving in their droves. And to be honest, I can't blame them. There's a yellow card for Lewis Hall in there as well. Won't be long left at all now.
Now, ball gets headed by Barry again forward. Ball comes under from Murphy across to Lewis Hall. I'm just having a look at where we are now.
They lose it.
And they lose it again, and it's a great tackle. They put the ball further down the line for Newcastle now to get thrown in. Toon Army goes long. Again, a hopeful ball, but again, Asula doesn't even look at the ball there. Willett can't head it. Again, that's it. It's all over at St James's Park. There's booze at St James's Park. Newcastle 2, Everton 3. And I must admit, mate, I've seen better days at Newcastle. I've seen better performances at Newcastle. I've seen better performances elsewhere. That's a huge loss for Newcastle.
Yeah, it is, and it's a run of form in the Premier League that is really concerning. We can talk all we want about how Newcastle have sort of performed in Champions League and in the Cups, but Big Ange lost his job last year after winning the Europa League. I think even if Eddie Howe won the Champions League, people will be talking about his job, and if basing it off this performance, if we can't keep things quiet after scoring a goal, we haven't got a hope of getting into the top half and actually progressing past Barcelona, never mind anything else.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's been an absolutely horrible game of football to watch, if I'm honest with you. Lads all over the place. Now, everybody in the chat, there is no post-match analysis because obviously Chris has had to go to Nashville. Everybody else that usually comes on, I think he's at the match today.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if anybody gets back home to jump on board. We're going to stay here for another 15 or so minutes. We have no phone in to get your views, but what I would like for you guys to do before we go any further is at least give us a thumbs up because we've done okay. We've done a great job. It's been an awful game of football for Newcastle, I guarantee you. And you can understand the reasons why the likes of Boki, Vendetta, and all of these guys want this lad out. Because when you see games like that, it becomes a little bit of a ball ache, mate.
Yeah, just one thing there. I was just about to cut you off and say, just typically as it happens, Brentford have scored to make it 4-3 against Burnley. And then it popped up just as you finished your sentence. Ashley Barnes, who hasn't scored in a long time, scores
In
to
a
make
very
it
long time.
4-4. And
Yeah, what a game.
once again, results going Newcastle's way, and we haven't done ourselves any favours whatsoever. It's 6 losses in 7 in the Premier League. It's not good enough by any stretch of the
It's
imagination.
not good enough. No, absolutely. I mean, the mighty win there, he hasn't been awful in capital letters. I'm sure he has got us in the taxi on his phone. I'd like to see and hear his point of view because to me, it has been a little bit hit and miss. We've looked good in parts, but there's been far too many that couldn't control the ball at feet, mate. And they've gifted the ball far too easy. Been some really poor balls into the box from set pieces. Not really tested Jordan Pickford. But may I just say, what a worldie of a shot from Toon Army on the volley. And what a great save that was. It may not be save of the season, but it's got to be up there in the top 5 for me.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a absolutely fantastic save from Pickford, and we've seen him do it time and time again. Unfortunately, this one's been against Newcastle. Start of his career, he was, the catalyst for us getting wins like that. I remember the 3-2 when Jose Perez and Almiron were scoring. He was poor on that day. That was the reason why he turns it on against Newcastle these days. A lot less mistakes. Massively grown as a goalkeeper. Impressive, as much as I hate to say it. And Super Sam's in there with a super chat saying the players were terrible too. You're absolutely right. There's probably 2 players for me that can come out with any credibility after that. But at the same time, it's not new. This is nothing new to us. We are seeing this in the Premier League game after game, and in the FA Cup, Champions League, we seem to be a half decent side, but when we're playing in the Premier League, we're losing at home to the likes of Brentford, Everton, and with the run we've got coming up, we really need to book our ideas up. Otherwise, we're in serious trouble because Leeds 5 points behind with a game in hand, Brighton 2 points behind with a game in hand, Crystal Palace 1 point behind with a game in hand. The only benefit is that the teams in that bottom 5 are so terrible. I don't think they've got any chance of catching me.
Yeah, you're right. And Win is in the taxi and he wants us to shout out Abdul, the driver. Abdul, welcome along to NUFC Talk, buddy. It's lovely. Take care of Win on the way back home. He isn't made of glass, but he's made of sugar. Or I should have said made of Foster's. Maybe that's probably more like it. Listen, it's really strange because I'm having a quick look at some of the stats of where we are. And I think, when you look at momentum, momentum gives you some things. And Newcastle have had lots of the ball and momentum. But in the final third, look void of ideas, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't been creative enough. Although we are one of the top scorers outside. Well, we are the top scorers in the bottom 10, and that tells you just how bad the defence has been as well. But on a day like today against Everton, when you come up against the low block, if you can't create anything, you're in a lot of trouble. And to be honest, I'd be in a much worse mood if it wasn't for the chat. We've got 2 super chats in there as well. Once again, Benjamin, once again, blaming Steve for being at this game. Steve, it's all your fault. And then Edward Contreras in as well. No more patience, too passive. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that agree with you. I'm definitely more on that side of the fence than I have been in the past.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we'll keep an eye on the chat. So like I say, me and Michael will be here because, like I say, the lads aren't available to do the post-match. And we'll wait for Win to come on to get listen to a bird's eye view, listen to how he's seen the game. Because again, you talk about somebody going to Specsavers. I think he goes to a different game to us at times. Let's have a quick look then at what has happened during this game. And the most interesting thing for me, mate, we have ball possession of 66% to 34% Everton. But you look at the XG there, expected goals. They come away with a 2.13, having less of the ball, but making most of their chances. Newcastle haven't even got one on the board regarding XG. So it just shows you underperforming or overperforming.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, both of their second and third goals are pretty much tap-ins from poor defending, which is why I think theirs is so high, because they weren't great by any stretch of the imagination. But I think the fact that we're creating less than 1 XG at home against a mid-table side tells you everything you need to know. And Cuffs just let me know in the chat there, the Burnley goal has been ruled out, as if my mood couldn't get any worse. But 100%, you say that, 66% possession and less than 1 expected goal. I don't even know what that big chance they're talking about is, because I haven't got a clue.
Yeah, I think Peter wants to come on and have a look. I'm just going to have a quick look. Can you go through these? I've got them on the screen for people to see, and I'll send Peter the link so he can come on and have his say on the chat, matey.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see there, Newcastle won. One big chance to Everton's 3. If anyone can let me know what that one big chance for Newcastle is, I'll be much appreciated, because I haven't got the foggiest, if I'm completely honest. 17 total shots. I'd be looking forward to see the shot map as well, because I think 15 of those were from outside the box, and 15 of those were high, wide, and not very handsome, and the 2 that weren't, deflected and went in. Goalkeeper saves. Pickford only made 2, but one of them excellent from Toon Army, it must be said. Corner kicks 7, and I don't think we created a single chance from any of them, which is a problem. 15 fouls just shows how stupid we were in the tackle at times, really. Let's be honest, 15 fouls, and every single one of them you were sitting there going, what's he done that for? Free kicks, 7 to their 15. Again, not really good enough at all from Newcastle.
No, you're right. Very, very poor, if I'm honest with you. Brentford do finish the game 4-3, by the way. So, again, we've lost a bit of leadway, if I'm honest with you, with teams in and around us. And obviously, for me, this was a 6-pointer. Has this finished European competition for Newcastle?
I think if it hasn't, we're very, very close to it, because I think you can always have a bogey team, you can always lose a couple of games here and there, but where you drop points in games like this, you have to pick up in unexpected games elsewhere. And maybe you're looking at Chelsea away as one, because they've got PSG. I know we've got Barcelona, but Barcelona, I don't believe, are going to have their game cancelled at the weekend. PSG are. Chelsea are going to probably play a rotated side and prioritise the Champions League. You've now got to win a game like that where, maybe you didn't have to before. And I've got no confidence in us doing that if we play anything like we did today. Another super chat in there, by the way, Super Sam. Burn, Pope, Willock, Trippier, Howe, out.
Yeah, like I say, it's very difficult to argue against the performance like this when you, again, we talk about, making these decisions about playing 3 or 4 players out of position, and then the position plays the player rather than the player comfortable. You've just seen J7 have one of the games of the season for me against Karabag. Yes, it's Karabag. But again, you see the momentum. You see him carrying the ball forward with confidence. I ain't being funny, but I could have seen him doing the same today against the likes of Everton. There's no massive player. There's strong players, but there's no massive midfielder there that I don't think J7 could beat. Every time he plays, the first half was ridiculous playing him as a left winger. I must admit that. You might as well take him out of the game altogether. He contributed nothing as a left winger whatsoever. Woltemade contributed nothing as a centre midfielder whatsoever. Ilanga contributed nothing on the right side whatsoever. So you're 3 players down before you've even made a start of the game. And to me, you can only carry 1 or 2 if you're lucky. And then everybody else has to overperform. And today, for me, there's been far too many underperform. The pressure was on everybody. You could see that. The simple first touch was gone. The ball was away from body too much for me. It allowed Everton to get a toe on it, to get that ball back and to win and go on the offensive a little bit. And again, you've got to think the cleverness of Undai down that left-hand side caused Newcastle, Trippier as well, most of the damage. They broke really well. They kept bodies forward. And we talked about Beto, not the classiest of strikers, but I'll tell you something now, leads the line a lot better than we do. Whoever plays up top.
Yeah, 100%. We've struggled with that all season long. And I think one of the things I'm looking at the shot map on FootMob here for Everton, their shots all come in like sort of a perfect U shape from inside outside the box. Newcastle's is an absolute scattergun approach. It doesn't from Everton, you can see what their game plan is from the shots they're taking. They want to get it as narrow as they possibly can in that box. Get the ball in and take the shots where in those positions where they can. But the 2 goals that they score, the second and the third, we say they had an XG of 2.1. 1.8 of those were the one where Barry falls on the ball and then the Beto tap in. The mistakes from Newcastle once again. Other than those 2 mistakes, Everton didn't really create anything. But that just goes to show when these kind of games are played and it's tight, Newcastle haven't got anything about them that makes the opposition fearful. You mentioned Woltemade and centre midfielder. Unfortunately, wasn't good enough. I'm not blaming him because he's not playing as a number 9, which is where he's played all of his career. So fair play to him if he needs to be put further forward because the experiment hasn't worked. I wanted the experiment. I wanted to see how it played out. It hasn't worked. Got to acknowledge that and push forward. Alanga on the right, not good enough, unfortunately. I really like him, but he's just not the player that we need right now. He suits a different system, doesn't suit ours. Write it off as a bad sign. And you could say that about pretty much any player. I could go through the entire squad and rip them apart if need be. But I think the only players that really come out of today with any credit are Jacob Ramsey and Lewis Hall. The rest, really poor.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, like I say, Ramsey, I thought was our shining light in the first half. He seemed to be the one wanting to take that ball forward, making a commitment, putting himself in some great positions. But again, you've only got to look. We talk about players playing out of position, and Connor's just highlighted the fact that if you think Anthony Gordon in today's game alone, striker, left wing, right wing. Woltemade, centre midfield, number 10.
Yeah.
Striker. J7, left wing, left centre midfield, right centre midfield. How are you going to get some type of continuity when you've got that amount of changes? And I've said it before, I ain't Eddie out. But when I believe Newcastle go behind the Mackhams now, in the table.
Yeah, we will.
I'm going to put the table.
Just
table
while you do that,
screen.
just going to go through the last 2 super chats. Gavin Fuller,
Go.
5 are in there. Great show, lads. Pity about the football. Waller kept showing for the ball, not getting past to the team, not used to playing through the middle. Absolutely spot on, buddy, and you're a very consistent person in this chat. Thank you very much for your support. It is much appreciated. And then going down as well, V for Vendetta. We don't create or defend. That's a recipe for disaster. We don't look like fixing this. Thank God we have 36 points. Eddie Howe since the Sunderland surrender. It's exactly what it was, and to be honest, today wasn't that much better as a surrender. I'm all for giving managers time, but when results like the Sunderland game happen, I can really understand why a lot of people want Howe out. And I said it last year before the Forest game and the Arsenal game. He was under real pressure. That's nothing compared to what he's under now.
Yeah, you're right. Like I say, it is a shame. We've got Peter in the chat. Welcome, Peter. Like I say, the table doesn't look great, mate. What's your thoughts on the game then, Peter?
Where do I start? Yeah, wow. Basically, I mean, go back to the beginning, first half. it was so lethargic. Like you called it, Michael. That is the word. Why weren't they pressing from the start? To me, it seemed like they turned up and they were so complacent in that first half, especially. So there was not really any movement when we got the ball. Yeah, and so it was just a shock to see how slow they were playing. Gordon was way off it, and I was watching it with Timmy, and like we were just saying, what is it with Gordon against Everton? Because I don't know what's going on in his head, if it's too emotional for him or what, but everything he'd done, like nothing was coming off, and I also think, like, I know Wynne was defending him before the match, and I get that at times when he's up for it, he does get stuck in, he runs around, and his movement has been really good as of late. But in that match today, he was not closing down. First half,
Not at all.
especially. I mean, second half, did you notice when the ball went in the strawberry corner and the Everton defender just shepherded the ball out? Gordon just gave up, and that
Yeah,
kind of like
didn't want.
didn't want it. That typified what we were seeing from a lot of the team in that, especially that first half. And so, yeah, Gordon, come on. I'm not sure what's going on in his head at times. So, but the whole team, to be fair, I mean, again, it goes back to for me a lot of tippy tappy. I think they picked up on 60 minutes, but even then, again, they're trying to score the perfect goal. It's always to try and work the ball where you cut back to the 6-yard box for someone to tap in. Everton are defending well. The box is congested, and that's the thing about Murphy is as frustrating as he is, he's a dying breed because he will take a chance. He will have a shot. He will put a good cross in there. He put the ball in the box. That is being extinguished out of the game because players are like they're just the same as every other player. Players often now don't have an attribute or skill set that's tailored to a position because every player is they all want to do the tippy tappy and work the ball at the 6-yard box.
Yeah,
And
you're
there's no
absolutely right.
creativity.
And just sorry to go you off there. We've got another
Yeah.
super chat in there. Random access, £10, and it's as simple as sigh.
Yeah,
Can
random.
we
Thank
relate?
you so much. Yeah, I mean, like I say, I think that sums the way we all feel. I mean, Becca in the chat there said, "I've had to have a shower to calm myself down." Trouble is, boy, because you've said I've had to have a shower. There's a lot of lads in the chat now that have probably got excited. Listen, the way I look at this, right? You cannot. Sometimes you say the gaffer has to take a gamble. Pete, we've none of us have really said there's Eddie out, right? As in, I mean, I've said it. I'll hold my hand up because at times you're a roller coaster of emotions. I just think for me, you question every single thing that happens at the start of a game. You set us off great, building up to us. Me and Michael then chatting about where this could go right because, again, you're looking at momentum. We know Eddie continually says he doesn't like to change players, right? He likes to keep the bodies on the field of play, especially in defence. That's his words. I don't like to change too much from keeper to my defenders because I like that continuity. I like that feeling that everybody knows where everybody else is playing. It looked to me, like I said before, these lads had just come off the park having a kick around with coats down on the field. Is that because he's made positional changes to you? That's how it feels to me. It looks like there was far too many players playing under pressure about the position that they were playing rather than the football that was at the feet.
I don't know, maybe the changes have played a part, but you see, to me, I wonder if it's more of a mentality issue as a collective, as in the whole squad. So we're playing Everton at home, and I just wonder, do they come into this game being complacent because it's Everton and Everton are kind of mid-table, but the reality is we knew it was going to be a really tough game. We said that, didn't we, before the match? Because Everton, they work hard, they're compact, and they've got Jordan Pickford always has a blinder. So yeah, like why the players wouldn't have known that, I don't know, but they need to be they need to show that intensity the same for Everton as they would for Manchester United or Man
100%.
City. And just on Nick Pope as well, I mean, come on, it's becoming a bit of a myth now that he's a good shot stopper because he's not, is he? Because he
No.
keeps dropping clangers and the shots that he's supposed to be saving, he ain't dealing with. So, and again, I love him for what he's done for Newcastle, and yeah, great lad, and I think he's been a class keeper for us. But yeah, I think why wouldn't we have put Ramsdale in before now? To be fair, I mean, yeah, because that goal, I mean, the 2 goals Everton scored, wow, like to score for Newcastle to get back like they did. And by the way, Jacob Ramsey, we missed him big time second half, I felt, when he went off. But yeah, for him to score that and then Pope to do what he did, okay, you do it once and you think, God, it's a clanger, my word. But then to do second half to do the same kind of thing, this time Gordon, to lose the ball the way that he did, if you've just scored, and it's been a hell of a slog to actually get that goal, and then we just give it up. I mean, I've said this before after the Brentford game, like it's becoming I didn't even celebrate the second equaliser because I turned to Timmy and I said, I ain't getting excited because knowing us, we'll probably concede one again, and we did. And it's it's happening too often, and yeah, massively disappointing. And I think again, it goes back maybe too much tippy tappy in terms of the ethos of how to score a goal in the modern day football. Because Everton were compact, they were good, to be fair.
Yeah, I completely agree. Mark Thorpe there with a 199 as well, mate. Thank you very much for supporting the channel.
We've got a few super chats there. Super Sam 199. I think you might have already done that one. But
I've
done them all.
great show, lads. Pity about the football. We later kept showing for the ball, but just not getting it. Not used to playing through the middle. V for Vendetta, we don't create or defend. That's a recipe for disaster. We don't look like fixing this. Thank God we have 36 points. Eddie out since the Sunderland surrender. He's been
We've done.
random is £10 with just a Mark Thorpe. Thanks, Mark. Just no comment, but thanks for the super chat. Looker. Love this channel. This concentration, unbelievable. Sad to watch my team. Needs Azerbaijan clubs to satisfy the hunger. Our players are in their peak age, says Luca.
Spot on, buddy.
Well. And where do we go from there? Well, I was weirdly disappointed as I got in the taxi and heard Gary saying, "What an awful game!" Because I thought it was a fantastic game.
I mean, we've established you watch different games to us.
Yeah, well, that's true, obviously, because I honestly thought it was a great game of football to watch, not just for the neutrals, because Everton played well, without a doubt, but I thought we played well as well.
Do you not think that we were playing with lead in our boots? Win. They were making very hard work of sometimes simple things.
I'll tell you what happened. On about 35 minutes, we went from 4-1 with Anthony Gordon up front to putting Gordon on the left wing and playing Woltemade up front. And that, for me, is where it...
I thought Gordon up front struggled massively.
I thought he did okay. I thought he really did okay. I thought, we were a goal down. The goal down was against the run of play. And, Chow again makes his customary, as it's become now, great centre-half work. And I keep on equating him to Titus Bramble, who was the same great centre-half, but every game he just had a cock-up in him, which would cost a goal. And
Gordon cost the goal.
Gordon cost us the goal in the second.
Gordon cost us the winner without a doubt. Well, I'm saying without a doubt. He lost the ball that led to the goal. Fair enough. Which I'm not going to argue with. But other than that, I thought Gordon had a great game. He was all over the place. Even
Great
when he
game.
went to the left
Wow.
wing.
I mean, I've got a super chat there first before I think is the one came up by.
Yeah, he says here, look, the American mag has put in, Win, make sure you mute the mic before you talk, type of situation. Hey, listen.
At least I'm here, kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Aye.
He's not having a knees up in Nashville.
Not
listen,
like absentee landlord.
Tim, go on, give us your thoughts, mate.
Well, I mean, look, Win, I get that, Gordon was involved in some players, maybe effective here and there, the odd time. And I get that he's not a useless player. But his body language was terrible in that game. Like, I don't know, how could you, like Peter said, the strawberry corner, close the ball down, just win a corner or throw in. He lets it go out of play. That was symptomatic of his body language for me, watching that game, throughout the whole time. He's just like dawdling around, like, mate, we need to get points here. Up front, he's not even pressing. He's letting them play out. That's what he was literally doing. Tarkowski was able to just play it forward with no pressure on the ball. And then, obviously, second half, he's on the left, whatever. Yes, it does some good things, I thought, but, like, this is it. You talk about mentality monsters. You need to be on it. And that was, to me, this is where you need to step up, really, and actually really make the difference. And he didn't. Not him. Obviously, it's the whole team. But that, like I say, that last goal, my word, you've just got yourself back in the game. Like, and it's, like Peter says, it's been an absolute slog to get back into the game. You've finally done it, and you decide to get the ball in a dangerous area and mess
Well, it
around
wasn't
like
a
that.
dangerous area.
Well, he should have looked. If he looked around,
It was like 20 yards outside the box, and he tried to do what he'd done successfully, by the way, on multiple occasions throughout the game.
But you got off Nouse and that. We've just got back. Just keep it simple. Just play it back, and we'll go again and get into the goal.
Gentlemen, just 1 second. I just want to shout out the super chat. We had 3 come through. Mark Thorpe, Pope should be dropped. Get rid for good. God's sake. V for Vendetta, put Win in jail right now and throw away the key. The key. Yeah. Well, I think he's kept it, but he's in jail. And you know why? Win deflected from his fave.
Just go away.
Oh, my days. Listen, thank you ever so much, guys, like I say, for the super chat. As you can see, we've managed to box him in. I hope he hasn't got anything in his pockets.
I think Gordon's there somewhere with him as well.
I think Gordon's in his pocket because we didn't see him on the field. Listen, you know what? If I was a neutral, it's like I said, if I was a neutral, I would either been at St James's Park. I mean, to be fair, if you look at some of the results today, there's been some fabulous games of football, right?
And last night.
And last night. So if I was a neutral and I wanted to sit here and watch a basketball game, because that's what it felt like to me. The trouble is with our basketball game, we looked a little bit out of control of that ball. And it was us who looked under pressure. It was us who looked like it was a must-win game. Everton just played their normal game. They looked so relaxed, and Dye was causing us so much pressure. That put us in a lot of problems for me with Trippier moving forward. And we lost our way a little bit. We lost our way with Trippier moving forward. We certainly lost our way with playing multiple players out of position. And I'm sorry, for me, you cannot say J7's a winger because he's not. You lost the midfield massively. I thought Ramsey was excellent first half. But again, comes out for the second half and the lad's unwell. You could see it, he was unwell. And he had to go off before the ball was kicked in the second half. We got back into the game. The momentum with the ball was all Newcastle's. But you know why? Because Everton allowed us to.
Yep.
They didn't need to do anything else. They were in the lead. They were taking it. And again, they were in the lead from, if I'm honest with you, mistakes from Newcastle. They weren't in the lead by making mistakes or making good themselves. Everything that we did today created an opportunity for them. And you've only got to go and look at their XG. You know, our keeper made 2 saves. Their keeper made 4. And I mean, I must admit, you know what a worldie of a save against Tonali's final shot at goal. That to me would have been the icing on the cake to get a point from it, because I would have literally raised my shirt and showed you my big belly. But, you know, like I said, it was a worldie. It come off the bar. It didn't happen. But if I'm honest with you, apart from that, you know, Murphy's goal was a good one. Took it on the volley really well, got a deflection, but it was a good strike. But there wasn't enough for me, even though you've got momentum, even though you've got the ball, you've got your ball in negative areas, not in positive areas. I don't think we made Pickford work a lot for me.
Gary, just one thing, super chat, another super chat in there from Super Sam 1914. Give me Carlo Ancelotti. Peter, what were you going to say, mate?
Go on to me.
No, just like I was going to say, basically Pickford, I was saying during the game, he could have had a cup of tea for most of that. Just got a deck chair out and poured himself a cup of tea. Because like you say, yes, we had a lot of the ball, but apart from those 2 moments, it's just like there's no threat on the goal. We should be peppering that Gallagher end with shots, you know, and crosses and stuff. And we've said it a million times, it's the pendulum. And like you say, kind of afraid to make that pass, afraid to make that shot, that incisiveness on the edge of the box, because maybe they feel like there's so much pressure, there's so much at stake, so they don't have the courage to have that killer blow. And we're going forward, like going back and forth. And Pickford should be making saves, but he's not. Apart from those 2, the one in particular, you know, he's not having to make any saves, and it's an indictment on the lack of cohesion, the lack of creativity. And the stubbornness to try and score the perfect goal every time.
Yeah, you're right.
6-yard box, they're always aiming. And again, this is not unique to Newcastle, to be fair, but they're aiming for the 6-yard box all the time to work their way in to get someone on the end of a pass that is a tap in. Essentially, it leads to a tap in. That's what they're always aiming for, and it's predictable. You know, you can see it. Trippier bombs forward and he overlaps, and then he'll play someone further forward inside the box, and they'll look for the cutback. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, players back in the day would have attributes that were tailored to certain positions, which would lead to more crosses, more shots, more forward movements. And now it's like, as I said, like you said to me, it's the tippy tappy 6-yard box mentality, which we're too stubborn to move away from too much of the time. And, you know, a lot of other teams are like that as well. It's a kind of, I think it's an issue in football in general. But yeah, we should be testing Pickford much more.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Toon. It's Irish Toon. Thank you ever so much for becoming a member plus. Like I say, you will be getting all of the player scores. Now, I know for members only, obviously we are going to be doing it. Michael and Ian will be doing it. It may fit or sit a little bit later than normal because obviously Michael is in London doing a knees up. I hope you're having a great time in London. Apparently he's gone to a show. One only, apparently. He's playing one show and one only. I can't remember who it was. I think it could be Morrissey he's gone to see.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, those of us from an older age will know that one. Thank you ever so much anyway for Irish for dropping in that one. Animal Lecter has just thrown one in here. There you go. I own a business, and if my manager spent my money on staff and then used someone else in the position, his bottom would be dust. But I think that's a majority of things, isn't it? I mean, you know, we spoke yesterday. We spoke again today. I want to ask you Win, because obviously you were at the ground yesterday having a tour. Was it a nice day, by the way?
Mute.
He's took this nice to heart.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you, lad.
It was a lovely day, thank you. Yes, we had a big, long conversation with Super Mac, and there could be more to come from that.
Brilliant.
Who was our VIP host for the day, and it's the first time I've done one of the VIP tours at the ground. I've done a few stadium tours now, but that's the first one escorted by a superstar, if you want. And really enjoyable. Very good, very well organised. Recommended if you get a chance to do it, because they're there all the time, apparently. Not necessarily with Supermac, but with various celebrity players, shall we say.
Excellent.
So great,
Glad you
But
enjoyed it.
meanwhile, back at the ranch, I'm staggered by what I'm hearing about the game. I'm honestly staggered.
Listen, Fosters and football obviously don't match, mate. Don't marry.
No
all right?
Fosters today.
No Fosters today.
What did
No,
Pickford have to do, Win? Can I just, like, and I get, obviously you're there, mate, do you know what I mean? And I get you see the full patterns. And I'm not
listen, I'm not trying
what
to
did
say it
Pickford have to
because
do?
I'm there, I know any better. You might say more,
But yeah,
certainly.
and I'm not saying we've probably played worse than that. Yeah, we've probably had worse games than that. Obviously, it's frustration, it's emotion at the end of the
That's
game.
what it
It's
is.
a very frustrating game to watch.
That's what's bubbling to the top right
in the
now.
Possibly, but in terms of the stats and the facts, what saves when it comes to the crunch? Do you know what I mean? What save did Pickford have to make apart from Toon Army?
Well, I think Gary's just made the point. He made 4 to Pope's 2. Well, albeit Pope let 3 in.
I mean, actual saves. Were the good? I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm trying to think of actual save. Like
the only two that I could remember, the only two I could remember, they were straight at him. And like I say, I wouldn't class that as really getting into them. But when they come out 3-2,
Are you on about Pope's 2? The only 2 were straight at him.
No, I'm on about
the 2 we can
Pickford.
remember from Pickford.
From Pickford, I mean, the Tonali save was a worldie, absolute classic save.
Exactly.
That was a worldie. And you've got it, like I said, I had to bow my head for that one because that was a fantastic save. Because that was coming at some pace. And yes, it wasn't directly into the corner, but sometimes pace alone beats a keeper. You know what I mean? And it's the power within the shot that beats the keeper. And like I say, he got enough on it to push it onto the bar. Sometimes your hands buckle under that type of shot. We know, and we've heard from lots of people and players of how hard he hits the ball. I don't think he could hit a ball better than that on target and not score all season, if I'm honest with you. That's how good a save that was. But I mean...
And that's how warped the result was. Because in the last... Okay, that was near enough 10 minutes of extra time. Injury time, or whatever you want to call it. And in the last... We got the equaliser, but we're battering them. And then Gordon had his moment. We lost the ball. There was still opportunities then, by the way, for a lot of other players to do something. But I'm happy to let Gordon carry the can for that, for actually losing the ball. But thereafter, it was literally one-way traffic. And we were so unlucky on so many occasions, not to mention the fact that on so many occasions we had the opportunity to shoot and didn't on the edge of the box. I mean, I'm talking about probably half a dozen opportunities in those last 10 minutes.
Yep.
Where instead of having a dig, we're trying to play it around. And by the way, on a couple of occasions, that playing around worked great. And there was some fantastic crosses came in that we just weren't able to get on the end of.
There was too many floaty crosses for me. They needed to have more venom in the delivery. There was too many times. I mean, where it's almost like they're trying to be too careful, and it's reflected in I think Everton.
That's it. It's confidence. The team has got no confidence at all at the minute.
Because again, I think it's weighing on their shoulders that they are trying to carve out the perfect chance, and that is bound to create that kind of pressure, and it's going to create a lack of confidence maybe where in their heads they're thinking, geez, this is going to be a monumental effort to against this stubborn defence to carve out this tippy-tappy goal. So why don't they have the nous to just, like you say, Win, have a shot on the edge of the box a bit more often?
I agree.
And they were just, I think over the course of the game, they were too static. For me, the team looked very static, especially, I mean, first half, was really poor. But Yeah, it was. It just seemed like I don't know if there's a mentality issue that you need to be on it from the first minute. You know, I mean, Everton have done this now the last 3 seasons at home, where they
Yeah,
come up, they're stubborn, they make it difficult, and we just go to pot.
yeah, you're right. I mean, I've put up Opta's charts here because I always go with Opta, who seem to be the most even keel, if I'm honest with you. And this, you talk about 35 minutes here. As you can see, the creation wasn't Newcastle; it was Everton. Um, and that is, like I say, when you're looking at opportunities scored or opportunities to score, it very much looked like it was going to be Everton that was going to create that goal rather than Newcastle. Even though Newcastle had the possession, because they were unwilling to take a punt until it was desperado times. And again, I think it was Gavin put something in the chat earlier that Eddie Howe. Again, you would argue in the point the other day that you can't remember Eddie Howe saying, "Don't shoot if you've got a chance to pass because you ain't good enough." Well, you don't get good enough unless you have a punt, and that's what you're starting to see. There's less people again, like games today where you're not having a go at goal. We've got 2 goals with an XG of 0.97. So we have overachieved today, according to the chance creation.
Our
And
2
Everton
goals
are on par. Go on, mate.
yeah, our 2 goals came from players believing in themselves in pulling the trigger from outside the
Yeah.
box. So this is where they need to learn that lesson and say, "Do you know what? That actually works sometimes." So let's, do you know what I mean? It tends to happen where we will do that now and again, but then we kind of forget that's a weapon in our arsenal that we can use, and then they just put it back in the box and don't want to do it after we've literally scored by playing that way. So
And by the way, not just today, but in the last few games, that's where we've been getting the majority of our goals from.
mhm,
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
shooting on
Well,
the
that,
edge of the box, which is what we've been saying in all the post matches. Finally, we're shooting from outside the box.
yeah,
yeah. One thing is just say as well is in terms of mentality maybe and in terms of game management for both goals when we score and we kick off again or they kick off, what happens? Everton have the ball in our final third and go up. So when you look at the Everton's the goal we conceded with Pope, letting that in, absolute clanger, obviously, like total nightmare. But you go back before that, the game's kicked off. What are Everton doing? They are cutting through our midfield. They are cutting through our side to get to that point to have a shot. Why aren't we having the nous? We've got the goal to get back in the game to say, okay, we're going to stop allowing Everton to look like Brazil anymore. We've got back in the game, and they ain't going to be cutting through us like that again. But no, they just waltz through again, and obviously Port makes a clanger. The second goal, the same thing happens where, like, yes, Gordon is at fault for that, like I was saying, but like you say, Win, it was the whole team because when Gordon loses the ball, why on earth is it the partner of the sea? Why are we so
Uh,
exposed like that?
and we saw it against Brentford as well at home, the last home Premier League game.
Yeah. Where's the mentality? Where's the nous?
Boys, carry on. I'm just going to take a quick break because I've got a phone call coming through, but carry on.
Yeah. To be fair, just add to that for me, the third goal, when Gordon loses it, it is still pretty much a 4v3 in Newcastle's favour. I mean, 4v5 you could maybe say when you include Gordon and the fourth Everton attacker. But for me, it's literally just a case of how is there only 6 players in our box? We just kicked off. Everyone had piled forward, and for some reason Gordon's turned around. Now there's no way we're doing that in training, and Gordon's all of a sudden just gone, you know what, I'm just going to sort of try and dribble to the side. No, there's a miscommunication in there somewhere of maybe Gordon's supposed to pull it out and then launch it forward, and it's just not happened. But to kick off and only have 6 players in your half, the opposition have it 10 seconds later. It's ridiculous, and it's really amateurish stuff. You can blame whoever you want from it. Gordon does lose the ball, but there's so many players who could do better.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I'm looking at the Brentford match, the last home match before this one in the league, and Botman scored 24 minutes, then they score 37 minutes. Bruno gets us back in. Sorry, they then go 2-1 up, and then Bruno gets us back in second half to go 2-2 at 79 minutes. They then score 85 minutes. So it's a reoccurring theme, isn't it? Where for some reason when we score, at St James's especially, that seems to be a trigger for the whole team just to surge
Turn up.
forward and just like Parting of the Sea.
what's the cliche?
Agree?
What's the cliche that everyone knows?
Yeah, you're most
you're most
vulnerable when you score.
You're most vulnerable once you've just scored.
Yeah, but we don't
Which,
seem to
funnily
understand
enough, last season, Newcastle's stats in that department were fantastic. That when we scored one, we would score another one and another one. You know, the number of pairs of goals that we scored within 6 minutes last season, I think, was 25, which was the highest in the league. That we went on, when we scored, we went on and scored another one. And that's what I think the mentality kind of is in the team to do that. Right, we've scored, let's go and get another one, which was in Anthony Gordon's mind when he beat the two players, couldn't beat the third, to
that
get
kind
us
of mentality
back
and
on the attack again. And I'm not saying it's right, I'm not saying it's wrong. Toon Steele is saying the fact is we have players that aren't good enough for a team that wants to be in European competitions every season. Howe's loyalty will be his downfall. And that's a commonly held belief.
To be honest, there's some parts of that I agree with, but I think when you look at the so-called House favourites over the years, you know, you can say the likes of Almiron, etc., should have been shipped on earlier. You know, Almiron rejected a move to Saudi, and then we ended up having to sell him to the MLS. And there's a lot of scenarios where I think, you know, if Howe's favourites were just kept, then probably Longstaff would still be here as well. So I agree to an extent. There are players that shouldn't be here who, you know, are still. There was the Trippier
and Wilson.
Yeah, in January.
And Wilson got injured, and Trippier went through his bad spell.
Yeah.
Which coincided with those opportunities, shall we say, to get rid.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
I use the word get. I use the words get rid, not derogatively at all. To profit, you know, to make money.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think it is one of those where, just unfortunately, I think, you know, even if we did sell Trippier, we probably would have ended up playing Leo Shahar last season, or having, I don't know, Miley at right back 6 months earlier. So for me, I get the whole how has kept his favourites at the club for far too long, but I don't think that's been one of the major problems for us. I think everything that could have gone wrong for us this year kind of has. We've had a few moments where we've gotten the luck going our way, and then we've messed it up pretty much straight afterwards. And that just seems to be customary of Newcastle. Everything that goes wrong, we just when we're trying to fix it, we're making it worse. And we need a reset in the summer, whether that's how here, whether that's how out. People are going to disagree. But so we need to, mentality-wise, we just need a reset.
Yeah, I think there'll be a bit of an overhaul.
I'm not sure what I think about this. Look, not sure up in UCL. Technical loss, 0-3, better deal.
He's saying to forfeit it.
Say again, sorry?
He's saying to forfeit the game.
Because we're going to get battered.
Wow. I don't agree with that at all, Luca.
I do disagree, but thank you for the super chat. I imagine it was tongue in cheek.
Interesting take, but there you go.
I mean, Ramsey was good, wasn't he, today? I'll say that. And he was one of our few bright sparks in the middle, I thought. He tried to make things happen. I thought he was a miss going off. I thought Willock was poor on the ball. And he was actually having a shot the odd time, but it was going over the bar. I wasn't, again, not testing Pickford. He was trying to play passes out wide. They were going out of play. And I thought Ramsey at least kept the ball at times and tried to swivel and try and make things happen in the first half.
Well,
Obviously got the ball.
on that subject, there were, I can think of like 3 off the top of my head. I can't remember who took them all. But we had 3 shots. I think Barnes was one of them. Willock was one of them. Murphy might have been another one that went way over the bar. And you know, there were shot. I didn't mind anybody having a shot, but you know, they were nowhere near on target. And does that then send a message to the rest of the team? Oh, well, you know, if I do that, I'm going to look stupid.
Yeah.
I
Whereas if one of them goes in, they're going to say, "Oh, I'm going to have a go at that as well."
There was a question, I think it was from Gav earlier, that I'd made a note of to come back to. Is every player within their right to take a shot from outside the box? Because there's certain players you look at and go, you haven't got a hope in hell of scoring from that kind of position. Willock is the one in mind I can think of. Barnes, etc. You always look at them and go, you've got a chance. I'm more than happy for you to go for it. But I'm more confident with Malik Chow shooting outside the box than Joe Willock, and he's one of those where I don't think every player was within their right to take a shot. It does need to be moderated a little bit more, but you can't restrict players like that creatively. Otherwise, you end up with what we've got. No chances created.
Like I say, I think, I mean, for example, Joe Linton, probably you wouldn't trust him outside the box to shoot. So, but the thing is, that's normal. It used to be the normal thing where, as I say, back in the day, certain players had certain attributes. So, I don't know, Clarence Acuna outside the box, you wouldn't want him to score. He would start into the box and score in the box from a header or whatever, and he's more of maybe a defensive-minded player. Whereas more attacking midfield players used to have that as a weapon in their arsenal to shoot outside the box. Now I feel like it's being eroded out of these midfield players. It's eroded out of their game in modern day football. Go on, super chat there.
Anybody?
Luga, that was a joke. Love my team. The USCL is our chance. Did say at the end, I thought it was a bit tongue-in-cheek. So did say it, but much appreciated both super chats, buddy, and thank you for supporting the channel. Everyone who has gave us a super chat and donated so far, thank you for improving our days, definitely, because if we just had that, it would have been pretty torrid. So thank you for making today at least bearable in the chat.
Exactly. I know you've got to do your scores, buddy, with Ian tomorrow morning, so that'll be in the. But I've just apologies for having to run. I don't usually do the post-match analysis, but we haven't got a squad, and I'd asked one of my suppliers to call me after the match, and bless him, he's called me after the match, and I'm like, I can't talk to you now. I'm live on air, and he was like, and I'm like, listen. I'm going to have to go. But while I was off air listening to you boys, I noticed the Chronicle have made their players score, if you like. They've given Nick Pope a 3. And what I wanted to do before we say good night to everybody, if you like, and before you guys do your own for the members, this is not our official score. This is theirs. I want to see if you guys agree with what they've written, because we always know sometimes they do lead a little bit towards Newcastle being a little bit biased. So Nick Pope got a 3, and what they've written is never really recovered from the blooper that allowed Beto to score. It set the tone for a nervous display for Newcastle. I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I'm not going to say, obviously, if I agree with the scores or not, but he didn't recover at all, did he? And to be honest, both saves, as you mentioned, feel like we're pretty much straight at him, and I think I'll actually have to look to see what they were, because from the XG, obviously, 1.8, I think it was from the second and the third goal, which tells you how much they were basically tap-ins. So 0.3 then from their other, 10 chances or whatever, well, there were 7 or 8 chances, should I say, in total, tells you how poor those opportunities were. But just quickly before I shut up, Queen of Hearts with another super chat. Thank you very much. How far down the table do we go? And is this performance acceptable? And do we have to depend on other teams for our survival, not on our clean sheets? I'm definitely in the agreement that it's not acceptable. I think we've done enough to survive at this point. What do you think?
I think
Boys,
we've definitely done enough to survive, but survival is not the object of the exercise at this stage in our development by a long, 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 long way.
Agreed.
I mean, guys, we're into March tomorrow, and if you think about it, we still haven't reached 40 points yet. And if you're looking at it from the letter of the law for everybody as survival, 40 points is your go-to area. And I still think, with everything that's happened with Eddie Howe side this season, and it hasn't always been a finger pointing towards Eddie Howe, we've become a cup team. We certainly haven't become a Premier League team vying for European competition year in, year out. And I think, you've got to put it where, for me, far too many tactical changes, positional changes, don't create continuity, don't create momentum. We looked a little bit passive at times. We looked a little bit like nervous. And that's why I agree with everything that they've just said. The whole team looked nervous. Now, pressure comes on because of performances that have already gone by. Pressure comes on in the Premier League because you haven't reached that niche that everybody wants to reach. And it's been a really strange season in the Premier League because apart from a couple, nobody has really broke away as they usually do. So this season, it was there for the taking for any team to go on a run and create something. Unfortunately, Newcastle haven't gone forwards. We seem to have gone backwards in the Premier League. I just think gambling sometimes by playing players out of position, multiple players out of position, you don't get momentum. We've had momentum with the ball today against a team that allowed you to have it. If that was against a better side, this could have been a lot worse score for me.
I don't necessarily agree that because what you were saying about teams underperforming and we should be. I think it's basically the Premier League is just getting better. End of.
Everton are a tough side
from top to bottom.
Yeah, I did say though, for any team going on a run, and I didn't say Newcastle. I'm saying any team.
And that's the thing.
You know what I mean?
That's the key that's been the key this whole season. Any team that's put 3 wins together has suddenly zoomed up, and we had Bournemouth doing it, and then they've just fallen off a cliff, and they've zoomed down. Look at Villa now. They who would have took Wolves to beat Villa yesterday? Nobody.
Nobody.
That's it.
Right.
That's it. I mean, there is something in that. I agree, mate. That the Premier League, on its day, you can face a side wherever they are in the league, and it's going to be a toughie potentially. And Everton are a tough team. They work really hard. David Moyes obviously knows how to set them up. He knows the game inside out. So you're always going to get a tough one against them. But what surprised me was the start of the game in the first half, because Everton were the ones coming onto us. So you would associate Everton with coming to St James's, sitting in deep, making it difficult, and we're struggling to break them down. But we were not pressing. From what I could see, we were not pressing at the start of the game. And Everton were the ones pressing. We couldn't get out of our own half at times. So were we surprised by that? Or what was going on there? Because Beto, like I said, Beto was leading the line. He was holding it up. It allowed them to go forward then and get possession in our half. And Jai was working his magic in and out between the wing and the number 10 position. And Joe Linton had that one chance in the first half, in the first 20 minutes. And aside from that, we struggled to be cohesive in their half. And I was watching Anthony Gordon. Again, I didn't. He's been brilliant. He's been brilliant for us up front recently, and I wanted to see that same that same enthusiasm, that same press, and I'm
Energy.
watching that. Yeah, energy, and I didn't see that in the first half, and I'm thinking, is this tactical? Or are we trying to draw them out? Maybe I'll watch it back and it's a different thing. But am I talking sense here, or what?
No,
Yeah,
you are.
you're talking lots of
totally
sense.
agree.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's going to say no.
As far as the first half was concerned, I thought we were by far the better team in the first half.
Seriously.
Honestly.
And you're on about Everton seemingly being on top. I'm just trying to get it up here for you.
I wouldn't have said it was on top. I would have said it was 50-50.
They had
Yeah,
all
it
the
was
time in the world, I felt. Everton.
The only time Everton looked like doing something with the ball is when we gave it to them. That's the issue. It's not a case of we were bad. We were just bad at conceding the ball in places. There was really stray balls. You're trying to play. Eddie Howe likes triangles. We've said it from day one. That's how he plays. But you can't play triangles if there's an opposition shirt playing in front of it. You've got to move. And again, that comes to us being shadows. They are moving. They are creating space for themselves. That's where their goal come from, straight from the break. Dewsbury Hall runs on the diagonal. You look at our front line during that second half, and there is nobody trying to break lines coming in from 5 or 10 yards deeper to get in behind their defensive wall that was sitting on the 18-yard line. And that, to me, sometimes you can have as much ball as you want in the final third. If there's nobody willing to make a delivery into the box because there's nobody to aim for, there's no point. You just rotate the ball back left to right. It's pendulum football. We lost so many opportunities today to create an advantage in the final third and overload in spaces. And when we did, we looked a lot. That's momentum, though, Win. That isn't doing anything with the ball in the final third.
That's us being on top.
Yeah, that's just momentum. That could be on the halfway line. That's what I'm saying. That's just you having the ball.
No. The higher the pitch, the further you are up the pitch.
Yeah.
With the ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
I tell you, the bit that really surprises me is those last 10 minutes when it's saying it was all Everton.
Yeah, but I think that was because we were losing the ball because it was panic to get it
Kamikaze.
forward. Yeah, absolutely.
To me, I'm talking about after their goal. I thought we were. I mean, we were never out of there. We were never out of their half, and yet that's saying that Everton had the momentum. So
yeah, but that's the BBC's, isn't it?
You can take that with a pinch of salt.
What I'm not taking with a pinch of salt is this super chat that's coming from Brian Quinn. Evening, folks. Let down by known issues once again. We still need 3 critical signings. Completely agree, mate. And let us know in the chat what signings they could possibly be. Yeah,
that'll be that's an interesting one. And thank you ever so much. I can see we're at
cheers for your tenner, Brian.
Yeah, you're a star, Brian. I'm going to go through a couple of these starred ones that I've starred up. So let's start with Gavin. This is what I was saying, because this is something that Wynn hasn't remembered Eddie Howe saying. Eddie Howe said he was not keen on players taking shots if they're not good enough. But how do you get good? Because if you're not allowed to shoot, well, then why practice it?
Well, you say you say that Eddie said that. I've still not found any evidence of that.
Yeah, it was in a presser. We've got to have it somewhere because, like I say,
I'd love to know where it is. If somebody can clip that and bring it on, I'd because I certainly haven't heard it.
Yeah, because I made a comment, about...
You did, and I pulled you up on it. I said, hold on, Eddie's never said that.
Yeah. It, like I said, even Gavin has balled it up there.
Probably because you said it.
Oh, well, there you go.
That's what happens on social media. Somebody says it somewhere.
I'm not on social media. This is my only platform.
This is social media.
Absolutely. That's as I said.
It becomes fact,
Yeah, Geordie Dan celebrates 19 months membership. Thank you, my friend.
Yes, Geordie.
Always a massive member of the show. Love to see you, buddy. Big clear out and rebuild needed in the summer. I just hope Eddie Howe is the right man to do so. Again, a lot of people questioning, would you give Eddie Howe the money to go into the summer?
The knives are out this afternoon. Yet after any defeat, the knives come out.
Yeah. And listen, like I said, I cannot defend that amount of changes and that many wrong positional changes, mate. I can't defend that.
Are you talking about the subs?
No, I'm on about starting the team. J7 left winger, Anthony Gordon up top. You're saying it was a 4-1-4-1, which it was, which is what we expected it to be. But then you get three players actually null and void. Elanga, Woltemade, J7. So you're actually playing with 8 players.
Well, why are you saying they were null and void?
Well, tell me what they did.
Tell you what they did. Like I say, I thought we played well in the first half. I thought the wheels started coming off when he switched Gordon and Baltimore.
I think the opposite.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we went backwards.
I feel like Gordon actually got into the game and got into a little bit of rhythm when he went left wing. Not that he was outstanding, but I felt like he was able to drag their defenders about a little bit more. Whereas I felt up front. I mean, like Timmy says, he's been brilliant up front lately. But I felt in this match, he kept losing it. I don't know if it's because it's Everton, because it's his old club. But when he went left wing, he was in the game a little bit more, and I felt like that was a positive change. But second half comes along, and I think they picked up for me. They picked up after about an hour, on the hour mark. That the intensity at least picked up a bit more. But that's where the pendulum started to kick in as well. But at least in terms of tempo, the tempo was raised after an hour. The tempo first half was just, like I say, lethargic, lead in the boots for me. Super chat.
This the American magazine, when you are seriously defending rubbish, for want of a better expression. And Connor is saying, why was there huge boos if we played well? Boos? I didn't hear any boos.
We heard boos at the end, like, I can't lie.
It wasn't any half time, was it? But,
No, it wasn't half time.
Yeah.
Can I ask you then? Because I don't usually have commentary through my headphones, because like obviously we're talking to each other. We want to get convos and everything else. So I'm literally blind to what's going on. But I did cheekily listen to the halftime on my TV when I nipped off for a wee break at the start of halftime, to listen to a lot of Everton fans singing and very few Newcastle fans singing. You can't tell me you couldn't hear that in the crowd.
Yeah, I could hear that definitely in the crowd.
So does that not tell you then, if they are singing, out singing your home fans, that the pendulum swung away from us playing good football?
Well, it tells you that Everton were winning.
That to me signifies.
And we won, and everybody, all the singers are aware for to get that pint.
Well, of course. I'm not disputing that. It just, for me, it sounds as though there were definitely more negative vibes from the crowd than there were positive ones. If I'm honest.
I mean, I watched the last 5 minutes down, in the bottom, the downstairs concourse on the TV, so I could get away from my taxi. But I certainly didn't hear any boos.
No, well, there's a couple of interesting things. I mean, Everton, as we said before, very good on the road. They are second in the league.
Yeah, second in the league on the road
for most.
But of course, we knew that before the game.
Yeah, exactly. We knew they were dangerous on the road, but to me, they still didn't look a team that could take Newcastle off the park. It's St James's Park. They looked tidy. They looked, they were good in defence. They were solid. They were throwing themselves a lot of our shots at goal, and that's what I said. Pickford didn't have a lot to do because the defenders in front of them did exactly what they needed to do, and that was block any shot that Newcastle had. It's still classed as a shot on target, but it didn't give Pickford a shot to save. That's what I'm saying. All these shots that Newcastle were having were being blocked because of the way they defended. They defended so well. They threw body and soul at every single ball. And another nasty fact, if you like, Newcastle have lost 3 games in a row at St James's Park for the first time in 5 years. after defeats to Aston Villa, Brentford, and now Everton. And apparently they've got a little fact up, and they've got Eddie Howe now faced against, have a guess who? Stevie Bruce. First time since February 21. So again, for anybody that wants to be a knife in the back scenario, that just adds fuel to that fire. Toon Assassin, thank you ever so much. He's just got back from Ireland, he says. Need another vacation, and it's not started well with his defeat at home. Michael,
bring me with you next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael Petit, mighty win, was expecting 3 points off Champions League in December, and he's done. It's
and that
March
was exactly
tomorrow.
that's exactly what we had.
Yeah, and we're 12th and be out of the Champions League and FA Cup in the next couple of weeks. Steve Gotti saying, win, we'll be happy in another 3 years with another £500 million wasted and still have some players.
Rubbish players.
Yeah, no, World Cup. Foxy is in the chat. He's saying, love win, but he's showing his losses mentality. Here talking what a lovely game of football. An all-time low, says Foxy. V for Vendetta. Eddie cannot be trusted to go into another window with money. A total rebuild is needed. We are going to have to sell some of our best players now because Eddie spaffed 250 mil.
By the way, I starred most of those.
Yeah, can we go another season with the Volts experiment? Now, that's an interesting one because to me, when Volts left the field of play, he certainly wasn't smiling.
No, definitely not. And to be honest, I don't blame him. What I was saying in that second half is surely we've got to do a bit more to get players closer to him. And he's isolated. He's a 60+ million pound striker, and I was the first to say let's play him in midfield. Let's see how it works. It hasn't worked. The best managers and the best teams acknowledge that, and they'll make the change. Eddie Howe still might. It's still short term, but it certainly hasn't looked like it's been working.
Yeah, the Bevis
is coming fiver, thank you, the Bevis. Perhaps the happy clappers can remind us how many points off the Champions League places we are now. They've stopped counting. Oh, sorry, I've lost that one now.
Is it 9 or 10?
Stop counting and telling us, and they're now telling us about expectations. Mark Thorpe, thank you for your $1.99. I thought we were
playing in blue.
Playing in blue in the first half.
I just say, right, about Woltemade, I think we've seen both sides, like the good and bad of this, if you want to call it an experiment, the last few weeks, really, ever since he's been put in that number 8. I think we've seen positives and negatives to that change, that tweak. Obviously, today was more of a negative. And I think, to me, you touched on this when we were watching it. I think the difficulties seem to come when he receives the ball and he's deep, as in literally in his own half or on the halfway line. I think there, in those moments, that's when he's getting crowded out a little bit and he tends to struggle. And it doesn't seem natural for him to have the ball in those areas. Whereas if he's playing a bit deeper, but he's still close enough to their box, or at least he's in our half, their half, then he thrives, I think. But I think it's a tricky balance because, like I said, if he's going to play him there this season as a number 8, it's a bit unpredictable how it's going to turn out, given the fact that he does still have that responsibility to kind of track back, cover, be a lot deeper than maybe he is comfortable in playing,
The elephant in the living room is playing 2 up front, really, isn't it? Like, if you're going to play Woltemade in a place that'll get the best out of him, to me, it's playing him with a striker. Whether that's him in front of the striker or behind the striker, whichever way you work it, whether it's Ramsey maybe doing a 10 roll like Ian suggested, but ultimately you need to do that. If we want to really try and get the best out of him, he needs to be playing with somebody up there. He can drop in, link the midfield and the attack. He can bounce off another partner. And we're trying to, like you say, Peter, we're trying this experiment where halfway house, whether it's midfield, whether it's him isolated up front, neither of which are really clicking 100%. So whether Eddie Howe has the time on the training ground with all these games tactically to implement that is another question. Whether he should be good enough to do that, is another question. I can see both sides to that. Maybe it is a case of waiting until pre-season, but for me, that is a solution with Woltemade. He needs to be playing with somebody else up there, and we have to sacrifice somebody in midfield.
Yeah, you're right. Like I say, I agree with what you've said there. There's been some, like I say, interesting convos. I'm just having a quick look if Eddie Howe from Lead Rider. The players are trying, says Eddie Howe, working hard and giving everything. Apparently, we have now conceded 42 goals in the league. Only 3 other teams has conceded more. And like I say, that to me, Jacob Ramsey was sick on the pitch as the teams waited to kick off. And the NUFC doctor advised that he should come off. And Joe Willock is on. Ramsey looked a little dazed as he made his way down the tunnel. Yeah, he didn't look very well. That was from Craig Hope. So it was under the doctor's advice, a precautionary. I mean, like I say, we found it strange, didn't we, Michael, that he actually came on the pitch, because you can't tell me he wasn't in the dressing room feeling unwell. And obviously, they were getting a bit of a telling off, let's just say, from Eddie.
Just
so
on your first stat, Newcastle have conceded 42 goals, Leeds 46, West Ham 54, Burnley 56, Wolves 51, Bournemouth 46. So that makes us not the third worst, but the
third
seventh
worst outside of the relegation
of the bottom.
zone. As I thought, I
outside
think
the
it
bottom.
was.
Yeah, I didn't say all of it. It was the third worst
right.
outside the relegation zone. Gaz NUFC here. Don't create, can't defend. What chances do you have? You get found out in this league, and that's absolutely spot on. If I'm honest with you, you know, if you and to be fair, I'm going to go back to the Chronicle in a minute, because, like I say, there was a couple of interesting points that I saw from them, and it's something that I wanted to ask you too, because I wasn't disagreeing with it, but there was a point in it that I just thought, not sure about that. Ricky D. He's saying Sunderland and Man U will sit and defend our crosses comfortably. Crosses into the box are Chelsea's kryptonite, so we may have some joy in that game. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Graham Bell, they were shooting, they were getting blocked. Crossing balls were no one with any height in the box. The problem is the crosses seem to bypass the centre of the box anyway. And when we did get it in there, there were so many blue shirts. It was just easy to defend.
There's no zip.
I tell you what, absolutely infuriated me. End of the first half, when we're all over them. We've got 3 corners in the last 5 minutes, and 3 corners went straight.
Yeah,
at about 4 foot height.
Yeah, front man all the time.
To their first defender. Absolutely unforgivable.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I've shouted out a turn on the commentary.
Yeah.
I will say, I sat there afterwards going, the radio listeners are going to love that. I do apologise. But I completely agree. Just another super chat in there from the Bevis. How, as great as he can be, is sadly the kind of guy that would choose a fork to eat a bowl of soup. I'm gonna steal that off you, and I'm gonna use it because I like it.
Well, what I would say about how, and I've said it all along, by the way, if we are anywhere near where we are now at the end of the season, Howe's got to go. I've always said that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't think there's been a few comments saying PIF won't get rid of him, so get used to him. I don't think PIF will have to get rid of him.
No,
because I think if we end up anywhere near where we are now, I think he'll walk. There you go.
Yeah,
we won't have to get rid of him.
Dan Taylor here said, I think he was missing the point. We conceded 3 goals against Everton. Barry and Beto scored, unheard of. And I think that's what we said. I mean, Beto run that line. He's not the best centre forward in the world. I mean, they started Barry in front of him at times because he's not the best clinical finisher. but he caused us so many problems.
Yeah.
You know,
You, well,
and
you
that's
raved about Beto, didn't you?
yeah, he's just strong. He just runs the line perfectly well, and he creates opportunities to exploit, or for other players to exploit. You know, when he runs deep, we look void of ideas of whether to go with him, and then he creates that overload. But because he's got the strength and the power, then to get back up front and get in behind us at times, we just can't handle that. We just look completely void of ideas, and that to me is sometimes criminal. Yeah, go on then. Let's do this one. Was
I
that?
saying, when you need a kick in the neutrals, you daddy dafty.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, one from before that as well by Boogie, by the way. Stat that matters is in the top corner of the screen. But it's not anymore because I removed it.
Yeah, but we know what you mean. Yeah, exactly.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it was a 3-2 loss.
I removed it.
Yeah, exactly. Everton, this is from Foxy again. Everton had what they wanted, and that was the lead. Of course, we would have the majority of possession, chasing the goal. We need for Everton to open up. Let's not be delusional here. And that was the problem, wasn't it? We did have the ball, but we never looked like creating anything in that area. We was lots of shots at goal, but when you've got 8 bodies behind the ball, it's just luck then, isn't it? Because you can't create anything behind that because nobody was running behind that. Let's just jump back to the Chronicles full-time scores then, because what they've given here was Kieran Trippier to 6. They said he worked hard to probe Everton before running out of steam, replaced for the last 15 minutes. Now, I think he did. I can say he worked hard, but a lot of the work that he did was really against Newcastle because he gave the ball away far too many times. The crossing wasn't great from, like Wynn just said there, set pieces. His defensive work was outpaced a lot of the time when he found himself up the field of play. So I think 6 is a high number for me.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
With Trippier, right, when he was taken off, that was a 2-1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When we hadn't equalised for the second time, had we?
No, we hadn't.
No.
We were 2-1 down, and I thought bringing Wisser on for Trippier would be us going full pelt up the top. But what do? He throws Murphy at right back. So
yeah,
you're 2-1 behind at home. Go for it. I said to Michael, I'd rather us lose 3-1 and have a go than lose 2-1 by going the same patterns of play.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say, with Trippier, I agree, he was giving it away like way too often. But what I would say is that I was surprised that we took him off because he still brings that leadership on the pitch, especially in a game like that where it was bitty and it was, for some reason, like the players seemed like I say, lead in the boots, just low on confidence for whatever reason. You could hear Trippier all the time. You can hear him on TV. He's shouting and he's telling them, he's marshalling the troops. And, I just wonder, would that second goal, the winner that Everton scored, would that have happened maybe if Trippier was on the pitch? I don't know. Obviously, I'm speculating, but I just feel like that was a massive gamble to remove that leadership, put Wisser on, and kind of trust the lads to do the job without the captain kind of marshalling them as to, when to keep the ball, man on, this kind of stuff, encouraging them. Because I do think Trippier was trying to bring that. It wasn't, like you say, Gary, it wasn't coming off a lot for him today in terms of passing. But yeah, I was wondering, was he injured or what when he came off? It was just a bit of a surprise to me.
Yeah, the vital point for me and all that, when you wear that captain's armband, you have to lead by that example. And that's not just with a voice. You can't afford to give balls away cheaply. And that was if you were trying to force the play through the middle, you were trying to curve a ball behind the line or something like that, and it was going behind the defence, but it wasn't going to anybody in particular. I could understand that. But he was playing a ball directly to Mykolenko, right? All the time. Then he tried to play a ball over the top for Elanga to use a pace on, where you could see Mykolenko would walk back 5 yards. So the obvious ball then was to feet. So rather than play a ball over the top, Where, if I'm honest with you, Alanga, even if he was a greyhound, didn't look like he was ever going to reach that ball over the top. Then the obvious ball is to feet. The annoying thing for me is when you've got a static player, and that is Alanga, just creating a shadow, he should be showing to feet. He shouldn't be the one like, I want to be there. He should be saying, come on, give it to me, because he's walked away from me. It's the mentality approach. And like I say, yes, when you wear the armband, it means a lot vocally, but you've got to lead by example, and that's not by giving the ball away.
Do you think maybe with Alanga in front of him, do you think Trippier trusts Alanga? Because I thought that was a big call to play Alanga today. I know Murphy, he's not everyone's cup of tea. My word, he does give the ball away cheaply at times, but he's more accomplished than Alanga. Alanga, again, he's in this fuzz in his head where you can see he's overthinking, etc. It was a big game today, a lot of pressure. And to be fair, I thought Alanga, at times, you could see those glimpses of promise here and there, but ultimately, I just thought he wasn't suited to that game. And I think if the players, the rest of the team can see that, that affects their decision making. And maybe they don't want to give him the ball and they overthink themselves and their spreads. So I just wonder about that call about playing Alanga today. I would have had him against Karabag, where it's a free hit, no pressure, do what you want, play free. You might get a bit of confidence, you might get a goal and assist. Then Murphy comes in for this one. Yes, not an outstanding player this season, but can get a goal, can put a good cross in now and again. Got the goal today. I thought that would have been the right way around, personally.
Yeah.
With right.
Just quickly as well, right? With Alanga, I think he's shown glimpses, and again today his close control was a bit better. But for me, it needs to get to a point where he's doing okay because he's scoring, or he's assisting, or he's setting up a goal. Like, do you know what I mean? That we need to move the bar higher up so that he's doing okay because he's actually having an effect on the outcome of the score. We're saying he's doing okay because his close control is getting a bit better. And like I say, I kind of feel for the lad because he looks devoid of confidence. But
he's
yeah,
totally
I would
devoid
have played
of
Murphy
confidence.
today.
And that was quite a few. I had Steve Mackler next to Strasbourg. Steve next to us today. And I was saying to him, Gary and I have said on multiple occasions that when Bruno and Tonali are on the pitch, they demand the ball.
Mm-hmm.
They run into a bit of space and they demand the ball, and 99 times out of 100, they get it. And there was numerous times today when the player on the ball had an option of passing the ball to a Newcastle shirt who it wasn't an acres of space, but he had a couple of yards on his defender, and the ball could have been passed to them. But by the time the guy on the ball's made his mind up, Tonali's come from wherever he is to get space and make a sideways or slightly forward pass to him, the right option, instead of taking a chance with a percentage ball. And that was happening time and time and time again. So, for example, Alanga, who we're talking about, got into those types of positions and just didn't get the ball, because the ball instead was passed to Tonali, who himself then made a safe pass or occasionally a good pass.
The trust isn't there, I don't think.
That's it. It's about trust and confidence. And the whole team are devoid of it at the minute.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at a way. I've been given the post-match presser. I would love to hear what Eddie Howe has to say about that, but obviously we can't show it on screen. Do you know, Michael, of a way we can play in the background?
No, I'm afraid I do not. Although I've been taking a look at it just a little bit because it was sent over. How basically saying it's a salvage job for the rest of the season. The game was very similar to the Brentford game. And Woltemade, he was asked why he took him off, basically saying he wasn't getting on the ball enough in the position, and they felt like a change was needed, which, to be honest, I do agree with. But yeah, you can see Howe's not very happy himself. I wouldn't be surprised if some choice words were used, and it's, let's be honest, he doesn't show the anger side of it. That's the PR in him. He's very good at that. But you can see the very visible disappointment, and it wouldn't surprise me if there was a few performances where he's going, look, lads, not good enough. We'll see how we come out against Manchester United, because needs to improve.
Yeah, massively.
Super chat from Sir General Greatness. Thank you for your 199. Tongue in cheek, trips at only the fans on his mind.
Yeah, the only fans on mine. Right, there's another one just coming in, isn't there? I've just seen fly up on the screen. Or is that it?
I haven't got that yet.
Right, that'll be it then. We good.
I mean, talk about the salvaging. We'll be salvaging the Nostromo at this point.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We wouldn't have. Last couple of starred ones, and again, apologies for everybody that's been in the chat. You've been absolutely wonderful. Again, we just can't get through every single one. Let's have a quick look at what I've missed. Where are we? I think you've been starring a few. Barnes, there you go. Let's have a look at this one from Kenny Como. The only positive you can take out of this result, it's a step closer for the tactically inept Eddie Howe getting sacked. Hopefully his fraud gets shown the door very soon. There you go. This one's against me. Metal Gaz, Howe's blew hundreds of millions, and it's his fault, 100%. David Bailey, we have a decent squad. We have been going backwards for a while. You have to look at how we should be much higher in the league. He wasted half of this season playing defensive guff. Mark Thorpe, Barnes should be starting every game until he fails to impress. Not Gordon, who fails to impress all the time. Gaz again. They've invested more in 4 years than Fatty did in nearly 2 decades. It's down to Howe and the clowns he signed. Toon Nut has put in down, you're wasting your time, mate. There's too many idiots that can't see it. You have to shoot if you can't break teams down. How many times do we see in the edge of the box go side to side when teams are sitting because they can't break them down in open teams up? Danielle Taylor, feels like we have watched that match several times this season. It's exactly what we said before, matey. Yeah. Team has lost its high-intensity identity. We look casual on and off the ball in places, have no cutting edge in attack, and complacent defence who push high and leave huge gaps. And again, that's exactly what we were saying. And the last one for tonight, when you can't get a tune out of your flute, you change the flutist, not the flute. Very good.
Yeah, I love that
like
one.
that.
That's what I put it up for.
Yeah, very good. I like that. Listen, gentlemen, I have to go because I have got a...
Flutist, by the way, not flutist.
Flutist.
Ooh.
Yes, indeed. Flutist. Michael, thank you very much for joining me today. And Peter, thank you so much for helping us out again today. The team's been thin today because of things going on. But like I say, we've all done a cracking job. Tim, as always, thank you ever so much. And the mighty win. Bless him. You know, he always sees the black and white through them glasses. He isn't wearing the Eddie Howe shirt just yet, but it will be on soon.
I still turn up.
Exactly.
Got a credit, you do.
You do, always.
And star all of the anti-Eddie chats and none of the pro-Eddie ones.
Yeah, well done, you.
On a day like today.
All I can say is we've had some fantastic support today. What I'd like to say before you go...
Support.
Yeah, all I'd like to say as well before you go, if you haven't already, you know, we have worked tirelessly 5.5 hours, I think we've been online now. It's been an absolute slog, but it's always a pleasure. But if you can do 3 things, just 3 simple things, like, subscribe, follow us on every platform that is out there, because this content is only going to get better. The boys And the girl, like I say, does an amazing job behind the scenes. Chris is in Nashville, but again, still working hard on his iPad, I'm sure. I've just had Jordy Yam Yam giving me a cheers because, like I say, he keeps on texting me saying, I forgot his chat. And I said, I haven't. I've started it. It'll be there in a minute. It's a pleasure, boys. And like I say, thanks for Connor, because again, Connor's a silent wonder because he does throw me a hell of a lot of information. It's hard work doing this, but we do it because we love it. And we love the tune. Like I said, we are humble in defeat because the next time it should always be a win. Let's see. Gentlemen, let's say thank you to everybody that's given us some gifts.
We've got Random Access. Thank you for your membership, which went to the Press 109.
Welcome
Thank you, Wazza, as always, Wazza. Jody Dan, who gave us 199 celebrated 19 months membership. Wazza again. Super Sam said the players were terrible. Ben Maven blaming Steve for being at this game. That's Strasbourg Steve, who was sat next to me today. Edward Contreras, thank you for your super chat. Gavin Fuller, V for Vendetta, Random Access again, a lovely £10 super chat. Mark Thorpe, Luca, Chris the American Magpie himself, just to give me a dig. Mark Thorpe, V for Vendetta again, you know why. Couple there, thanks, Super Sam again, Toon Assassin, Animal Lecter, again, thanks a lot. Toon Seal, brilliant, Looker again, a couple of times. Queenie, as always, lovely. Brian Quinn, a lovely tenor there, thank you. Connor, the Bevis, a couple of times. Mark Thorpe again. Bookie, thank you. And Sir General Greatness rounds all the super chats off today. Thank you all very much. Fabulous. Indeed. Keeps we going.
Yeah, indeed. It's been, like I say, it's been an absolute pleasure. I've just seen one picture, if I'm honest with you, that doesn't look promising for Sir Eddie. If I'm honest with you, he's absolutely desolate on the side of the field of play. He has got, literally, he's throwing a bottle of juice. I don't know what it is in his hands. He's looking to the floor. He's on his knees, more or less. Pope going to be injured again after today, says Connor, after a display like that. Yeah, it's surprising how a few go injured when they've had a display like that. But I must admit, this one, I think I'm going to share it with you guys because it is one of those where you just...
This must be when the third goal goes in, I think.
Yeah, I think it is. It's pretty, like I say, you can just see the lad has just swallowed it. There you go. And on this note, Eddie Howe, on his knees, looking at the ground, throwing his bottle to the floor, we at NUFC Talk are going to say, away the lads, lasses and bairns, once again.
Away the lads.
Well, the lads.
Keep it going.
Keep
the
we'll see you on the
faith.
next
Keep
one.
the faith.
I think.
Yeah, nothing. Take care. See you on the next one.